eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Well, this event has a special sort of feel to it, and that's because from the moment you enter the studio, you can feel a different type of tension in the air. And that's because Europe's elite have gathered here in London to play the highest level of FIFA. And that's because they all have one goal in mind: to be crowned the winner of the eChampions League in Istanbul in June.
Ambition, legacy, prestige.
Didi Chris Lito was your winner.
The world of the eChampions League descends upon London. The dream? To be untouchable and to raise the trophy as a champion.
Nicholas, please lift the trophy.
All over Europe, thousands have chased their dream, putting in the hours, grinding, striving to be the best. Now, the top 64 players, representing 17 countries across the continent, will embark on a journey. It all begins here, the group stage of the eChampions League. $280,000 and a place in FIFA royalty on the line.
The eChampions League pre-show presented by Just Eat.
Well, this event always feels so special. It's my absolute favourite event on the FIFA calendar. I get so up for this one, and I'm sure these two guys alongside me do as well. Mike Labelle, of course, and Gravison. It's an honour, isn't it, to present this event. We love it. We were there last year in Stockholm as well, and we've been a part of it since 2019 in Madrid as well. Gravison, obviously, as a pro player yourself, this is the biggest event they all want to qualify for. Obviously, the Champions League is one of the biggest events in world football. I mean, how is it as a player to try and be on this stage?
Hello, Rachel. I would say like it's the biggest tournament you can play, because when you're a child, like, and you want to be a FIFA professional player, you think about the World Cup, of course, but you think about the Champions League. Maybe when you're 16, your dream is to win the World Cup, but when you're 3, 4, or 5 years old, your dream is to win the Champions League as a football player. And now you get the chance to do it as an e-football player. So I think it's the biggest tournament you can play.
It's the big one. Everyone wants to qualify for this one for sure. And Mike, as soon as you hear that anthem, I get goosebumps. I get a bit more nervous. How do you think the players feel?
Well, this is the one event that I missed out pretty much in my playing career. And I also think about it, I talked to the guys last night, everybody's going to bed early. You've got players that have switched clubs, moved from their home nation in order to play and compete specifically in this event. If that doesn't tell you how big it is and what it means to the competitors, what else does?
They put everything on the line, of course, to qualify for this one. And it doesn't just begin today. It began back in November when they did online qualifications, and it ends, of course, in June in Istanbul. But it's a long journey to get there, and Mike explains it all.
The eChampions League kicks off with the group stage, featuring 64 of the top EA Sports FIFA players from Europe. The first round of non-stop action is divided into 2 groups. 32 competitors from Western Europe battle it out on day 1, and then 32 of the best from Central and Eastern Europe face off on day 2. Who tops the group is determined through 5 rounds of Swiss format. In Swiss, every competitor plays an opponent in 2 legs of FIFA. Each successive round will feature players with the same record matching up. After round 5 on each day, those with 3 wins will form the top 16 in the region and proceed to the knockout stage, while those with 3 losses means they've been eliminated. The final 32 players in Europe will then face off in the knockout stage of the eChampions League in April.
And these are some of the fixtures we have in round 1. There's loads of players here. It's the who's who of FIFA, isn't it? Of course, in Europe. Gravison, what stands out for you on that board of fixtures?
I would say, as I've been playing FIFA for quite a lot of time, Stokes against Maestro. I mean, it could have been a game which have been playing in FIFA 18, 17, and now we're in FIFA 23, and we see it. We're going to see a lot of goals, maybe 4-2-2 against 4-3-2-1, but I don't know. I expect a lot of goals and Maestro to win.
Thankfully, this isn't knockouts. They'll get another go in round 2, of course. Mike, which fixture catches your attention?
The opening matchup for me, and when I'm looking at Manuel Bashir and Stingray, both players that were excellent last year. I mean, top tier. And we have that as the opener to see who kind of set the stage a little bit. And it also gives you maybe an early favorite favorite, but both those guys are definitely peaking right now.
Well, Stingray, he's on a resurgence as well. He put that on Twitter, so excited to see how he gets on in his new club as well. Well, let's move on to the next page then and see who else is in action. I mean, the one that's standing out for me, and I guess Gravison as well, is Neat, your teammate, of course.
I mean, we gotta talk about TEKKZ, you know. Neat, he's been smashing the Spanish scene for 3 years. He's been consistently competing at European level online at the highest level, but now I think it's his first 1v1 tournament and a LAN event internationally, and I think he can do it. I think he can do it. He's confident, and he's gonna smash it.
Well, you should know. You know all about him, of course, being a teammate of his. But one person we haven't spoken about, and we need to, is a defending champion, of course, Nicholas99 FC. He is here. He's actually behind me, if you can see, getting ready. He's up against GOALPOACHER first. That's a pretty difficult first matchup as well. GOALPOACHER, if you guys don't know, was actually an E-Premier League champion last year. That was 2v2, but still great accolade to have under your belt coming here. I mean, let's talk about Nicholas Gravison. Can he be back-to-back eChampions League winner?
I don't know, because it's hard, like winning 2 back in the days, it used to happen like 10 years ago. Mike, you should know it, but now?
Is he in the right form?
I feel like he just aged me.
We'll get onto your age in a bit, Mike, don't worry. Is he in the form to do that, though?
He is definitely the right form, but can he do it? I don't know, Mike.
And to what we were saying kind of in the past, we had the likes of an Alfonso Ramos, where we saw multiple FIFA Interactive World Cups that turned into FIFA World Cup, or even Bruce Granick. And in the present day, we really haven't had that happen. And if Nicholas was able to go back-to-back, to go with, of course, getting second in the FIFA World Cup, we've seen the 2v2 success, does he go down as the greatest ever? Does he start to enter that conversation?
I would say yes. I would say yes, definitely.
He has to, and a word on that, we saw a couple of his results there. Second at the World Cup last year. There was chat, wasn't there, that he may retire after that. It was a really difficult defeat to take to Umit, who we'll see in action tomorrow. If he was to become back-to-back eChampions League champion, is that a better achievement?
I mean, I would take it personally, but I guess the question is, would you trade to eChampions Leagues for a FIFA World Cup?
I would, definitely.
Okay, there you go. I think that would be a 50-50 you start asking people.
The current pro has spoken, so we'll take that. But let's actually speak to Nicholas himself. He's down there on the stage with Brandon Smith.
Yes, I am. I'm very lucky to be joined by the current eChampions League winner. I've got to ask you first and foremost, Nicholas, welcome back to the eChampions League again. How was it last year winning the trophy in Sweden?
That was really special. You know, Champions League in the real life, it's really, really special, and you know, in the virtual pitch too. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to be here. I'm really, yeah, I want to. It's not like I want to play right now, but yeah, it's really good to be here. And you know, we qualified for Sweden. I was really happy to win it there. So yeah, let's try one more time.
And do I dare to ask, what's the motivation like this year? Obviously, a penalty shootout loss in the FIFA World Cup final was horrible, and I hate to bring it up again, but the motivation's back. You're here to win the Champions League again, right? Yeah, sure. The motivation, I think, is just try to achieve, you know, as many tournaments as possible. So, yeah, and also I really love to compete. I love the competition. I want to play against the best players in the world. So I think that's the motivation for me. So, yeah, and also I practice every day to win trophies. And my last question as well, you know, you're a prime example of a player that's moved over from South America to Europe for this tournament. What is it about the eChampions League that is just so special?
I think it's, you know, we have really good players around the world, but, you know, I think the best players are here in Europe, so maybe that's the reason. And, you know, the Champions League is so special, you know, the name, the trophy, everything. So I think that's the reason, because that's special.
Amazing stuff. Well, look, Nicholas, we can't wait to see you back in action. Defending eChampions League winner is going to be one of our biggest games here in round one. For now, it's back to you guys.
Well, we asked the question, didn't we, Mike? We said, how motivated will he be after obviously coming runner-up at the World Cup? We said that's all the motivation that he needs. That's why he's back here, and he's playing on the big stage as well. And talking of using kind of, I guess, an upset as motivation, we could say that about our next player that we're going to focus on, Matthias Bonanno, because he was runner-up at the eChampions League. He pushed that man who we just heard from, Nicholas, all the way as well. We had a bracket reset. The question I have, though, we haven't really spoken as much about Matthias this year as we did last year. He hasn't, in my opinion, Mike will probably tell me otherwise, hasn't had the same swagger, I don't feel, walking around tournaments as he did last year.
I wish they had a B-roll because he usually walks with his chest out a little bit, but he kind of had a chip on his shoulder as well. If you think about it, so Matthias came out on the scene, won everything online. Last year we saw him in person, he was phenomenal. This year he didn't look nearly as good in the 2v2, but we haven't seen him in the 1v1, and that's why we're here, that's why we're discussing it. You see he's got a couple different celebrations that I kind of hope that are delivered today in action. You don't want to sit across the sleep in person, but I'm looking forward to it. I think that's kind of the question mark as well. This year we haven't seen the same type of form. Can he replicate that?
Yeah, these are some of his achievements, of course. We mentioned second at the eChampions League last year. That was to Nicholas. E-Libertadores champion in 2021. That was a couple of years ago now. And then Team of the Season Cup, that was 2v2, remember, last year.
And we should mention, we talked about how important eChampions League is. Both Nicholas and Matthias moved clubs, moved nations, set up in Europe to play in it, and they made it to the finals. The only two Argentinians made it to the finals last year. So it was a good turnout for them. It was a good result for them as well.
Well, that move was key for both those players. Let's hear, though, from Matthias Bonanno right now. He's with Brandon and Gravison, who's going to act as a translator.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, he may have been a runner-up last year, but he's back again for more this time round in London. Matthias Bonanno of Team Heretics joins me. Gravison will be translating these answers for me. First question for me, Matthias, back again last year. It was a heartbreak in Sweden for you. How have you had enough time, or have you had enough time now to look back at that and hopefully put it right this year?
El año pasado en Suecia fue una derrota muy dura en la final. ¿Crees que estás listo este año para darle la vuelta?
Bueno, sí, fue una derrota muy dura. La verdad que, bueno, se me escapó, estuve a un tiempo de ser el campeón después de haber reseteado el bracket. Y nada, sí, yo creo que este año vamos paso a paso. Este es el primer gran paso y espero poder darlo y poder ser el nuevo campeón.
Yeah, it was a really tough loss to accept because he was just one half away from winning the title, especially after resetting the bracket. But he's feeling confident this year. I think he thinks he can win it all.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Again, you know, Matthias Bonanno is a great example, a player that has won so many tournaments online. Matty, obviously you're a player that has come over to London for this tournament. You've been in Madrid for the last few years. Are you now transitioned into Europe? Have you enjoyed coming over here and playing in these big European tournaments such as the eChampions League?
Has venido desde Argentina a España para jugar en Europa, competir contra los mejores y en especial esta Champions League. ¿Ha sido un cambio fácil para ti?
Realmente, bueno, me lo han hecho fácil lo que fue la temporada pasada y el estar acá con mi familia, mis padres y demás. Y nada, bueno, este año tengo muchas ganas de poder dar ese salto en la Champions, ya que, bueno, en Sudamérica pude conseguir el mejor torneo a nivel continental, así que yo creo que es el año para ganarlo en Europa.
Last year it was easier for him because his family moved with him and he did a good job playing in Europe in general. But last year, 2 years ago, sorry, he won the Libertadores, so he's confident to win the Champions League and win the biggest tournament.
Amazing stuff. Well, look, Grav, you know this man better than me. You're both living in Spain at the moment. Have you got a question for Matthias?
Yes, my question would be, basically, like last year, you dominated the European scene. Do you think the players have adapted to your game style, and is it harder for you this year? La pregunta es, el año pasado viniste a Europa y dominaste. Este año, ¿crees que los jugadores se han adaptado un poco a tu estilo de juego y es más difícil?
Yo creo que no he sabido mantener los tiempos del partido como hacía el año pasado, dominar tanto, por un tema de, bueno, cómo es el gameplay este año y demás. Y yo creo que, bueno, como siempre, los jugadores van mejorando año a año y cada vez cuesta más.
He thinks he doesn't dominate the rhythm of the game as well as he did last year, but I think he thinks he can do it better this year. And actually, like the level of the players in Europe has grown up a bit, so he thinks he can step it up as well.
Well, look, you know, the truth is he's qualified again for another run of the eChampions League this year. Great to have you back here in London again, Matthias Bonanno. We can't wait to see him in action in the first round of the Swiss stages.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. And what a CV it would be if he could tick off E-Libertadores, eChampions League, Team of the Season Cup. I mean, we'd have to put him up there as well with one of the greatest, and that would be a great CV.
Quickest growing resume.
I know. Well, another player with a massive CV, of course, is TEKKZ. He's here. He was actually the Invitational eChampions League champion. That was back in 2019. We always kind of question, does that actually count? Well, let TEKKZ decide that one. Mike, though, about TEKKZ, he's been in great form in 2v2. Can that be translated as easily as we all kind of think to today 1v1?
I think he always feels more confident in 1v1, and this is the best 2v2 showing. If you missed out on everything, you just did the EA Sports Cup, made it to the finals. If you talk to Tex, he'd maybe want to rerun those finals. They could have gone a little bit differently, but either way, getting second place there positions himself really well for confidence going into a 1v1 event, which we know is kind of his bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he hasn't had that many achievements since about 2019. That's obviously we're talking about the invitational of this very event. We still big him up. Are we right to do that? Does he need to achieve something now? Does he need this title?
I think that he's far from done winning things. And I like to say this in Tech's defense. I feel that he's always been a much better LAN player. So we had a lot going on with the pandemic. Post-pandemic Tex, I think that he's back to where he should be. And I'd be shocked if he doesn't have a fantastic showing in the eChampions League.
Well, I think he can hear us, and Mike could be shocked. Let's see if he'd be shocked as well if he doesn't think he'd have a great outing here at the eChampions League. He is also with Brandon.
Well, look, I'm very lucky to be with a player that everyone wants to talk to. TEKKZ, you're back again for the Champions League. You were, as the guy said, an invitational winner back in 2019. That was online during the online era. I can assure you I don't even need to ask. You want to win it in real this time and pick up the trophy.
Yeah, the invitational was a bit of like a side question. That was like a side thing. And now on the main stage in front of everyone, I want to win. But I ain't going to do too much talking. Like, No done that before. I'll stay doing it. But right now, it's just business.
And again, look, we don't always get an insight to TEKKZ. You know, we get moments. You know, we get the no-look finish that we saw maybe towards the end of that EA Sports 2v2 Cup. How is TEKKZ feeling today? How motivated is he for a tournament such as this eChampions League?
I'm good, man. I've been trying hard. I've been practicing a lot. Motivation's a decent level, but I just want to get started. And I want to try to get to the next stage, the top 8 stage, the top 32 stage, would it be? And then be at the place where you can finally win, because I've not won for a while and I want to start winning again, you know.
Amazing stuff. And looking at this bracket on the west side of Europe, how stacked is it? I mean, it's great that we've got 7 English players in this bracket. You've got some French players in there. We're dating back a few seasons to Rocky in there. It's quite a stacked bracket, but you're confident you're going to be able to get through?
Yeah, listen, FIFA now is as hard as it's ever been. Like, there's so many good players coming through, and players that used to play on like FIFA 18 are getting better and better. So you got to keep up in the level. Believe in yourself, have a bit of confidence, and I reckon I can come out and make it to the next stage.
And last question, in this very tournament last year you said you were cooking back at LAN. Is TEKKZ going to be cooking today?
I don't know, man. Watch and see. I hope I am.
Amazing stuff. We can't wait to see this man in action in the first round of Swiss, which is coming up very, very soon.
Well, we've previewed 3 players then. They're obviously going to take to the centre stage as well in match number 1, which is pretty difficult, isn't it? Pressure's on them for sure. But finally, before we get into round 1, Grav, I'd love just your thought from a professional player. Obviously, you watch the scene inside and out. Who would be your pick to go all the way through to the final 8 in Istanbul?
I've trained with him for a bit. I've watched ETHXNH and NIT train with him for a bit, and I think ETHXNH is on another level this year. He won FGS 1, in FGS 2 he got top 16, and I think he's confident enough, and I think his playstyle suits the gameplay of this tournament really good, so I go for ETHXNH.
He's great at 2v2 as well, isn't he? Obviously top 4 as well in the EA Sports Cup. Mike, as an analyst, you kind of analyse it all from a different point of view. Who have you got your eye on?
Well, I like to look at people that I feel are hungry and they're peaking at the right time. So we're going to have an all-English affair here. We're going to go look at Stingray. And I bring that up because Stingray came to every EA Sports Cup event just to watch. Just that means that everything he's doing right now is focused on competitive FIFA, and you need to have that type of drive to have those small edges, those small margins, especially when you're dealing with playing at this level. And I think that he has those, and I'd be shocked to see him not push through again. So the young Englishmen are on a roll. They're on an upward trajectory.
They are.
They're both hungry for it, I'm going to say, and I'm saying that because our pre-show was presented by Just Eat, and that is definitely making me feel a little bit hungry. So should we go and grab some food, guys?
We don't need to grab it. I already placed orders for everyone. We got some Mediterranean food. I hope that there's a delivery. I see, oh, my man is ready to go. All right.
What service?
Pleasure. Yeah.
What did you get for us? A Mediterranean? I mean, Grav, take a look inside and we'll go and eat what's in there.
League pre-show presented by Just Eat.
Well, here we go then. eChampions League is officially here, and we cannot wait to be back for another year. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through this first round of Swiss format. Rich, it's a special one, isn't it, the eChampions League?
You know it's a special one when we dress up when the suits come out, when the tie comes. Look at this number, by the way. Look at this tie. When the turtlenecks are on, the eChampions League is here. It's the biggest tournament of the calendar year. Everyone circles it in the diary. You want to get through into the latter stages. This is just almost a prelim. We then build up. We build up all the way to Istanbul at the end of May into June. I simply cannot wait.
And did we say, by the way, that we've got, you know, TEKKZ here and Nicholas here, Matthias Banana here, and then tomorrow we've got Anders, Umit, Mo Alba is back in the building alongside loads of German players. This is a ridiculous tournament. I tell you what, if you've got nothing planned this weekend, this is the place you need to be. eChampions League, and you might be sitting there at home thinking, how can I get involved in some sort of competitive FIFA? Well, there's a chance that you can get involved thanks to one of the headline sponsors of the eChampions League in PlayStation. Build your best squad and test your skills in the eChampions League Fan Cups on PlayStation 5 by putting your ultimate team to the ultimate test. You'll have an opportunity to win more than just FIFA points. How about this one, Rich, for a prize?
Tell me.
If you win the tournament, you get to go on a VIP trip to the eChampions League finals in Istanbul in June. You get to be around some of the best FIFA players and, of course, the home of where the eChampions League and the Champions League final will be.
And you get a selfie with Beat Smith Esports and Mike LaBelle. He'll be there as well. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Make sure you get involved in those fan cups. It's a great opportunity as well if you're looking to get into FIFA esports to start building up that resume, just as all our players have been doing. Games are starting in the pitch. We'll keep you up to date with the biggest matches as they transpire, but we've got 3 unbelievable games behind us, in particular Nicholas 99 FC, the reigning champion, is where we start in our journey.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he feels confident as well. You know, it was a difficult end to the season for him last year, losing on a penalty shootout in the FIFA E World Cup. But there are so many stat games, we said, in this first round of Swiss. If you've missed the action, you've missed the fixtures we've got, take a look at this, because there are so many top matches in action. We will be speaking more about Nicholas and GOALPOACHER very soon. But Rich, I know you've made a little list alongside some of these on the screen. There are so many games that we can't wait to get our teeth into.
Yeah, I've got 5 in particular from this opening round that I just think are incredible. And I'm starting right at the top. Ethan versus Rocky, the player who won FGS1 against one of the players who has been to the top before. FIFA 17, Rocky was that EA Sports Cup champion all the way back then, $160,000. He's had a hard road, you could say. He's had a rocky road back to this position, but he is looking to go into the latter stage of the eChampions League. Manu Bashar versus Stingray, Stokes versus Maestro. And what about that game, Brandon, right there? Neat against Rafsu.
I don't know what it is about this eChampions League, but it's just bringing back names that we haven't seen for quite some time. It's so good, as we always keep saying, to be back on land, to really appreciate these opportunities when we've got 64 players around. Some are in the pit, where we're looking right now. Some are behind us on the featured stage. Our featured game is just taking place behind us right there, which, if you don't know what it is, we can teach it to you if you don't need to. How about the current eChampions League champion in Nicholas 99? Who's he face up against, though? One of these new up-and-coming UK players. GOALPOACHER, I say he's up-and-coming. He's an E-Premier League winner in his own right. He won that tournament last year with Norwich. Now he's actually just put pen to paper with their partnered esports organisation, 1J Esports. A great time to pick him up.
It's a fantastic time, and when I was chatting to GOALPOACHER about this opening matchup, these games have probably been finalised for 4 or 5 days. People have known who they're going to play in round 1. He was just saying, don't really have anything to lose. Like, if I go and beat him, Nicholas is 0-1. Yep. I'm 1-0. I'm absolutely flying. There's a lot of people who are looking at this game going, well, we don't expect GOALPOACHER to get something out of it. I disagree, and I think if there's anyone who can get at early doors, one of those big hitters, I think it is Nicholas. I know he's only a few inches away from us, but he does tend to start slow in LAN competitions. If you ever want to play Nicholas over the 5 Swiss rounds, it is in game 1.
We can confirm that the 2023 Champions League is officially underway. What a journey this has been, by the way. There was online qualification back in November where over 1,000 players took to the online qualifier, online brackets. And only 64 could make it to this stage right now. Let's get our teeth into this first and foremost, Richard, about the squad restrictions for this event. This is, as always, with the Champions League. It does follow a selection of restrictions which looks to shine those roads to the final, roads to the knockout players, the so forth promos we're going to see over the next coming months. But because the promo only just dropped yesterday, we're not going to see the biggest of sprinkle of those players, are we?
We're not, no. It's going to be quite heavy hero items in the squads. As you can see, David Ginola linking him to R9 and Ronaldinho. Goal poacher opens the scoring here. He's one of those icons that we're going to see. Ronaldinho, the Team of the Year icon, right in there, leading from the front.
Yeah, but back to the point, as we were saying, Richard, so you are allowed unlimited foot heroes in your squad. 3 icons, that doesn't include the goalkeeper, but you can use some of those new Team of the Year icons.
The Team of the Year icons, the World Cup icons as well, are eligible, but the rest of the team has to be made up by Champions League items. They're the items who came out earlier on in the game, as we just see there. Nico having a look at the screen behind him. Maybe he wants that taken off so he can't be copying his tactics. Goal poacher right there up against him. But I do think that the lack of real sort of meta game Champions League items that are available right now, the road to the knockouts players available, you're only probably going to see Valverde, realistically, in the squads. He was used out of position at right back. Couple of Canates, and maybe Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. Other than that, I don't think we'll see too many of the Champions League items in the squads.
You may as well just call it the foot hero restriction, because we're going to be seeing so many of them. One man that will be causing so many problems, though. Al-Awairan, that Saudi Arabian foot hero that's been causing nightmares for FIFA players all over the world. So good. If you have just joined us, this is the first round of games in the Champions League. Goal poacher is leading Nicholas by a goal to nil. Nicholas looking to have his first chance off the game. Ronaldinho driving towards goal and making it look so simple. Ronaldinho into R9. It's some of his icons of choice, but so silky from Nicholas.
And we're going to see this a lot, and I'm going to say it once, and I'm expecting to say it a lot over this weekend. Getting to the byline, attack the line. It is something that's so impactful right now in FIFA. You saw he got up to that sort of, I like to call it the danger area. You're in between maybe the 6-yard and the 18-yard box. You're driving towards goal. You can't get tackled. It'll go out for a corner. You know how good some of these players are from set pieces. You can't foul him. It'll be a penalty. So you just let him go. You let him go into the space. And what happens then? Simple cutback opportunities.
As we just saw there, it was time to perfection for R9, just to tap it into the back of the net. Well, there's another pause again. Nicholas is not happy with something. There's goal poacher.
Sportsmanship as well.
Rightly so, runs that one out of play. Let's just turn our attentions to some of the other games that are taking place right now if we can as well. There are 2 featured matchups that are also alongside our main focus game. They do include Matias Bernardo on one side. On the opposite side, of course, we see TEKKZ in action in that game. Keep in mind as well, for those at home, this is Swiss-style format. What does that mean, I hear you ask? 3's the magic number, Richard, both in a good way and a terrible way.
It certainly is. If you've never seen a Swiss stage format group before, everyone starts the tournament, you get randomly drawn. Everyone's random. That's the 32 players who are playing today. If you win a game, you'll match someone at a 1-0 record. If you lose, you match someone 0-1. You're racing to 3 wins. If you get to 3 wins, you will go through into the next stage of the eChampions League. If you get 3 losses, unfortunately, that trophy you see right there won't be coming home with you. And a player who is looking to take that trophy back with him, he's Donovan Hunt, otherwise known as TEKKZ.
Yeah, let's jump over to his game as soon as we can while we get this sorted with Nicholas now.
What did you make of his interview?
Well, I spoke to him before the interview, and I just said, what's the motivation like, you know, from the kid that turned up in FIFA 18 and won the FUT Champions Cup? He said, look, a lot's changed there. I think he, in his last answer to me, it summed up in the best way possible. He said, FIFA esports is at its most competitive it's ever been right now. You've got all the players that are already established. Some have gone, some have got back on it, and some have turned up against you know, look at Rocky, for example, Rafsu, players that still hustling away, still working away, still within the conversation. And then you've got just all these new players coming through. And it makes it such a difficult level. As he said, this comp level is ridiculous. And for TEKKZ to keep getting here just shows how good he is.
I also think he's sort of, he's made such an impact, especially in England, with FIFA players. And one of those players that I think has impacted a lot from TEKKZ's success, showing that it is possible, is Stingray. And I mentioned him at the top of the show, his game in particular, up against Manu Bashar, what a game that is. Two youngsters who are just so good. And I'm not surprised that we've only played half an hour, 45 minutes, and it's 2-1 already. This game was going to be full of goals. We'll jump into this game while we resolve the slight technical difficulty with Nicholas on the stage.
What, we might be in for another goal here. Could be a chance for a goal, just like that. Stingray pulls away again and finds a third. It's like he just knows he's on stream with the celebrations that are out from him.
I can actually just see he's right in front of us. I can see Zach Moore sat behind him, and he sort of gave a look over to the commentary desk. I think they might know that they've just been taken on stream, but a fantastic finish there from Stingray, finding that left corner. He's had a real sort of 18 months, Stingray, when you look at the FIFA majors that he was a part of. Top 2 at the Club World Cup with SAF. Now he's moved on, and I'm really sort of looking forward to seeing what he can do here today.
No, absolutely, as we said. Let's jump back to our featured game. We'll keep up to date, as we said, of all the games that are taking place. There are 16 games taking place in every single round up until, obviously, round 3 when we start losing players that will be going 0-3 and will be eliminated of the tournament. To catch you up on this one, 15 minutes played. It was goalpost that went 1 goal to the good, and Nicholas finding that all-important equaliser. There is 2 legs to play, though. A long time still to go. Nicholas on the hump for a second goal. Side trap teed there by goal poacher Yaya Toure. He'll be having an influential link into this team. Oh, Nicholas! 18 minutes in, and he's already pulling out goals like that. It was a lovely little dink ball into. Is that David Ginola?
It is, yeah. And a great view that I've got right here. You can see him there. Goalpoacher conceded and just sort of sat back in his chair. What are you supposed to do there? It's sort of indefendable. You've played the offside trap to try and squeeze the team up the pitch very slightly. Nicholas has just recycled it into the middle, and then a floated, almost Sean Dyche-esque cross into the big man, David Ginola. He leaps over the goalkeeper, and it's just another tool, another avenue of success that this man has got.
Back underway again. 20 minutes played, and only to Nicholas. 6 minutes to go behind the bounce back. I was just looking through this morning, Rich, at the qualification that took place for this tournament. Some of the matchups that happened in it, for example, the likes of Nicholas and Stokes playing. Yep. There was a Nicholas TEKKZ game where Nicholas was 3-0 down at the end of the first leg, came back and won 4-3 in that game. Some of the matches that have happened in qualification for this tournament have been crazy, and trust me, there's going to be so many more of them happening today and tomorrow.
When we talk about just getting to this stage, getting to the top 32 in your region is super impressive. They're the sort of games that you've got to get through. You're almost playing a lot of the people who made it to the tournament in the Swiss and in the group stages of qualifying, the pre-qualifying almost. It's mightily impressive.
I think there were 17 different countries that were eligible to partake in this tournament. And you are looking at the 64 best players today and tomorrow, as Europe sort of is split in half. Tomorrow, if you are looking for a German representative, they'll be in action tomorrow. Nicholas did do a great bit of defending just a few minutes ago. It's a great chance for goalpoachers. He looks to come on charge again. 30 minutes played. Best we can. We'll keep up to date with all the other games that are taking place.
These matches will obviously be played as well over 2 legs. I know we've played a few one-legged matches this season and in the domestic leagues as well. You might be familiar with a one-legged game of FIFA, but we're back to the FGS rules today. 2 legs, aggregate scoreline. Whoever is victorious over the course of the 180 minutes will be taking the win. If it is a draw, extra time and penalties will be called upon.
I just looked over to my right shoulder there, and I've just seen Matthias Bonanno 2-0 down in his opening game.
It's just not been clicking for him this year so far.
Tell you what, this could be clicking for goalpoacher. The idea was there, it looked like a cross, more of a shot. Couldn't find the angle that he was looking for.
So we'll speak a lot more about Matthias and a number of the other players as well here today. Right now, it's the defending champion, the man with a target on his back. Nicholas 99 FC leading 2-1, but GOALPOACHER is well within his right to be in this game, and maybe could even be 2-2, that clearance off the line.
Building again is Nicholas. Currently leading by 2-1. He's loving this access that's being offered to him down the byline. We'll speak more about that right-back issue in a second as well with these teams. Here's Valverde that will be slotting into that position. Happily to do a job there. He picks up the ball again. Valverde is a right-back. Is that going to be a carbon copy for everyone this weekend?
Yes, I would imagine so, and I'll delve into it a little bit more at half-time, tell you why, and how Valverde is used in the team, because you might be scratching your head thinking, what chemistry is he even going to get there? I'll give you the info on that at half-time, but it looks like Nicholas will be going in with a 2-1 lead. Long ball forward again.
He's loving these lofted ball forwards. Half-time is upon us. Nicholas leads by 2-1. Still 3 halves of action to play.
So let's talk about the right back, because it is the position that just isn't filled. There's no hero that can play right back, or right wing back for that fact, so that eliminates that. I've seen a couple
you don't
of
want
players,
to waste an icon, do you?
I've seen a couple of players playing Cafu, and then you relinquish an icon spot. Yeah. Given the Champions League pool of players available to you, there's a couple of sort of centre-backs, none are good enough to play right-back. So Valverde just is that player to fit in there. He's the utility man. He's the Swiss Army knife. Do a job at right-back for me. If we switch to a 3-4-1-2, you step into midfield, you step into right mid. He is that person who can just do a couple of different roles for you. I've even seen, I got here quite early this morning, watching all the players warm up. I saw Jason Park.
Did you?
At right back.
At right back?
Yeah.
I mean, he played quite a few positions in his career, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He was the utility man. And I did see him played at right back just from a couple of the players. Obviously not here today. It's a double dose of Valverde.
Back on the way. Here in the first round of Swiss in the eChampions League. This is the group stages in London. As we go from 64 down to 32 over the next 48 hours. Speaking of Valverde, he'll be in that right back position for many pros today, unless you do take that icon here, but you are right, you could be missing out on a big player, Ronaldinho, yeah, and R9, or anyone else that tickles your fancy.
A pen? Could have been.
Idea was there from the throw-in. Intercepted well by GOALPOACHER. Valverde bobbing on from right back. That's what he will do in this team. Got the ball rolls. GOALPOACHER. It's a good idea. Is there an extra cutback available? Still is just in possession. It's the Uruguayan.
Offside trap again. Are we going to see another? So it seems as though whenever there's an offside trap, both players are looking to go in behind very quickly. Nicholas obviously did it with the goal. GOALPOACHER just then tried it, couldn't quite get the execution off, and could be punished on the counter.
Is there a cutback available? And Nicholas loves just teasing to go inside, but then just goes down the byline instead. Quick corner played. How good was he last year in the Champions League from these moments? Nicholas, we might see another case of it now towards the back post, headed back across. David Ginola. Just a little bit too short in the flick on to find the French forward.
He's just so creative from those corners. He's always looking for the best route to goal. How many people there, we're playing, people at home are playing, that ball gets chipped into the back post, I'm shooting. He's looking for a knockdown. He's looking for a header down to another player.
He's looking for a 90% chance. There could have been a...
Instead of a 13% chance. Who's scored a header from 12 yards?
We have to say as well, the level of play you're looking at right now, it had to come down to that last year, which is how the game was feeling as well in terms of some of the lower scoring matches. Had to come down to a set piece. Could be a break here now. What's that left side? It's an option available maybe.
Yeah, I thought maybe he could have gone, but he recycled it quite nicely here as Nicholas.
Down the byline again is Valverde. Still, ball bounces back to the Real Madrid midfielder, Hullet. Gets his body round to Hullet still, Nicholas. Brilliant feet, even better save from Van der Sar, who just about can get two hands on it.
Always so composed, isn't he, as well, Nicholas, when he's looking to create those opportunities. Just keeps it calm, keeps it ticking over almost, and then will burst into life. GOALPOACHER for how much we've been waxed lyrical about Nicholas in this opening 66 minutes, he's played very well. He's limited the amount of mistakes he's made to very, very little. And whenever he comes forward, he looks dangerous.
And how many times, Richard, has anyone come up against a player with, you know, you could argue Hall of Fame FIFA esports power, and you're playing such an occasion, as much as this is a round one in Swiss, you're playing Nicholas, the current eChampions League winner. That ball goes out of possession again.
I just had a little look over, because we're about 15 minutes behind in-game compared to a number of the other matches. So I look over to my left and I saw TEKKZ had left his setup. He's gone to get himself a little break before the second leg gets underway. I looked over to my right and I saw Matheus Banano making a couple of changes. Lamar, it looked to be, coming in at right back. Valverde had been dropped. It looked like Lamar was coming in. So I suppose that's something else with the restrictions that we've got right here. Players won't be too familiar at what they're dealing with. So I think a lot of changes might be made during the games. Imagine you're playing, you play round one. You got Valverde at right back. You get skinned 4 times
Back
and
post cross.
you lose from that. Do you then start to think, well, maybe Cafu does come in?
I mean, I think what's more important as well, Richard, the players that are playing tomorrow, I've already seen there's quite a few of them around here.
They're watching.
They're watching of what should my 11-man team be for tomorrow.
Because it's not final. I've seen Marquez at centre-back. I've seen Cordoba. There's a lot of different players. And speaking of Cordoba, he's in the back 4 for Nicholas.
Looks like he certainly needs to be in there alongside that man in possession now, Lucio. New icon for this year has looked not out of place at all as the Brazilian. 50 minutes away from the end of this first leg. Keep in mind there is a second leg still to come. There is a lot more still to unfold. GOALPOACHER has created chances and he has taken the game to Nicholas where he's had to.
Oh, that's a bad loss of possession.
You lose possession there. And Nicholas is just steamrolling at you. It is a scary sight. Options in the box could be available. Davijanola's in there, R9. Queuing up, waiting for the chance. Gael Torre interchange as well for Ronaldinho. Great feet from the Brazilian who looks to dance his way past 1 or 2.
Very open this game, and LEROY runs away.
That's what he can do, Rich. He's got plenty of pace. The foot hero timed it green, and just like that, game on. Back all square at 2-2.
Quite a beautiful counter-attack. He defended well. Nicholas looked for that roulette, and as soon as LEROY got that first touch out of his feet, away from Valverde, he was nowhere to be seen. He was away, he was in on goal. Then it all comes down to, do you have the bottle? Do you have the composure? Just for the added incentive, he took it with a green time in the bottom corner.
And how hard is that as well? There'll be people at home thinking, oh, it's an easy finish. Timed it green in a game where you're not going to get many chances, are you?
Well, he's not really had a sniff. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. 10 minutes left to play in this first leg. You've now levelled it up, and not only have you levelled up the scoreline, but mentally, you're right back in the game. There was a period of probably 30 minutes, I would say, where it looks like the game was edging towards Nicholas's favour. Maybe he got a third goal, but GOALPOACHER has slammed the door right in his face. Levelled it up and potentially looking to leave him with a black eye going into the second leg if he can get a goal in front that will nip him into a winning position.
4 minutes left of leg 1. There's your first taste of just how competitive these games are going to be today and tomorrow. I can assure you there'll be a lot more and a lot of upsets as well from this round 1. 16 games taking place. As we said, as soon as we have results, we'll give them to you at home. Looks like GOALPOACHER is waiting for that last chance of the game. Patience is needed against probably the most patient man in FIFA. R9 could be in a running race there, didn't want to go for it. That man will though instead. LEROY, is there options in the box for him? Dinks it in nicely. Ronaldinho with a sort of flying kick towards goal. It's time green, so if there was a defender in the way there, Richard, that might have been flying into the back of the net.
If he'd have made contact, that is one of the goals of the day so far in game 1. There was a defender in the way of it, sticking his body on the line, and GOALPOACHER goes in to leg 2, level pegging. Really good game, this.
He'll be happy with that as well, won't he?
Oh, over the moon.
Being 1-0 up and then thrown away the lead 15 minutes later. But regardless of it, he's very much in this game. And at the start of it, Rich, you teased that if there was a man to go out and get a result in the first round of Swiss, it could be him. He's got nothing to lose, you're right.
He's got nothing to lose. We've talked quite a bit about Nico being a slow starter, and GOALPOACHER came out the blocks flying. I think we're in a really good game here. I really, really do. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if we go into leg 2, GOALPOACHER goes in front and puts Nicholas at a 0-1. Imagine you're that person who's just lost and you're matching Nico at 0-1.
Also, if that does happen, Richard, and then somehow Nico goes 0-2, he's one of those few players that will...
He's got the...
He'll probably come back and go 3-2.
The capability to turn it around, yeah.
Yeah, there's still a lot to unfold, as we said, in this game here in the eChampions League. Leg 1 has been concluded between Nicholas and GOALPOACHER as we get that second game ready for you. I just mean, look, outside of this one, Richard, Tom Stokes against Maestro is another superb game this round. As we said, Rafsu against Neat. As soon as we have these scores, we will let you know. We'll give you updates of what is going on around the grounds, because people have been going 1-0, having a flying start, here in London. Others, not the start that they would have wanted at all. With the amount of French players here, Dutch players here, there's a lot of nations that have travelled well this time round.
Emre Yilmaz up against JRA. You can see the pit right there. A couple of celebrations being had. It's been pretty quiet, though, so far, because I think the players know it's a marathon. You're not in for 100 metres. You're in for a 26-miler. And you potentially could be on round 5, 2-2, needing to keep your head and keep your composure.
Yeah. Just want to stay on this shot, on that shot for a second as well. That pit is just... There's going to be so much reaction in that pit. We'll have a little look at it again now. There, as we said, what, 15, or sorry, there'll be 13 games taking place in that pit, as you said, 3 outside of it. You can see, if you look closely, like Tom Stokes on the right-hand side of your screen, a few Team Hullet shirts around, XL Tom on that left-hand side of the screen there. There'll be lots of players that people at home will be just desperate to know what is happening in those games. Plenty of updates, as we said, to come from the Champions League, and a lot of reaction as we get through round 3, the big round, round 4, round 5, when the elimination starts to happen and we start whittling down from 32 players, should say, all the way down to just 16 at the end of this first day.
Give you a little one there. I think that was Emre Yilmaz 3-1 up. Well, one of the fan favourites representing #United, that's Stokes. He is currently 7-3 down to Maestro. We'll stay on this for a little while so we can see how this game is starting to take shape. But Maestro in the white strip with a 4-goal advantage. If there's a couple of players who could turn this game around, it is Stokes. Just the way that he plays, with the attacking intent, with the numbers flying forward. He's got the game to be able to turn it around, and this could be the start of it. Great save.
Question why Nino's not gone for a header there, but what a start. I mean, let's just have a quick word on Maestro as well. So good to see him back at LAN. A player that loves this eChampions League, and he's got a personality, hasn't he? He's got a bit of a character, as Maestro, the Frenchman.
He's it always feels better when he's at the LAN. Just you know that you might get some Mbappe celebration from him if he goes through. You know you're going to get drama if he gets eliminated. It's going to be must-watch esports action. And along with that, is a pretty decent FIFA player as well.
Yeah, really good goalkeeper movement there from Stokes. Stopping a time green finish. Maestro looking to get cooking from this corner. Not sure what happened there with Yaya Toure. But look, keep in mind, this is not knockout FIFA as it stands right now. This is just Swiss round 1. No one will leave the tournament. No one will progress through. Tom Stokes needs this one. It will fall into the back of the net. And maybe the comeback will start. There is just under 60 minutes left to play. Now the deficit has narrowed down ever so slightly.
7-4. Stokes now trailing. He's got a lot of time left to play with. R9, chest and volley, all in one swift motion right there. A big goal for Stokes to give himself potential first foot back into this Swiss round 1 game. Just looked over my shoulder, I can see fist bumps all round. Looks like Nicholas and GOALPOACHER are going to be getting back underway in our featured match very shortly, but we'll just see if Maestro scores from this attack. Cross whipped in, doesn't fall to a white shirt. We will keep you updated with this game and we'll let you know if Stokes can turn it around, but back to our featured match now, Brandon.
Yeah, well, you could argue it's pretty much 0-0 in this game. 2-2 is the scoreline. Nothing to separate the two after an action-packed first leg. Hopefully, we shall get more of the same. Nicholas kicking from left to right in that white strip. GOALPOACHER in the red. What start it would be for him in this eChampions League if he was to go 1-0 against the current eChampions League winner. He's on the hunt for an opening goal in this game. Brilliant pass, finds R9, Ronaldinho just was stitched up there ever so slightly.
It wasn't a good pass, was it? Ronaldo Nazario just leaving his compatriot with too much to do almost. Passed it behind him, couldn't take it in his stride and continue the attack. Promising start though, certainly for GOALPOACHER. And he has played in these high octane matches before, in this exact arena. In fact, about a year ago, winning the E-Premier League.
Yeah, literally in this very room. He was successful last year. In the Premier League, that was with Norwich. Teammate Dammy, 2v2 champions they were. Nicholas has been so good at just winning the ball back with that press when he's needed it. Valverde, that's a cheeky little cross. I'm sure he got such an angle around that, whether there was just an offside trap. Tease, look how direct this is from GOALPOACHER. You have to be direct against Nicholas.
Hullet made the run forward there, bursting from central midfield, didn't decide to use it, and he's just going to recycle possession, keep it ticking over. No reason to throw bodies forward yet, no reason to give the ball away in bad possessions for either player.
Ginola, this is nice, GOALPOACHER. Lucio well played at the back, strong block that was needed.
I've just had a quick look over to the pit. I believe Maestro scored again, so that is now 8-4 for everyone who's wanting to keep an eye on Stokes and Maestro. I know it's one of the highlight matches for the fans out there.
12-goal thriller.
Yeah, we'll do our best to just have a look at it. I think it's just approaching half-time in that particular matchup, so there's a little bit of chance left for Stokes, but it is dwindling.
Chance, GOALPOACHER. Yeah, Lucio. Really well done. You're hearing a few roars in the background. That's coming from the pit where the goals are going in.
I think he's onside.
Here's a chance to Nicholas. Watch R9 in the box. He might go on his own with the Saudi Arabia, and he does, and he scores! Didn't need anyone else in that moment.
But the damage had already been done from the previous goal where he scored the cutback. You've got that in the back of your mind, it's there, and you're thinking, well, surely he's going to try and cut it back. Surely he's going to try and cut it back. He just attacked it to the byline, started to slowly curve his way in field. You can see here, this first touch just opens it up slightly for him. It's a great finish. Maybe question marks over the goalkeeper.
The question mark for today, though, Richard, is going to be whoever plays right back is dealing with him.
You just put, yeah, absolutely.
Anyone that's there, we can argue Icon, Valverde or not. The switch is there. Al-Wawaran is always going to be on the left-hand side, as we're seeing so far. So it's always that battle.
He's always going to win when it comes to a one-on-one sprint. So then the question is, if that is such a big negative in the squads and it's such a big hole, do you start to change your formation? Do you start to change your personnel? Are there any of the attacking players who could play right-back for you?
Oh, we've seen some interesting picks in our time. There was a time when Virgil van Dijk used to play fullback.
Hullet.
GOALPOACHER. Yaya Toure. Will he strike one from that far out? I don't think he will. R9 will do this though! Great feat.
Fabulous save. The reverse elastico creating the space inside the box. Picture of Real class there from GOALPOACHER.
30 minutes gone, 3-2. Nicely done, R9. LEROY ran into one more pass available. Captain Villa, patience from Nicholas, who's happy just to go back to his goalkeeper, then work it out. All around the corner. Ricardo Carvalho back in the mix. Keep in mind, as we said, 3 wins will send you through to April's knockout stages, which will be back here again in London, where 32 will remain in the tournament. Only 8 will go to Istanbul. Ginola, that's a great pass! It's all there with the rebound! Again, it's Lucio that's there for Nicholas. Again, it's another brilliant chance from GOALPOACHER, who's just doing so well at cutting open Nicholas's defence and asking questions of him. With 5 minutes from half-time, this could have easily been an even-Steven scenario again.
It absolutely could be, and I think you probably, if you're in GOALPOACHER's camp, there's not a lot you've really done wrong. You've been done down the line a couple of times by LEROY, and you conceded a header from Ginola. I mean, there's really not that much that you think, I should have done this, I could have done this. He's attacking really, really well, and look again where all the attacks are coming from. Valverde is a liability. I'm going to say it 35 minutes into the broadcast.
How long will he last, though? That's the question. But more importantly, who's going to come in and replace him? Half-time, Nicholas in the lead by 3 goals to 2, but you can see by the reaction on your screen there from GOALPOACHER, he feels like he's deserved a bit more out of this.
Oh, absolutely. He'll be thinking, I've not really done too much wrong. I'm playing well. But Nicholas is just somehow in front. And that's a conversation that I've had with a number of different FIFA pros. They always say, yeah, I play well against Desari, I play well against Nicholas, but I just never seem to get the result. And they've just got a extra gear, an extra sort of just 3, 4, 5% that they can go to get results. And that consistency is shown from FIFA 17 all the way to FIFA 23. He was at an E-World Cup top 8 finish.
I'll speak to Nicholas.
In FIFA 17.
Just before we spoke earlier today, and I said, you know, there's so many talks about Nicholas after last year, you know, maybe giving it up and retiring and how many years he's got left. And I said to him, you know, how many more years do you think you can compete for? And he just turned around to me and said, look, I love competing. You know, at times from home, online qualification might be difficult, but I love competing at events. My hunger for competing has never settled. And I mean, look, if he can go and have a run in this eChampions League again this year, what a story it could be. There's never been a back-to-back eChampions League win. I know I'm a long, long way from that. I'm creating a story that's put about 1% of the way there, but the mantelpiece that this man has, regardless of whether he wins this first game or not, he's been one of the best players that we've seen in a generation in FIFA esports. There's 45 minutes left in this one. GOALPOACHER certainly is still in the hunt. Oh no, it's a gift! Oh. Again, Lucio has pretty much been a second goalkeeper. Everywhere where Van der Sar hasn't been, he has been.
That's a ridiculous block. What, 5-6 yards out, Lucio just throwing his body on the line.
He's made about 6 of those blocks so far in this game, Lucio. Another chance to come forward, this time Hullet, well played, another great save. The connection there of the finish just wasn't what GOALPOACHER would have wanted. He tried to finesse it round Van der Sar, just could not get any real conviction in the finish.
He'll be so disappointed as well with that. The opportunity came to him. He went to slide it past the keeper.
Nicholas, offside. GOALPOACHER. Honestly, it's been a perfect case study of how you have to take the game to Nicholas and make it as difficult as he has for him. But it just feels like Nicholas has got all these spare parts that he can make a block, he can make a bit of goalkeeper movement, then there's a second defender that you haven't seen that's been hidden behind the goalpost that pops out and
just keeps on ticking over, Nicholas. And it's that ability to just somehow keep himself in front. And it gets to the 90th minute and you've lost. But GOALPOACHER is not giving this game up yet. GOALPOACHER will score. This game will go 3-3.
Let's see it now then, Richard. Hullet. Oh, 9!
Oh, the goalkeeper
Another
movement.
save! Van der Sar and Nicholas with the 1% details that they've just been able to keep this man out again and again and again.
This is the perfect opportunity to let me tell you of a developing story. We saw it for a couple of seconds between Stokes and Maestro. It was 7-3. It is now 8-7 to Maestro. He's leading 8-7. There's not a lot of time left, but I know there's a lot of people at home who will be very, very invested.
87th minute in that game.
A lot of people invested in that game. 8-7 currently. Stokes has made a comeback. He's 1 goal away from levelling it up and taking it to extra time.
Tell you what, if he does, there'll be a reaction from that pit.
We're in a perfect position here in the commentary booth desk because we've got literally, 3 meters away from us. We can see all the matches that are currently taking place. People have already started standing up and saying their GGs for round 1. We'll have all those results with Rachel and Mike very, very shortly. However, we're back into our featured matchup. GOALPOACHER still knocking on the door.
Yeah, how many more knocks before he has to kick the door down to Nicholas's goal? And we've got a full-time result there, where I believe Maestro has just won the game. And from what I just saw there,
you look very angry.
I think he may have just got told off by an admin for celebrating too much. It doesn't surprise me really, does it?
It's only round 1. We need about 6 different cameras permanently in this pit because there is a lot of drama happening right now that's all taking place.
Chance for Nicholas to win a corner. 22 minutes left. Ronaldinho finds pretty much all of Nicholas's defence as he recycles it all the way back. It's a goal. But you're right, this is only round 1 and we've had a reaction in that pit. Come round 3, when people are qualifying, they're up in the money, they're in the prize money. Things will start changing. Ronaldinho, fancy that one.
Not long left
Might
to
get
go.
another chance to conclude the game now. You do not make those mistakes. Well recovered by GOALPOACHER nevertheless.
Got away with it. He's certainly got away with it. The pressure's not finished yet though. It could be made to pay. Dribbles the ball out of play and will take us into a pause. As you can see, Nicholas there, the 5-4-1, we've got a little glimpse of it, what he's playing and how he's using it. Full time's pretty much all wrapped up from a number of our games, I believe. Looking over to my right-hand side on that featured station, Mateus Bonanno won the second leg, but he lost the first leg. I think you said 2-0, Brandon? He was trailing 2-0 at one point, so that would be a full-time Mateus 0-1, but we'll get the official confirmation very shortly.
4-3 win for Capu, I think I've pronounced that right, of Portugal. One of the few Portuguese players here. It's his first ever LAN event, Richard, and he's just beaten the man that came second in the eChampions League. No one is safe. No one is safe in this tournament.
And these shocks are happening. I've just heard as well that TEKKZ also did lose over to my left-hand side.
That was against JRG, 15 of Getafe, the Spaniard there. Have we got one more storyline to tell you in this game, or is Nicholas going to follow the script and be one of the few players to back up the hype of a 1-0 scenario? Just on that, by the way, I don't know if you remember, eChampions League might have even been last year. think TEKKZ was 0-2, and he came back and qualified for that. Was an online cup. Nevertheless, he gave us a bit of excitement in that cup.
I believe that was the ECL group stages that were moved to online. Tournament obviously still took place, and we went over to Sweden for the knockouts and the grand finals, but he was 0-2 because we sort of painting the narrative of he might get Swissed, he might be eliminated here. It almost seems like when everything in the FIFA esports landscape, whenever we come to these tournaments, whenever we come to these events, gets just a little bit mixy. There's always one constant, and it is Nicholas picking up results. He's got 10 minutes left to go.
This is probably one of those games as well where you look at the stats at the end of the game and you think,
how have I
not won that game? But look, the micromanaging that we've seen from Nicholas, so many of these difficult moments has been incredible.
I don't know if you see this as well, but he's also took Valverde out of.
He's gone.
Right wing back. He's playing centre mid, and to me it looks like Alawairan's over at right wing back. Just from what I can see from Nicholas's POV here.
Alawairan versus Alawairan. Yeah, you are right to see that, Richard. Clever from Nicholas, but will he stop him on this time? Great pass, another incredible piece of goalkeeper movement again from Nicholas.
GOALPOACHER will come away from this game if he suffers defeat, flabbergasted that he has not at least took it to extra time. He's had 3 glorious opportunities in this second leg. I don't know if he'll get the ball back.
Nicholas, just doing Nicholas things. To be one step of your opponent in that minuscule time, Richard.
It's ridiculous.
It's like he's playing 2 goals in front of his opponent. There's the offside trap that was played. There's only 1 minute left of additional time. Nicholas, the current eChampions League winner, had so many questions asked of him in this first leg, but still comes out with an opening win in the first round of the Swiss stages.
And the history books will say 4-2. Nicholas with the victory. However, if you watch that game back, you will think, how on earth has he got a result there? GOALPOACHER should have scored at least 3 goals. He walks off the stage angrily because he knows that that game was there.
Also great to see how good of a player GOALPOACHER has become, even off the back of that E-Premier League victory, how better he's become. Look, he was toe-to-toe with Nicholas in so many moments in that.
If he performs like that throughout the rest of the 4 rounds, he qualifies. Just need to keep it calm now and continue throughout. I think we're all but 1 game left to go, Brandon. I think we've got 1 match remaining here in this opening Swiss round. Nicholas picking up the victory. You can see the pit right there. We're jumping into something live. We certainly are. Live action. Extra time. 4-4. Rafa Monta and Leroy.
Extra time. I think this is the only game that has gone the extra length into the extra time period here. Let's see how this one's going to be played out. 4-4 across the 2 legs already.
Rafa looking to create. Ronaldinho, a couple of step overs, driving to the byline.
Oh, he nearly squeezed it at the near post there. 10 minutes away from a penalty shootout, Richard. That'll be a very interesting way to conclude this one. That one played towards the front post, cleared away without any problem at all.
Gosens, Kanate, you start to see as we delve around a couple of these different players' teams. Marquisio, he's probably come off the bench. I think I saw Aubameyang heading the ball away there for Leroy. Part of Bundled. Has been a fixture in FIFA esports for, well, since we started, Brandon, really. Some of the best players that have graced our screens have been partnered with Bundled, and Leroy no exception to that.
Yeah, one of the few Dutch players as well that have travelled over to London. There's quite a few that have followed, a lot of them from Team Hullet. A few players outside of that. Leroy looking to build up and work the perfect chance. Marquisio does feature back in this team. He will feature a few times. Messi, I can only imagine, has come off the bench. He doesn't give you all the pace that you can use in his Champions League foot item. Tries his best to get down that byline, but Messi and the Messi and Valverde battle might be more of a fairer one compared to what we've seen across the matches we've already watched today. Little Messi on the opposite side, again, just lacks that little bit of pace, doesn't it?
It's a great challenge as well from Kanate, coming across, taking the ball. Messi got a little bit on the way through as well. Final chance of this game in round one will fall to Leroy. Is Gosens onside? No. Penalties.
Penalties it is, Richard. Round one of Swiss, and we're on our way to a penalty shootout to find out.
Oh, maybe not.
Or not. Is there a cutback available? Rafa Mont, is there an extra pass available? Oh, wow, there is! We called it penalties. Rafa Mont didn't. Just like that. Last kick of the game. He's on his way to his first win in the eChampions League group stages. Look at that.
Apogee Esports getting off the ground here at the eChampions League. Fantastic. We call penalties. He had no idea. Get down the byline, get the cutback. Another player with great pace off the bench, Smolarek, the Polish player, and great shot as well. Getting that reaction from Rafa Mont. I heard some banging. I thought someone had just gone through the desk, but it was his team behind him getting him up for it.
He knows as well now, Richard. Just 2 more big wins. 2 more big wins, and I'm back again here in April in the final 32. What a start and what a way to end this first round. You can see in the shot there just a few UK players just catching up with each other after the end of that first round. A lot has unfolded. Some of your favourite pro players might be 0 and 1, but they do get 2 likes before it's sort of, you know, now or never. You can go 0 and 2, and you can bounce back and get 3 and 2. 3's the magic number, or it could be the worst number, as we said. 3 wins gets you into the knockout stages.
And now we just start to see it literally in front of us here, all the players talking about their results. How did you get on? Who did you play against? What you're thinking about your upcoming game potentially. There's going to be a little bit of chatter, a little bit of discussion before we get round 2 underway. But if round 1's anything to go by, this eChampions League is going to be the most competitive we've had yet.
No, absolutely. Well, we have concluded it from the commentary desk here. For now, it's back to Rachel and Mike to digest everything we've just seen in that first round.
Well, thanks, guys. And I must say, you look very dapper as well in your suits. And it looks smart, Mike Glabell. Round 1, though, was amazing. Obviously, we previewed 3 of the big matchups on our big stages and didn't quite go to plan there. 2 out of the 3 matches, they obviously lost their first round, which was very unexpected. That, of course, was TEKKZ and Matthias Banana. Did we expect that, Mike Glabell?
No, but they both started slow, and then they looked better. They recovered in the second leg, but it was too little too late. I would even argue in the Nicholas game as well that GOALPOACHER shoulda, coulda, woulda had that upset. I mean, he made a lot of chances, didn't have that final finish, wasn't clinical enough, and I will say Nicholas looked maybe a little more confident in those big moments with some of the goalkeeper movement.
Okay, you've got to get 3 wins. Does it matter that you lose the first round?
I'd rather start with a win than a loss. You get a little more leeway, but I don't expect players that have this much experience, especially in the Swiss format, to be rattled off a first loss.
Yeah, and especially as we were bigging them up so much, how much confidence they have, how many accolades they have already on their CV. We kind of expected them to get that W next to their name in round 1. And we can look at the highlights from those 3 feature matchups as well. And Mike, maybe you can cast an eye on where they went wrong, where they made a couple of these mistakes. This is the GOALPOACHER Nicholas 99 FC match, which we did feature heavily.
And you see GOALPOACHER there setting a little bit of a tone to get things underway, that he's ready for the big stage. But as you would expect with Nicholas, and I love this goal, we're actually going to revisit this goal. A lot of skill moves that are missed out there, but Ronaldinho does a pure, expressive, virtual masterpiece of ins and outs. A lot of tricks into the equation.
GOALPOACHER as well. He's really grown as a player. We kind of said to him about him last year that him and Dami in the Premier League, he was kind of carried. He's come out here and really put himself on centre
You said
stage.
He was carried. I didn't say he was carried.
You weren't here. The entire team at the EPL did, I'll have you know. But now he's really came out here and made a name for himself and should have possibly won that one.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful goal here. I love the timing of that run, the chip through ball. First time you release the main man, timed green on the finish. And it's unfortunate for GOALPOACHER here because it's going to be hard when you feel that you maybe deserved a result. If you watch this game in its complete fashion, there were so many chances missed that just weren't converted on his end. But again, you have to credit Nicholas for being himself here, taking space, cross the body. Van de Sar can't do anything with it, and he's able to hold on to that lead.
And I mean, Nicholas loves being put in the spotlight as well. He knows how to cope with that pressure. GOALPOACHER, not as much. It might hurt him a little bit knowing he could have got that win early on. So kind of give him that motivation going forward. That is going to hurt. He's getting frustrated with himself there at the end. He'll have to go and reassess. Ready for round 2. 3-2 ended there. Nicholas getting that win, of course, which we kind of expect from the Iceman. Ice in his veins. He's cool as you like when he comes out here, even at the Champions League when it's the biggest one.
Bring the heart monitors back. That's where that started. That's the origin. They used to have heart monitors on the player, and his heart monitor never moved.
Didn't move. He's very cool, is Nicholas 99 FC. So he gets the win. Let's have a quick chat then about TEKKZ. We said didn't quite go to plan for the guy who was a 2019 Invitational champion as well. He really wants this one. I said he maybe even needs this one. It didn't quite work out for him.
Well, he had an atrocious start. And I will say this, when you're looking at TEKKZ, he often starts tournaments a little slow. He's known as a second leg player. This was no different, but he just had too big of a deficit to have to make up. And you have to give a lot of credit to JRG. I don't think anyone took him to potentially upset TEKKZ.
Apart from Gravison. Of course, being a Spaniard, he went, this guy believes in himself.
I didn't hear that. I didn't see that prediction. Where was that made?
I asked Gravison, I said, how good is this guy? He said he believes in himself and he thinks he can beat TEKKZ. So there you have it.
You see a missed penalty kick. I didn't hear that from Gravison, so I'm not giving him that much credit. But again, a lot of credit to JRG to take the chances and to put somebody under pressure. Beautiful finish there from Ruud Gullit. Near post, the goalkeeper can't do anything about it. And you can almost see some of the belief happening in the midst of this first leg. Takes off with R9. It's poor defending, it's got to be said, from TEKKZ. And then again, going to the second leg, TEKKZ looked like himself, but too little, too late.
Too little, too late, and I think we all expect more from TEKKZ as well. He's got Wes in his kind of coaching corner as well. They'll have to go back to the drawing board after this one and just try and reassess, because it's not great, is it, to go down. Obviously, he did come back, like we said. It was a 4-3 in the end, but just not enough time on the clock at the end for TEKKZ. And someone else that kind of had a similar narrative to that match we just saw there, he was on the opposite side of this stage as well, was Matthias Bonanno, runner-up in 2022 at this very event. Again, didn't start particularly strong, which is maybe a reflection of his entire season to date, Mike LaBelle. Last year came out absolutely firing early on in the season and then maybe dropped off a bit. We really want him to peak right now. He didn't quite do that in this first matchup.
And I haven't seen anything with the future matchups, but I don't know if I want to get ahead of ourselves, but in theory here, you could see Matthias versus TEKKZ in a second round affair that we never thought they'd both be on the losing end.
I don't think I want to see that.
I mean, I would watch it if you're going to put it on. I'm not trying to manifest it. I'm just saying it is possible. You see a beautiful step over again, near post, into space. And we talked about it. Matthias looked way better going into the second leg, but wasn't able to recover enough from having that deficit in the first leg in order to kind of push himself or propel himself forward. But it was a fantastic second leg if you got to see some of the game, a little more back and forth, had a little more of that adversity.
It's always one of these points we talk about. Lukaku, obviously he could have watched so many more of Matthias's games from last year. He was featured so much. You do then realise how these people play, and that's kind of what we see happen, don't we? After a year of excelling, everyone then comes out and realises how you did it. And
when it was at 3-3 here, you're thinking, okay, Matthias has done it. He's back to where he needs to be. And I will say this, when you're going into a game and you feel that you're the heavy underdog, you're sometimes playing with house money, where you don't have any of that pressure. There's a little more free flow. Nobody expects you to get that result, and it allows you to be a little more expressive. Sometimes to take those moments, you're still making a name for yourself versus these guys that have been around for a long period, as you see the goal that goes on to allow him to clinch this 64th minute, and he's able to hold it off as well. So major congrats, and I've been impressed, and that's what makes tournaments so good. That's where we're looking at the structure and so forth and so on.
Yeah, we get to see some new players emerging as well, don't we? Well, these are the entire results from round one.
What did Gravison say about Ethan?
Gravison said about Ethan, he said he was one to watch, and unfortunately wasn't quite to be. He lost.
Who did I say was one to watch?
I'm just going to say the results first. Come on, let me speak. 5-2 then to Rocky. But Rocky, I mean, is another great player. Who were you talking about? You were talking about Manu Bashir. Lost, unfortunately. Stingray won 9-3. You were talking about Stingray.
My player to watch.
Obviously, yeah, think he's great. The one that Ryan Pessoa was talking about was MAESTROSQUAD. He predicted that 9-7. We got 8-7 instead. I mean, Ryan obviously knows a thing or two about those two players. But TEKKZ, obviously, we saw the end result there. JRA, Emre Yilmaz, 4-2 to Emre Yilmaz there. I mean, I'm sure you guys can see Neat just got the loss against Rafsu as well, 4-3. Unfortunately, Gravison won't be too happy with that one. Let's have a quick look at the standings, and remember, we have to get 3 wins to go through to your final 16. You go to the knockouts in April, so you can see 1 One win for Rocky, Rafsu, Nicholas, Maestro, Peixoto, Nixneb, JRG, Stingray. And then you've got the losses on the other side as well. So you've got 2 results of that. TEKKZ is one of them, Danny Visser, JR Ray, Tom, big names in there. Stokes, Ethan, Matthias Bonanno. It hasn't really gone to form there, but a great round for those players who do have that one next to them. So, wow. One round of fixtures has already been played, obviously loads more to come. We are though going to preview the big matchup which took place behind us. That was GOALPOACHER and Nicholas 99 FC in our MasterCard moment of the match. This is where Michael Bell gets to drill down and all the good stuff in that match and tell us exactly how good a player Nicholas is. I think you are drilling down on one of his moves in particular.
And this is an absolute moment of brilliance. And I talk about the importance of set pieces, and you want to have players that give you versatility. So we're going to look at where he's got Ronaldinho on that set piece, and it allows him not only to go direct, but then you can use him as an asset if you were going to go for a short corner kick. And in those short corner kicks, it gives you that ability to take space, to attack different players, to look for those additional options, and you need to have players that can give you that type of expressive nature. A little some of that special sauce, shall we say.
Well, this then is the MasterCard moment of the match.
Moment of the match, presented by MasterCard.
Well, Mike spoke about it quite a lot. We were talking about corner kicks there, and in particular from Nicholas. We got to see it in-game quickly in the highlights, but you obviously kind of highlighted that because you thought it was an offensive, great move, rather than GOALPOACHER actually doing something wrong.
Right, sometimes that's the separation. You know, they talk about good defense, but great offense can be good defense. And those are a lot of times the moments that I really like to review and analyze, because not only are they often easier on the eyes, but you get to see some of the tactical approach to the steps, to the offside traps, to the offensive alignments, the over-the-top through balls, all these little details and fine particulars that allow you to have those degrees of separation.
Well, that's of course why Nicholas is the eChampions League winner from last year, and he moves on as well very comfortably into round 2. Well, let's have a look then at the matches we'll get to see in a short while in round 2. Here they are. Let's pick out a couple of good ones. Let's have a little look. Oh, okay, I'm not going to look any further. Third one down, Maestro Nicholas. How many goals did Maestro get in that first leg? 8 goals, Mike Labelle. Where are you looking at?
Right below it, you got Peixoto and Rocky. 2 players that I know each other very well. And sometimes that leads for one of those tight, cagey affairs, or it could be anyone's game. It's all open. There's going to be tons of offense.
Obviously, all these fixtures are players that have won their first matchup, so they obviously go head-to-head. And then we'll have a look at the second page, and these are the guys who lost their first run of fixtures. So it gets really difficult, doesn't it, here? Let's see if you were right. Oh, Matthias Bonanno gets GOALPOACHER. That is a tough match. Ooh. Stokes and Danny Visser. Ooh. Wow. Leroy and TEKKZ, and then look right down the bottom, Neat and Manu Bashor. Ouch, someone is going to be really disappointed after round 2, which is coming your way after this short break. Round 1 was amazing. A little bit frustrated. Nicholas though, Iceman, cool as you like, sails through safely to round 2. 3 wins, you're going through to knockouts. 3 losses, we're not going to see you featuring in April. Plenty more action still to come after this short break. Come back and see how it all unfolds. just gets annoyed. He's like, oh, look, silly, I'm not
And
one of the
welcome
things, you know.
back after the break. We are here in London for the eChampions League group stages. My name is Leah Ravel, and alongside me, I am joined by Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, how are you?
Yep, of course, great to be alongside here. Massively prestigious event in the eChampions League. We saw round one. I would say there were a lot of upsets, fantastic performances as well as some unlucky games in my opinion. But yeah, round two is going to be sensational, I'd say.
A lot of action to come in round two indeed. And as Ryan mentioned, a few upsets in round one. Ryan, walk us through the upsets that you thought that stood out the most and what to expect from round two.
I'd say obviously the main upset you'd say, of course, you associate Fnatic TEKKZ as winning most of his games. Unfortunately, he fell short with losing his first round, but we can take a look at the fixtures coming up in at round two. The first ones that point out to me, I believe Mike Lebel mentioned it already with Rachel. Maestro versus Nicholas, and of course, Peixoto versus Rocky, two massive French players in the French community. Fantastic throughout the years as well, so that's a huge game.
A huge game indeed. Coming up next, our feature match behind us, we see TEKKZ against LEROY. Walk us through both of their first games. Obviously, TEKKZ and LEROY both lost. How do you think that sets them up for their next game?
I think, of course, it's about rebounding. They know that they need to win 3 rounds to get through to the next stage of the eChampions League. And they started off both 0 and 1, so they were looking to redeem themselves. But again, you have to give credit to the players that did win as we look at some of the other matches as well. We saw that amazing game between STOKES and Maestro, scoring a lot of goals. But for TEKKZ, we mentioned him throughout the competitions, not just in the eChampions League in previous years, but in other tournaments in FGS. He's won basically everything there is to win. And up against his opponent in bundled LEROY, somebody on the opposite end of the spectrum, sort of making his name now. But yeah, let's speak about TEKKZ.
Yeah, a really, really good opponent. Obviously, he's been in the scene since he was very young. We watch him grow up in the FIFA community and at these prestigious FIFA competitions. So there is a lot to expect from both. Hopping back to Stokes really quickly, I want you to tell everyone what your prediction was and how close it was.
Yeah, I was close, 1 goal off. I did say it would be a 9-7 game. Genuinely called that before the start of the first leg. But I thought it would swing in Stokes' favour. But again, it's a game where I think it was 7-3 at a moment in that the second leg. There was a point when Maestro was up by a considerable amount of goals. But against anyone else, you'd think this game over. But with Stokes, he always seems to get back into the game. So again, you can never rule him out. I'm going to check some of the bios as well of the players. We see here, hashtag Stokes, of course, losing the first game we just mentioned. So his current record is 0-1, scoring 7 goals, conceding 8. I don't know though if that's going to give confidence to his next opponent, thinking he's conceded 8 goals, but he's also scored 7. So you're sort of nervous when you play against somebody that's that lethal in front of goal. But of course, we do have bundled LEROY, who is the opponent of TEKKZ.
Definitely. LEROY losing his first game, I believe 5 goals to 4. So scoring goals, only 1 goal deficit between the two across 2 legs. So a lot to expect from him against a big opponent like TEKKZ. But I think he might be, he was very close to taking that game. So going into the second round against a good opponent, I think there might be some nerves, but some confidence as well.
Yeah, I think there should be confidence because he knows that there's a chink in TEKKZ's armor. TEKKZ has lost the game. It's not as if you're playing him at 1-0 where TEKKZ is in full flow. He's scoring a lot of goals. TEKKZ is, maybe it might take him a little while to bed into the game. Of course, they're playing in a LAN event now, the first 1v1 one of the year. The gameplay is slightly different. The players that are at the disposal is different as well. Of course, there are eChampions League restrictions where the players are only able to use Champions League items. They've got 3 icon items to choose from as well as any amount of foot hero items as well. So maybe that plays into it, not being used to using those type of players. We're seeing some players use Valverde off chemistry at right back, of course, who wouldn't be a go-to player. So maybe that plays into it as well.
Definitely. You mentioned that gameplay and restrictions, but speaking about gameplay specifically, these players qualified for this tournament in November, so several years ago, and since then there's been a few patches to the game. How do you think that sets these players up for success when potentially adjusting their gameplay from November till now?
Yeah, there's been quite a few months since then. Of course, you mentioned that there was a patch. There have been numerous amount of patches since then. So, of course, the players that might have qualified back then, maybe the game suited them a little bit more. Maybe it suited them less. Maybe this iteration of the game sort of falls into their game style a bit more. So you could say that some players might perform better if it was the tournament was held in November. But we're here now. The players have had a lot of online tournaments, have had even 2v2 tournaments to get under their skin. So there's a little, in my opinion, I'd say it would favor someone like TEKKZ having that experience.
Definitely. And speaking a little bit about the tournament, the eChampions League group stages, it is 2 groups, day 1, day 2, with a Swiss format, rather. 3 wins sees you to the knockouts in April. 3 losses, unfortunately, gets you eliminated. So these players watching behind us in this feature match have both lost 1 match, so they're going to need to win their next few matches.
Yep, of course, backs against the wall instantly. So it's tough, but as I said, you have the experience in TEKKZ, the amount of players we've mentioned already, that this isn't their first event. This isn't the first time that they might lose a game. Of course, TEKKZ is always used to winning the first 2, the first 3, putting himself in a great position, but it wasn't meant to be for the first round for whatever reason. So he just needs to bounce back, and I believe he can do it.
As a pro player yourself going into a very prestigious tournament like this one, how would you feel coming off of a loss, going into your second match, knowing that it's do or die?
It's a weird one because obviously you want to start off great. However, I think the players would understand that, as I said, it's a different squad they're using, different restrictions. You've got players that you wouldn't use at home in other tournaments. So you can maybe give yourself a little bit of leeway if the first round doesn't go as well. Maybe you start off slow in the first leg and you leave yourself too much of a margin to recover in the second leg. But again, I'm going to say this for maybe the 5th time already. I think experience pays key in these moments, and I'd expect Matthias as well to bounce back. He lost his first round, of course, one of the finalists last year in the eChampions League. So yeah, experience will be key.
Awesome. Well, you guys, before we get into the excitement of round 2, we are going to go to our good friend, Richard Buckley, who is interviewing Ryan's good friend, Shells.
Thank you very much, Leah and Ryan. Great stuff, as always, getting into round 2. I was looking through the pit and I thought, who would give us just a little bit of insight, a little bit of chat? And you are sat behind arguably the game of the first round, you would say. First things first, Shells. Thoughts on that first round, because it were immense.
I mean, it's a typical Stokes game, like no defending, just vibes going forward. But I thought he played great attacking. I thought the goals he did give Maestro was his own fault, and I think if we can correct that, it will be fine.
I mean, when we talk about Stokes, he's a fan favourite. I were up there on the desk. I wanted to give as much insight as possible. What makes him so good going forward? Like, if you were to sell Stokes in 30 seconds as a FIFA player, how would you sell him?
His deluded confidence in himself, I think. I think Stokes, he's a joker, but he really backs himself. And I think going forward, that kind of is the bigger difference. Like, some players are a bit lacking the confidence or a bit scared to do things for him. It's just his normal game style. He's just there in the back laughing at me. But nah, he's just confident in himself, and I think he's got all of them in his bag.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the ECL, it's one of, if not the biggest event, the most prestigious event of the year to get to. Unfortunately, for you, you weren't able to do it this year.
No, I knew that.
What does it make, sort of, when you see this event come up? What does it make you feel? How do you address this tournament? And, I mean, I don't want to bring it up, but what would it make to you if you'd have been making it and not coaching?
I definitely think it's probably one of the biggest events of the whole year. I think it's so special, and because it's so early on, it's quite tough. You got to be kind of ahead of the curve, and sometimes you miss out on big opportunities. But watching it, man, it just looks amazing, and to be playing in it, I can tell it must be special for real.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, I'm gonna have a walk around. Is there anyone that you want me to try and catch for a little interview?
The boys that are winning, innit?
Okay, the boys that are winning. Well, I'm going to let you get off because I can see Stokes he's hollering you over. Let's head back over to Leah and Ryan to get round 2 started.
Thank you so much, Richard. We are super excited to get into round 2. We spoke a lot about TEKKZ and Leroy, our feature match behind us on the main stage, but let's talk a little bit about the 2 matches to the left and right of us. Manuel Bashor versus Neat, and Nicholas 99, our previous eChampions League winner of last year, and Maestro.
Yep.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think DUXNEAT and Manny Bashar, I think that's a huge game. Both 0-1. Players who I'd expect to start off 1-0. Of course, both had very difficult games. But Neat online, whenever you associate him, he's one of the best players, genuinely, in practice, in online tournaments. He's one of the best 1v1 players. So he's, I wouldn't say struggled, but I'd say he's sort of, for his standards anyway, been below expectations in person. And I think that if he can just believe in himself, be a bit more calm and confident, he can do damage in this tournament. And of course, Manny Bashor, both players as well, very young in the scene. And their name just resonates throughout the community as one of the best players, or 2 of the best players in the scene. So yeah, it's a fantastic matchup, especially at 0-1.
Definitely. Low scoring, what do you think that we can expect from a match like that this round? Low scoring or high scoring?
It's tough to say because, again, Neat, for me, is one of the best players going forward, but so is Manny Bashor. But I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you with this game. I think it's harder to predict these type of matchups because again, when we spoke about Stokes already, those type of games, any game he's in, there's going to be double digits. This type of game, it could be a 2-1 win, it could be a 4-3. I think it will be close. I think if the person is going to win, it's going to be a very close game. But yeah, I couldn't predict who's going to win out of either of them.
Awesome. Well, taking a quick look at Neat and his bio. He did lose the first match, but as Ryan mentioned, going into match 2 against an opponent like Manny Bashor, we can expect fireworks for sure. 3 goals for, 4 goals against. So as Ryan mentioned, a very close scoring game. Talking about the game to the right of us, or to your camera left, Nicholas99 and Maestro, another good game. Obviously, as mentioned, Nicholas99 was our champion last year. So going into this competition this year, obviously he's going to have a lot of confidence. Coming off of that first match, he looked calm, cool, collected, like he had no cares in the world. He knows what he's coming here to do, and he's going to do it again.
Yeah, of course, when it comes with Nicholas, he's always, as you said, calm, cool, and collected. There's never really any show of emotion, whether that's positive or negative. He just sits there, scores a goal, concedes a goal, doesn't react. But in my opinion, this is no UK bias. I feel as if the first game he did get the rub of the green slightly. As you can see, goals 4. He won the game 4-2 up against GOALPOACHER, representing 1J Esports. So of course he starts off 1-0. And Maestro, you've spoken about many a time, playing against Stokes in that 8-7 thriller. But again, for Nicholas, he seems to win those 50-50 games, or games even that you potentially, for me anyway, I know that if I was in that game, I probably would lose. The way he was dealing with the attacks from GOALPOACHER, but there was a period in the second half, there was just bombardment of attacks. He managed to withhold, scoring late on as well to seal the victory. But again, that's something that you associate with the champions, with the best players, winning those games that you might not win as a casual, well, definitely a casual player would not be able to win. But
not me.
Yeah, for
That's for sure.
Yeah, for Maestro as well. Funnily enough, he's a player that I played in my very first tournament. I had to play very first tournament ever in person. I played against Maestro. This is years ago.
Did you win or did you lose?
I won. I did win. But there's a difference. He's here, I'm not, you know. So, but yeah, that was a long time ago. Maestro is a fantastic player, especially offensively. I associate him, in my opinion anyway, as probably the top % of attackers in the FIFA scene, in my opinion. He's that good, genuinely that good. As we see, he won 1-0, scoring 8 goals, conceding 7. So yeah, I think that might give Nicholas a bit of confidence, especially for Nicholas if he manages to take the lead by a goal or 2. I think it'd give him a bit more confidence. Whereas for Maestro, if he goes 1 or 2 goals up, I feel as if he can sort of pick away at Nicholas because he knows he has to come forward. He knows he has to press him higher up the pitch. And I think that could feed into Maestro's hands. So yeah, I'm not even going to give my prediction yet. I'm going to wait and see when we get some updates on that game. Of course, the main focus is the game behind us in bundled LEROY and Fnatic TEKKZ.
Definitely some potentially high-scoring games. We're really, really interested to see what comes next. But let's take a quick look behind us as our players queue up. We have TEKKZ and LEROY. Again, as mentioned, nerves, tension, excitement, lots to expect from this game. To go back a little bit to just what you said about Maestro and Nicholas99, how do you think that confidence comes across from Nicholas? We mentioned he has no emotion. He's confident. Do you think he cracks under pressure, or do you think he can maintain?
Definitely not. He's genuinely the one person that does not crack under pressure. Of course, throughout the years, he's been slightly unlucky. He's reached many finals. And of course, he has fallen short on some occasion, but he's won a lot of competitions. So again, for me, he's just somebody he might honestly be the most consistent FIFA player we've actually seen since the FIFA Global Series has started. He's reached many finals in online qualifiers, in-person events, obviously the eChampions League, reaching it there and winning it, turning around a deficit as well. So there are occasions where things aren't going his way, but he manages to find a way back into the game. And so does this man on our screen here, Fnatic TEKKZ. He knows how to win the big competitions. He backs himself. And of course, there's a reason for that. He's won everything there is to win other than the World Cup. But everything else he's won. He's won the eChampions League as well online, during the online period as well a few years ago as they walk out now. But his opponent, I think, as I said, I don't think he'll be too nervous, in my opinion. I think this is a game that you should be nervous for, but I don't think he will. I think he'll back himself.
Definitely. Well, here we go. We've kicked off with our feature game behind us, TEKKZ versus LEROY. We will keep you updated on the scores of the other 2 feature matches, but we are on. Let's go. So you mentioned before, Ryan, the squad restrictions for this competition. Obviously, icons, Champions League players, as well as unlimited hero items. What can you expect to see consistent throughout the teams this weekend?
I think the staples in the teams, as we see it, build up here could have led to a goal from Leroy, a bright start from him. But I think we'd associate R9 Ronaldo, Ruud Gullit, Ronaldinho as well. I think those three are going to be the staple icon items we see throughout the teams. We mentioned about Valverde and right back. I know Richard isn't a fan of Valverde being deployed as a right back in game. Of course, he doesn't have any chemistry, so might be at a slight disadvantage. But there are not too many other options. I believe Maestro was using Cafu at right back as well. But you just use the mainstay players like Lucio, Yaya Toure.
We got a chance here with Ronaldinho in the box. Can he find the opening? It is defended well by bundled Leroy. Listen, I personally prefer Fede Valverde in any position, but why do you think that he would have gone for a player off chemistry and that's historically not a right back, but has obviously the alternate positions to play in multiple different roles? Why do you think he chose that?
There's no real option, if I'm being honest, in that right back slot. You could maybe opt to use an icon item in that position. As I mentioned, Mash was using Cafu, which is his mainstay position. This is a good build-up here. The reverse elastico with a driven pass across goal didn't fall to a player there, but there could be a counter-attack on for TEKKZ here as he builds up.
Another consistent one are those hero items that we see all too often. If you were creating your squad with the restrictions in mind, who are your top 3 players non-negotiable?
Non-negotiable has to be Ruud Gullit, Lucio, and R9 Ronaldo up front, for sure. I think those players, great step overs as well there from TEKKZ, but the extra pass wasn't meant to be.
We're going to have a quick look over at ETHXNH and Manny Bashor to see where we're at. 1-0 up for NEAT already. What are your thoughts on that match?
Wow. Early start from NEAT winning, or not winning, sorry, scoring early on in the game here, but there could be another breakaway for him. We might have come in at a perfect moment.
And we're in the box, but he has no other players and defended well by Manuel Bashor. Again, is this expected? Did you expect to see a scoreline like this early?
I said it would be close. It's hard to say with FIFA because anything is possible, genuinely. You couldn't anticipate any game before it started, but I wouldn't be shocked if this game ends very close between the two players as Manny Bashor breaks forward here.
With Captivia in the box, but defended well by ETHXNH. Again, all of these players that you mentioned that you have in your team, Janola, R9, Gullit, are in every team.
Yeah, we're even seeing Kanate here alongside Lucio as a great tackle there from Valverde as Bashor builds up on the edge of NEAT's box.
With R9 here with green timed! And he equalizes in the 25th minute. Expected?
Whew, that's a dangerous goal there. The step over into the green timed across goal. The staple finish in FIFA 23. Utilizing the step overs on the edge of the box. You get the speed boost there. And to green time it just in between the defenders, giving the goalkeeper no chance. So, as we said, we come to this game at a perfect moment. 1-1 between the two teams.
Van der Sar didn't move at all. Would you say he's the best goalkeeper in the game at the moment?
Yeah, for me, he's somebody that you just trust. He's somebody that his stature in between the sticks, you just rely on him. There are other goalkeepers that might have better stats than him, whether it's the Team of the Year item. This could be a response straight away, but the heel-to-heel.
But can Janola keep possession? He cannot. Regains possession a few times in the box, but Manuel Bashor, calm as you like, defended well.
Yeah, just as I was saying there in terms of stats on some items, that even if they might fall short on stats with other items, even Ruud Gullit, for me, no matter what card comes out, Ruud Gullit for me is preference over anyone else. It doesn't matter. You could have 90 plus and everything, as long as, for me, it's all about that player animation in game. And the stature of Ruud Gullit, of course, the 5-star weak foot goes a long way as well. But he's somebody that you can just trust always. He was always been a staple in the squads of many a pro player.
Alawaran 2 is another hero item that we see quite often, I would say consistently, even as a casual. Another chance here. The man in question, but is saved well by Van der Sar.
That was a great build-up there from ETHXNH. He's always, for me, one of the most ruthless players going forward. He always does the extra thing, and it seems to work all the time, whether it's that's playing for the extra pass, for the higher percentages, rather than taking a shot that potentially could be saved. He always seems to play for that extra chance there, but it wasn't meant to be that time out.
It was not meant to be indeed, but Manuel Bashor quickly on the counter with Ronaldinho, another player that is consistent, and the in-game animations are second to none, in my opinion. Can Ronaldinho create some space? He cannot. and loses possession back to ETHXNH. I'm seeing Fede Valverde, though, consistent on both teams. Maybe not as right back or right wing back, but...
Yeah, I think there's not many options, as I mentioned. We see Konate in that centre back I mentioned earlier as well, but there's not too many alternatives in right back. You could use Cordoba, who of course is another foot hero in the game you could use at right back, of course, but every other player will be off chemistry. So you probably just go for the players that potentially has the best stats in that position. You could use, I think Richard mentioned someone's using Park Ji-sung in at right back as well. So yeah, that's another option.
Anyone with some good passing, good defending, and
Yeah,
pace.
Pace is very important, of course.
So walk us through then, Ryan, the most consistent and common formations that we'll see in this tournament, and then what you as a pro player, for everyone watching at home, what you would typically use. Before we do, we have a chance here from R9 to take the lead. ETHXNH, look at the minute.
Again, with a step over into space, the shot across goal there wasn't timed, but it didn't need to be from that angle. There was a slight bit of goalkeeper movement there as well from Manny Bashor, but again, NEAT just took his time. This is what I'm saying with those extra margins, waiting for the goalkeeper to move and then slowly edge back across. But it was a shot across goal there, which led to the goal, giving NEAT the turnaround there. 2-1 leading now.
Perfect. To take a quick look at the results for halftime, obviously the game that we were watching in the latter part was Manny Bashor and NEAT, which we saw NEAT take the lead right in the 46th minute. So a predicted scoreline that you had imagined going into the second half, very close. Would you say the game was relatively even between the two?
Yep, definitely from what we saw. I think that was a closely contested game. As we go back to our main game in question, it is Bundle Leroy up against Fnatic TEKKZ. We see here going into the second half, TEKKZ 1 goal up there. Of course, we missed the goal itself, but it's a bright start from TEKKZ as he pushes forward down the wing here with Ronaldinho, of course, one of his trusty members in the squad.
Always we have R9 in the box, but he can't quite get in behind to create that space to have another shot on goal. Hullet regains possession for him in the middle of the park, but no luck. Again, I'm sure he's happy to be up by 1 goal at this moment in the game.
Yeah, almost a mistake there. Pressing high up with TEKKZ is something that you associate with his gameplay as well. His style is just forcing the opponent into mistakes, stepping forward almost at the perfect time every time. And he defends well with his strikers as well. That's something that Nicholas does really well as well, just tracking back, sort of forcing you to go forward and rush your attacks as he builds up here. Great skill moves.
But no such luck again, and can't quite get in behind that defensive line. But does he have some space here? He does, and R9, green timed in the goal. TEKKZ takes the lead with 2 goals.
That was great build-up play on the byline there with R9, playing it across to Ronaldinho for the finish. That will give TEKKZ a huge boost of confidence as we see the replay here. Just played across a simple first-time finish with Ronaldinho. We saw a glimmer there of his coach behind him in Wes, someone that's been throughout the FIFA scene for a while now. Of course, I think there's more of an importance on coaches now in the FIFA scene. They've come on leaps and bounds now. We're seeing how important it is just to make sure that you sort of don't need to do the thinking in-game. You have someone behind you that can sort of cover those bases to give you some inputs on what's going well, what's going wrong, whether that's in-game or maybe even just on the mental side of things, just giving you that boost of confidence. So it's always good just to see players have those players behind them, or not necessarily players, but having coaches behind them.
Definitely, and I think that's something that a lot of people, especially you guys watching from home, that don't quite realize what goes into FIFA esports, or frankly any esport, is that the importance and the details that go into being a pro player. So obviously Ryan mentioning having coaches helps take some of the pressure off, and like you mentioned, makes the decisions for you so you don't have to make them. And what do you think personally as a pro player, being on the stage, being under the lights, and knowing what kind of pressure you have, how important do you think that is, and how much do you think they rely on their coaches in game?
Yeah, it's always good just to have someone giving you that boost of confidence behind you. But I think confidence also has to stem from yourself, not just being or having someone to rely on. It's sort of just, you have to have it throughout your own ability and just believe. And of course, every person here has qualified on merits. We see this could be a mistake here for Leroy to take advantage of.
Can he get the space? A missed touch by Janola, but he regains possession and loses it quickly again to TEKKZ. I feel like they're best utilized coaches, that is, under pressure. Like once you concede a goal, concede 2, you have to go into the second leg or the second half with that pressure to be able to, take some of that pressure and calm them down behind the scenes. For me, I mean, I'm not a pro player by any means, but my biggest, I think, downfall would be my composure. I concede a goal, I concede 2, and then I concede 8, you know? So.
Like Richard, that is similar to Richard there. Maybe you could get a coach to get you to 5 FUT champs wins. Could get you there.
Okay. I got 11, all right? I'm average. TEKKZ, I think, as mentioned before, is going to feel a lot better going into the second leg against LEROY, being 2 goals. But of course, we still have a lot of time left in this first match. We often say in the FIFA community that 2 goals is the worst lead to have and the best deficit to have. So really easy to concede 2 goals and really easy to come back from 2 goals.
Yeah, definitely. I for one, am not the best at holding those 2-goal leads. I tend to give it up very often. You see that was a chance there from TEKKZ, defended well there from LEROY. But of course, we have the pleasure of being able to oversee the pit, having the stage directly in the middle, so we can give some updates on some of the scorelines around. You're seeing, I believe Stokes is 4-0 down to Danny Visser of Team Hullet. Of course, Team Hullet have a lot of representatives in this tournament, and in the scene, of course, they have, in my opinion, probably the strongest roster, I'd say, because every single player in that organization tends to make it to tournaments, tends to make it to latter stages. We see Manny Bashor up against ETHXNH. We see Team Hullet's Emre Yilmaz as well. Levi David, of course, who isn't here today. There's just so many members of that organization that do really well. They have the best way just to sort of pick talent from the Netherlands or the other nations in Europe, and they always seem to get it right every single time. But just more speaking about some of the other scores as well. JRA up against Rodrigo is 1-1. You see Stingray losing to Gio Bundy as well. There's a lot of results around the place that, would I say, I think it's harsh to say upsets, but potentially games that you'd maybe think would be potentially more closer than it seems.
I definitely, we saw before as how many goals Stokes had scored to come back to almost tie it, a potential chance there, but no luck. With Stokes, he scored 4 or 5 goals to almost draw on aggregate in the last round. So do you think that we see him come back from that?
I don't know how he does it, I'll be honest. My heart couldn't take it. It seems like every game is I wouldn't even say a lottery. It just feels like there's just so many chances either way. Whereas you look at somebody like Nicholas, where it's like, well, I guess in that first leg isn't a great representation because he did give up a lot of chances. But usually, it's very closely contested games. As we see TEKKZ here. This is the dangerous point for LEROY. Being down against TEKKZ is horrible in any situation, just because of how he slows the game down. He makes you play at his tempo, forces you to rush the play because he's keeping possession really well. You feel as if once you get the ball back, you have to go forward and rush it, which then you give it straight back to him, and then the cycle repeats. So it's very hard to play against somebody like TEKKZ when you're down by a few goals. But LEROY's had chances. He's had that one there, which he red-timed, which was unfortunate for him with Pele after the I believe it was the lateral heel to, I could be wrong, but it was a skill move that led to the shot that was red-timed. But from what we've seen so far, there hasn't been too much for LEROY other than those 2 chances.
Now, do you think LEROY will have a little bit of confidence knowing that TEKKZ did lose the last match?
Of course, there's confidence, as I said at the start, because you know that he's susceptible to lose. He's already lost a game today, in a game that you would say he would definitely have been favoured to win. So I think that could give him the confidence. But again, it's really hard when you go, you're down in a game, but of course you're down in terms of the record as well. You start off 0-1, so you wouldn't bounce back straight away. Maybe you go 1-0 down early on, you start to overthink certain things, and then it could just spiral out of control. And that's where maybe the coach and self-belief comes into it as well.
Definitely. You mentioned a few minutes ago about Nicholas 99 and holding his own. We take a look to the right of us, and he's actually up 1-0 against Maestro. Probably more of the scoreline that you anticipated for that matchup, correct?
Yeah, more of a closer game with Nicholas and Maestro. I said if Nicholas goes up by 1, I wouldn't be shocked if he manages to just sort of force Maestro into mistakes. But that will be the end of the first leg between LEROY and Fnatic's TEKKZ. 2 goals up to the good for TEKKZ. From what we saw, there was very calm and composed performance there. Kept possession where he needed to. But for LEROY, it's definitely not over. Definitely not over. There's a long way to go for the second leg, so he can still come back.
Definitely a long way to go. I think TEKKZ is going to feel a lot better after coming off of his last match. from a loss to now a win going into the second leg. But for scorelines, Nicholas 99 leading 1-0, Ducks Neat actually leading 5-1. But before we get into the excitement of the second leg of the second round, we are going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back after this break.
Sounds good.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Welcome back, you guys. Thank you so much for sticking around. We are just about to get into the second leg of action, but just to highlight a little bit the scorelines from the first three matches, obviously TEKKZ is leading 2-0. I don't think that game's over. I think 2-0, as mentioned, is the easiest lead to come back from. But Ducks Neat leading 5-1 against MAESTROSQUAD, and to the right of us, Nicholas 99 leading 1-0 against Maestro. Expected scorelines? Any upsets?
I was wrong. I said it'd be close between Neat. It's not over yet, but I said it'd be close between Neat and MAESTROSQUAD. 5-1. That is resounding. So Neat is on fire. He's starting to kick into gear. Of course, both losing the first round. They want to redeem themselves as quick as possible, and Neat is definitely doing that. But as we said, it's not over. And you don't want to give up these type of leads in this tournament, because I think that would be detrimental to the other rounds that are, of course, potentially to be played as well. So you want to make sure that you're prepared mentally. You don't want to go into it second-guessing yourself. Oh, I've just given up 5 goals in the previous game. Is it going to happen again? You want to be confident in and just assured in your performance. So, yeah, we hope you can see it out.
Definitely. And obviously, having 5 rounds of Swiss, if MAESTROSQUAD loses this game, he's going to have to win his last 3, which adds a lot of pressure.
It does. It adds a lot of pressure, of course, backs against the wall. So you need to be ready mentally. Maybe just take a breather, go for a walk outside, come back in, get ready for the 3rd round. That's if he loses. But, of course, there's still the remaining leg to go. But TEKKZ and his performances in big competitions, he always finds a way to make it to latter stages, to potentially win tournaments. He's always in and amongst the best players in the competition. So again, for him to be 2 goals up here will give him that boost of confidence. He might not look as if he needs it because, of course, from what he's accomplished, but it's always great just to sort of rest those nerves, perform well, have a game where you don't concede a goal, be confident defensively and offensively. And I feel like that first leg was perfect for him.
Exactly. And I think someone like TEKKZ obviously has been competing since he was young, since his mom had to accompany him to competitions. He's been under the lights. He's been at LANs. He knows the pressure to expect. Obviously, some of these players have played far few LANs than others, and so they don't necessarily perform the same way under pressure and kind of you know, some of them can crack on the main stage. And so how do you think in the 3 feature matches that we have up here, they're all experienced players, I think. They've all been to LANs, they've all competed, obviously several of them winning some top-level trophies, but do you think that that has an effect to them? Some people play better at LAN, some people play better at home.
Yeah, I think it does play an impact. I spoke about ETHXNH online for me in practice and in FGS qualifiers. For me, is if not the best player. He's one of the hardest players to play against. It feels as if every time he's got the ball, he can score. But he hasn't done that in the major competitions. He's done it in the La Liga, which of course is a major domestic competition, but the whole of Europe combined into one playing now, it's time for him to perform. So again, for me, if he can reach the levels that he knows he's capable of, even Grabison mentions it, of course, a member of Dux as well. He's seen it with his own eyes in person, how good he can be. It's just about coping with the pressure and dealing with it in person.
It looks like he's coping very well with the pressure in this second round, obviously leading, as mentioned, 5 goals to 1. But speaking a little bit about the domestic competitions and the tournaments that they've played in, obviously players like Nicholas and TEKKZ have won some major competitions.
Yep.
Do you think that, well, obviously that gives them confidence going into a big one like this, but, you know, Nicholas 99, for example, is looking to maintain his title as the eChampions League champion, but everyone else on the stage behind us and in these feature matches are looking to come for that title. And
yep, he's definitely got a target on his back. I say that for sure, just because again he's the reigning champion. He won it last year, of course. So again, he's somebody that you want to beat in the competition. It'll give you a huge boost of confidence just beating Nicholas in this tournament. And again, you spoke about players winning major tournaments. That plays into it as well. But I think it's even harder playing against those players who have won stuff when you're 0-1. Like for Leroy behind us, like for Manny Bashir as well. There's players that you know have won competitions that you're playing at 0-1. So maybe if you go 1-0 down, you sort of think it's over. Basically, your mind starts to play with you. You start to sort of second guess yourself and go against your own beliefs and your ability. So it's hard to bounce back from that. And I think some of these players are definitely capable of winning the tough games. Even speaking about GOALPOACHER, in that first game, losing against Nicholas. In a game, as I said, no bias. I know he's UK, no bias, but I think he should have won. Another day, he wins that game. So you've got 10 minutes for a turnaround until round 2. You have to refresh, reset, go into the next game, and just forget what happened. So, yeah, it's very tough to do.
Definitely. I think I would really like to see the XG in that game and see, because GOALPOACHER had a lot of chances. He was a little frustrated, rightfully so, but going back into his next round, I'm sure, you know, he scored a lot of goals. He could be confident that he was able to play that. But we have our second leg kicked off between TEKKZ and Leroy on the main stage, the other 2 feature matches as well. But do we have a chance here with our 9? We do! And TEKKZ takes the lead, makes it 3-0. Calm as you like. Look at his face, a huge breath.
That's the goal you need to start off in the second leg. It's a huge goal to get there. Great play from TEKKZ there with the ball roll into the Trivella for a lovely finish there to give him the 3 goal. It's sort of a cushion now. He's got that thing to rest on with the 3 goal in off the inside of the post there. And now it's going to be a huge uphill battle for Leroy. It's going to be tough. But we saw with TEKKZ, no celebration, nothing. It was sort of like a sigh. He's sort of, I think he's upset about the first game. Genuinely, I feel like that expression there sort of, I think it's still playing on his mind because he knows that he should be winning those type of matchups. That's no discredit to JRG, but on paper, you'd always think that TEKKZ should win that game. And I think that's something now he's going to be looking to on a redemption arc to redeem himself in these next rounds. But yeah, fantastic play from TEKKZ there to get the 3rd goal.
Fantastic. And yeah, I think you're right just to your note about his first match. I think, you know, he's not typically used to losing like that. I think that, you know, he scored some goals, but he was looking to come into this second match with a vengeance, and that he did. Now, as a player that has the experience in matches like these as well, being 3 goals up, having that lead on your opponent, how do you adapt your play style and your formation to maintain that lead?
I think the key is not to change anything. Honestly, that might sound bizarre. I think it's too early to change something. It's only 30 minutes into the second leg, so I think you sort of play with the formation and tactics that's been working for you. You don't want to change up anything unnecessarily, but of course, as the time ticks on, potentially in the 60th, 70th minute, you sort of look to a change in tactics, maybe just to go slightly more defensive. But I think throughout the game, it's not necessarily a change of tactics or instructions. It's more so a change of tempo, just slowing it down a little bit. Instead of playing those maybe 60-40 risky passes, you're sort of just playing those 90 to 100% ones where you just know that it's going to help you retain possession. It frustrates your opponent as well. He ends up bringing players out of position, easily leaving a lot of spaces for you to exploit, and before you know it, you might be 4-0 up, 5-0 up, and then the game gets out of hand.
And talking about bundled Leroy, obviously, on the contrary, do you think he has to adapt and change something in order to get those 3 goals back?
That's a difficult one now. On that perspective, I think I'd have another variation of tactics set up that you could change to, but I wouldn't necessarily change it straight away. There's still a little way to go. Maybe at the start of the second half, but we've seen goals scored in quick succession. I know he's down by 3, but he definitely could come back into this.
There's a lot of time. 70 minutes is a lot of time to play.
Just looking across a scan of the arena here, we're seeing Nicholas drawing 1-1 in the second leg, 2-1 up on aggregate. And there's actually been a penalty in that game there as well, but wow. There's another update. Sorry, I'm just taking a look around here. This is huge. Neat was winning 5-1.
No.
He's 3-0 down at the start.
No!
So this could be a crazy turn. Of course, that means it's 5-4 on aggregate. So MAESTROSQUAD will be riding the wave. You can see Renzo behind him, a good friend of mine from early days in the FIFA scene. He's been a hugely successful coach and player as well. So he'll be giving him that boost of confidence to believe. You can see, look at the gaps opening up here for TEKKZ. An easy ball over the top here.
Ronaldinho gets some space with the skill moves, and the shot, but Van der Sar saves it. You can see Leroy starting to pull some players out, like you said, get a little bit frustrated. Some, chances that he had and space that he had on the counterattack weren't quite. Ronaldinho with some space, but can he get the shot away? He can, and he does. And he loves it. He's chilling, he's good.
He knows now that was the goal there, just to sort of ease the nerves even more. A slice of fortune, you could say, but it was good pressure high up there from TEKKZ to win it with Ronaldinho, and of course, TEKKZ green time finishing it, giving him a higher chance to score there. 4 goals to the good for Fnatic TEKKZ, and I would be stunned to see any sort of comeback. I believe that could honestly be game, set, and match there, unless bundled Leroy manages to pull out arguably the greatest 60 minutes we would have ever seen in the FIFA scene. If he wants to spark a comeback, he's going to need a goal before half-time.
Yeah, definitely. Build up that momentum and go into the second half with some confidence. But we've just seen 3 goals to the left of us, so crazier things can happen.
Of course, and that
was
was
not unlikely.
Within the first 20 minutes as well, so that comeback was sparked very early on there from MAESTROSQUAD. But we even saw before TEKKZ scored, that chance there that he created, playing it into Ronaldinho, was almost a carbon copy of the first goal he scored, but he used the shot cancel just to fake out bundled Leroy, and then it's just very difficult from there. I always mention when TEKKZ stands on the ball or sort of lets go of sprint and starts twisting and turning in the box, it honestly might be the most frightening thing to see here.
Janola, and he does! 4-1.
4-1, that was it. That was the cross there from deep we associate in the FIFA scene. We call it the German cross. Whipped in there from deep. Wasn't necessarily the exact same thing as one of those crosses, but it was lofted enough for, I believe it was Ruud Gullit to head that down into Janola. So bundled Leroy, great play there for him to, or a great moment in the game there for him to get back into it. I said he needed the goal. As a player though, these are the goals that it's hard to take. Those are the goals that frustrate you as a player, I'll be honest. They really do, because there's not much you can really do about it. But it was great decision making there from Leroy, waiting for the goalkeeper movement from TEKKZ there, just to shoot in at the near post there for an almost open goal finish there for him.
And you can see, you saw the sense of relief, but also frustration in Leroy's face. But I feel like as a not pro player, that would give me a little bit of confidence knowing that at least I can score. At least I can break down my opponent's defense and get in behind.
Yeah, definitely. It'll give him a boost of confidence. And those crosses are very hard to defend against as well, so you always have to be switched on. It sort of might give TEKKZ something extra to think about as well now, that he knows that Leroy's got that in his repertoire, that he can build up and also whip those crosses in from deep. But look at here, this is the cross here. Look at Ruud Gullit's run there, used deep, or used to trigger from deep. But TEKKZ is just going to play for the final attack. This is the discipline. This is the game management you need to win competitions. He waits and waits and waits for the last attack so that if he does give away possession, there's not enough time for Leroy to spark a counter-attack.
Definitely. And it's true. Ooh, some good space by Janola, and can he do? Oh my goodness! He's like, I'm done. I've done it. I'm back. He knows.
Incredible skill moves there from TEKKZ, using the Berber spin there in the area with Ruud Gullit, playing the pass across, and a great finish from TEKKZ in at the near post, giving the goalkeeper no chance there through the defenders. And I think that is game, set, and match. I said it before, but this time I honestly believe 45 minutes to score 4 goals to equalize is a very tough ask.
That is, you can see the frustration in Leroy, but we did finally get a smile out of TEKKZ, so I think he knows that he finally has a win in his record. So ending that second leg at halftime, 3 goals to 1 for TEKKZ. Going into the last match, as you said, he has to score 4 goals.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough ask. It's going to be very difficult for him to bounce back. I'm just looking across at some of the other results in the pit around the arena. Nicholas is up 3-1 on aggregate up against Maestro. Neat managed to get a goal back into it, so he's up 6-4 up against Manu Bashir. There's also a lot of goals going around here. I believe I can just see the leg. I believe it's 6-4 to Giovanni up against Stingray as well. Stokes has been conceding quite a few goals. I think that is honest. I think that's 7-0.
That's crazy.
To Danny Vissa, so that's a huge result.
That's...
You could be seeing Stokes 0-2, which is a massive, massive upset.
Massive, and that's going to put a lot of pressure, obviously, going into his last 3 matches. I'm happy you can see that far, because I cannot.
Yeah.
I could not see that far. We have another possible chance here with TEKKZ in the box, but Leroy is double man marking, so he cannot get in behind, but can Janola create some space? He can't. Can he? He can't.
Bit of R1 dribbling there from TEKKZ, just to try and get onto R9 Ronaldo's favourite foot there, to try and get a shot across goal. But it seems as if he builds up for those chances very frequently. Just the first time pass across into the shot with TEKKZ, and we've seen him score 3, maybe 4 goals very similarly with that same mindset. There's a pause cued from Leroy. I think these are the moments now you have to put bodies forward. Of course, you don't want to lose the game resoundingly, but you want to make sure that you give yourself the biggest chance you can to get back into it. And I think that's what he's going to maybe do, push forward, put more bodies in the attack, which of course could lead to a hiding. It could lead to TEKKZ scoring 3 or 4 more, but you just want to make sure that you leave this round thinking that you've done everything in your control. You tried to come back into it, it wasn't meant to be. You can sort of try and draw for any positives and just bounce back for the last round, or potentially last round if you're 0-2.
Exactly, and in Leroy's case, unfortunately, he is 0-2, or will be after this match, unless he does something spectacular. But as you mentioned,
look at the space.
He's got
2-on-1 straight away. This is the counter-attack for TEKKZ as he pushes on.
Goalkeeper's out, and Alwara with a goal. He clinches that final goal. Do you think there's more?
Oh, there will be more. I think
sure?
There will be more.
How many?
It's hard to say, but I feel as if we even saw there just straight away from the pause, the gaps that opened up there. It was an easy pass, an easy finish. There were so many options. He chose the right one. Maybe have a look at the goalkeeper there, diving the wrong way. But
that's the 3rd time that's happened this match.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when TEKKZ is running in on goal there. A lethal finish always makes, or tends to always make the right choices at the right time. And he's 6-1 up, 4-1 up on aggregate in this matchup.
That's a tough deficit for Leroy, but as you mentioned, he had to he has nothing else to lose at this point, so he has to do everything that he can to get everyone up and try and at least get a shot on goal. But with that comes space and mistakes.
There's also another game going on just ahead of us. You see Lex up against JLG, the man that did defeat Fnatic TEKKZ, who's currently winning with a few moments left to play in that second leg.
And how do you think Leroy is feeling at this stage in the game, knowing that likely he's not coming back? He has to regroup for his 3rd round, and if he loses that 3rd, then he is done, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's deflating, of course. You have to realize that you're playing against players that are amongst the best players in Europe. It's not easy. You know that every game is going to be a battle. You know that there are going to be some occasions where you're going to be outplayed, but you kind of just need those results. Talk about Nicholas, I believe, in that first round. On another day, genuinely, he loses that game. It was a rare occasion for somebody to come across with a win after that much chances in at their goal, but you have to win those games. If you want to progress far in competitions, if you want to win, those are the games you have to win. But for Leroy, as you said, it's going to be very deflating and tough to bounce back from, but that's why his coach behind him in Bob, again, a fantastic player throughout the FIFA season in years gone by, behind him, giving him that advice on what he can do. But I don't know what there really is. TEKKZ makes it feel like there's nothing you can do right. Where everything that you feel like you've done right, he sort of nullified it already. So it's like, what more can you do? You kind of just have to rely on luck.
Definitely. I think at this point, too, TEKKZ isn't really looking to attack much more. He's kind of looking to just maintain that possession and take any space that's available to him, like right now with Janola, but cannot get the ball to R9 at the top of the 6-yard box. Do you think he kind of, you can kind of just see the complacency almost in TEKKZ in his game at this point, because he knows that he doesn't really, there's nothing else that he has to really do at this point. Good tackle from Carvalho.
Not sure what happened there. I thought he had possession, but TEKKZ will burst down the line here.
And some space again. R9 is through, and that is onside. Leroy pulls his keeper out, but can R9 find the space? He can with Janola. That makes it 7. You weren't kidding.
TEKKZ are just testing stuff out there. The shot cancels, utilizing R1 dribbling in the box there, playing for the extra passes. And it's tough to watch because you just know that Leroy, there's no way back into it. And it's just
fortunately
sort of, it's very hard to watch in this game. Down by 6 goals, 7-1 on aggregate. 10 minutes to go, of course, it would be mission impossible for him to come back. So he kind of just has to look forward to the next round and just hope that he can just regain some confidence. Of course, you have to remember, in the Swiss format, you're playing somebody who is also 0-2. However, their 0-2 is, of course, going to be different to how you are, but you can get some confidence in the fact that you're playing someone who's also lost 2 games. So they have a chink in their armor as well. As we look around here, I believe Nicholas ended up victorious up against Maestro at 1-0. So Nicholas is 2-0, of course, the former eChampions League winner of last year. Progresses into the next round, into round 3, 2-0 record. For those wondering at home as well, Stokes did lose that game up against Danny Visser. JRG did beat Lex as well, so he's continuing his form. Maybe he's one to watch. Gravison did mention him. And there's also 15 minutes left to go in that Manny Bashaw Neat game. Bashaw up 4 goals to 1 in the second leg. 6-5 on aggregate. What a turnaround.
Chance here from Janola again, but Van der Sar comes out fast enough to catch that ball, so TEKKZ cannot make it 8-1 on aggregate. Now listen, I feel like if this were me,
We'll rage quit?
I would have rage quit at 3-1.
Yeah, of course. See, that's the difference. You see?
I would have rage quit at 2-0. I'm done.
No,
I'm out.
There's always things to learn. Of course, with Leroy, he's conceded a lot of goals, but there's things that you can add to your game. They always say the cliche statement.
Practice makes perfect.
No, it's not even. It's you don't lose, you learn. You know. And I feel like you can learn different things in the game. Of course, it's coming at the detriment to his record, but yeah, he ends up losing this game 7-1. So it's going to be a tough result for him to take into the next round. But of course, we do have another game going on here. We're going to go straight across to Manny Bashaw up against ETHXNH 6-5. This game was 5-1 at a period in time. You were laughing at me. I said it'd be close.
I was offered. And this is high scoring too. Like, this is crazy. Also, 1 goal, that's nothing. There's not much time left, but
see him pushing forward here. If you can get the rubber ducky just to win possession, it wasn't meant to be. You can see the pressure already. Constant pressure has been applied there. The offside trap could leave. Knee in on goal here.
And he is Messi to R9 with the open goal, and he makes it. Ooh, 7-5.
Yep, the big Ramos across the arena celebrating. Of course, he knows that is a job done, scoring late on there to make it 7-5.
we have an instant response here from Manny Bashor. We don't, unfortunately, and obviously he knows at this point that it's it's impossible, I would say.
Of course, but again, this is a game. You have to remember, this is at 0-1. Both of these players did lose their first round, so there's going to be somebody having to play Manny Bashor at 0-2.
R9 in behind with the cheeky ball roll and the open goal again. The classic R9 celebration to end that game with a victory as well. You did say he was the best player.
Yep, neat going forward, decisive, the ball around the keeper, the reverse elastico into an open goal. And of course, ETHXNH makes it 8-5, progresses into the next round at 1-1. So we're going to look into another game. This is KETKZ up against Raoni. We're in extra time here, 4-3 for KETKZ's favor. As he gave away possession there, could Raoni push forward and potentially try and stem an attack that could lead to the equalizer?
These two are also, it's a tough game, I feel like, when there's a 1-goal difference, because your opponent's attacking hard, and so you have to defend. So it's still like, it's not, you know, like the game that we saw with Leroy and TEKKZ, where, you know, one is kind of complacent with the lead. This is like a full steam ahead kind of situation.
Ooh, maybe you could have kept the ball in the corner there for KETKZ. It's easy to say from here. I probably would have done the same, but that could have led to another chance here for Raoni to push forward.
Well, Raoni's going to want to maintain that possession until the end of the half.
He needs a goal, and he needs it now. He's triggered the German cross there into Hulik. Could it be a head down or knockdown?
Oh, unlucky, and I think that is probably game. KETKZ leading 3-0 and 4-3 on aggregate. Some good matches. I'm impressed, especially the ETHXNH and the Manny Bashor one. I'm not sure I expected that high scoring of a match.
A lot of goals amongst or throughout the games that we saw, not just on the featured matches, but of course in the pit as well. But yeah, it was a resounding victory we saw from TEKKZ. Of course, Nicholas defeating Maestro. Both players were 1-0. So of course, Nicholas goes on to 2-0. Maestro goes on to 1-1. And of course, you mentioned Neat and Manny Bashor with a high scoring game as well. So yeah, a lot of goals throughout the games on the featured matchups.
Have you played Neat before?
Yeah, I played him before. Incredible player.
You won every time?
No.
What's the most goals
that last time? I actually won, but yeah, he normally wipes the floor.
What he's saying is if he played Neat, he would win. Is that what you're saying?
No chance.
What if I played him? How many goals do you think he would score?
25 now.
25?
Yeah, 25.
I'll take that.
25 now.
25 is good. Not 30, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
I'll take that. I'm rage quitting at 3.
Yeah, I think it'll be 25. But yeah, of course, that was, round 2 with the featured matchups. We're going to throw it to Rachel and Michael. Oh, Michael? Rachel and Mike.
Wow.
As we dissect round 2.
I love that Ryan was really harsh there to Leah. Absolutely threw her under the bus. 25-0 to Neat. I mean, harsh. How many goals would he score past me, or would I score past him?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
You better beat Leah. It's got to be under 25.
I'm going to beat Leah. I'm going to under 25-0. There we go.
They're over here to the side. That's a lot of goals if you really think about that in FIFA.
There's a lot of goals.
I don't know if you have hands at that point. 25-0 in a single game.
I mean, he was class. Obviously, Manny Bashor now is in a bit of a sticky situation.
You're being nice. You're underselling that. He's in a terrible situation.
Especially how well that kind of team have been doing. We kind of said it's been like a Team Hullet factory, talent factory. They've been just putting out so many great players, and we kind of classified him as one of them, obviously with Emery Yilmaz last year, and obviously we've got a lot of those players with Renzo kind of coaching them, bringing them through. What went wrong with him?
He's had some difficult matchups. I mean, I don't think he expected to probably play Neat in the second round.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of this. Remember, everyone had to qualify to this point. This is not as if we were hand-picked and people got free rides here. These are the best of the best in Europe, whether you know about them or you don't, because we do have quite a few rookies that are already starting to make a run.
Which we'll talk about in a short while, actually. But right now, we're going to get into the TEKKZ game and the highlights from that matchup there against Leroy. He dominated that one. He had to, though, didn't he, Mike? We kind of were speaking down to him, really, in that first match. We lost it 4-3. He had to come back firing and show what he's made of.
Those were not my words. I said that he was slow to get started and wasn't able to recover in the second leg. I do not want that as the quote, but we saw a very different TEKKZ. And it was an offensive onslaught. I'm talking about all sorts of different variety, a lot of different skill moves. And we're going to cover some of those skill moves as well in the breakdown. It's kind of how he got his name. I always look at TEKKZ and TEKKZ. But he definitely reintroduced himself to the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the second leg. He just kind of then started scoring goals for fun. It did end up 7-1 in the end. It was great, wasn't it, for Leroy to get that consolation goal. When you score a goal against the likes of TEKKZ, it kind of means a lot as well, doesn't it?
I don't know if he's going to carry a lot of positive energy into the next matchup. That's difficult. And you lose on a big stage like that, and he couldn't really say that he was in this game.
No, it's really tough, isn't it? Especially for Leroy now, that being his second match of the day. He's got one more, which he really needs to change things around really quickly. From what you did see here, obviously it was quite the defeat. Can he do much? Can he take away much from that one going into the next match?
You're being much more optimistic than me. If anything, my takeaway from this is that I wouldn't want to play TEKKZ next.
He doesn't have to do that. He's already done that.
If you're looking at Leroy's position, he's going to need to take a breather, maybe talk to your coaching staff a little bit, and just remember that the Swiss format, and we've seen this happen time and time again, you can go from 0-2 to 3-2 relatively quickly. You can regain some momentum. So just think about it, I've got another reset.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Leroy has got 2 losses. TEKKZ now with his first win then of the day. He lost his first round, won his second one, so very much in that upward trajectory now for TEKKZ. A couple of more great matchups. We already mentioned, didn't we, the Ducks Neats matchup there against Manu Bashor, 6-4 in the end. We have a couple of highlights to bring you as well from that 10-goal thriller over there. It was one of our main matchups as well. Gravison would be loving the result from this one.
As you see the post, the rebounds for him, you take that with Neat. And he came out and played a spectacular opening leg. I love the step over here from the rebuttal with Bashor. But you're going to see a lot of goals from Neat. And it shows a lot of the skill moves, a lot of the details, the intricacies. We talk about this a lot, but that's what he's known for. You heard Ryan discussing how difficult it is to beat Neat, especially online. He gives you a little bit of everything. He has that sparkle, especially when you're looking for a way to get inside the box. How do you find space? How do you create something out of nothing? He has that Spanish flair. He's been winning everything in Spain. And as Gravison was saying, we really haven't seen that success 1v1 international stage. It needs to happen soon.
Think this is his year?
He needs to get to the next stage here, because that's going to be the question. Otherwise, we're going to start labeling him as an online player. He's fantastic in Spain, but he doesn't travel the same way.
It takes a little while, though, doesn't it, to make that transition, and that could be his time right now.
Well, it's easier said than done. I'm not here to say I want to trade with him, but if you're performing at the highest levels, people have that expectation. You see here, Bashor made an incredible comeback in that second leg. I actually thought that we might see Neat kind of fall apart here, because you start second guessing. If you're not in perfect form, or you have a perfect first leg maybe, but the second leg doesn't have the same sort of scenario, you start hesitating in big moments. You don't finish it out, but as we see here, you saw the vamos, or you heard the vamos. Maybe you saw and heard the vamos. Neat got the job done. Easy little pass across here, and that was where we had that little pop-off.
There we go, and that's just the disappointing look then from Manu Bashor there, who does have to go now into that third match of the day with no wins next to his name, which is a tricky situation to be in. And I haven't actually noticed, is Renzo from Team Hullet hanging around? Has he got a coaching set up?
Yep, he is
okay,
set
so
up.
he'll go back and sit with his coach, and we know how well he is. Obviously, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pajamas for the EA Sports Cup. They took the title there with Renzo in their corner. He knows how to win titles as that coach.
And I would also go on air saying that he's been the most successful coach, I'd say, at this point, in terms of the variety of talent. If I look at Renzo and the players that he's worked with and back, there's 5, 6 big names now.
Levy, Ololito,
but they didn't
Manu
start
Bashor,
as big names,
Emre
the point
Yilmaz.
that I'm making. Last year, Bashor was a rookie, Yilmaz, and these guys qualify for every event. 2v2s, 1v1s, international, national, in-house, out-of-house, domestic, you get the idea.
Well,
They're
3
everywhere.
World Cups as well. When you can qualify for all 3 of the World Cups in the summer, you know you've got talent, you know they mean business.
He had multiple players, actually 4 players that qualify for everything. And that's kind of incredible there, and it's got to be a lot of credit to Renzo and that academy.
We'll expect then, from what we're saying, Manu Bashor to turn things around in the next match. We're keeping a close eye on that one. Let's have a look at some more highlights then. We've got a big matchup to show you now. It's Maestro and Nicholas. Let's have a quick look at this one. So obviously Nicholas and Maestro both won their opening fixture with ease as well. Maestro, 8 goals. Okay, Stokes got 7 in that one. And Nicholas, we had that obviously on the main stage as well. He was playing GOALPOACHER. We expected this to be a little bit more of a cagey affair, and it was, wasn't it, Mike?
Nicholas did such a wonderful job of just taking the pace out of games, controlling the rhythm. We talk about how he's cool, he's calm, he's collected, he's clinical. I'm just going to use a lot of different C words. But the reality is, when you look at Nicholas, is that he makes people have to play it to this pace. If you beat him, you beat him. But either way, you're going to have to maybe change or shift the way that you're playing or that you'd like to play.
A player like Maestro, though, he wouldn't have been phased going up against someone like Nicholas. Again, he's a world champion himself in a 2v2 format, but has all these great accolades on his CV. But still, everyone finds it pretty tricky to break this guy down.
He's also one of my favorite players to watch, Maestro. You always get emotions, you get reactions, you get celebrations. He'll greet you with a hug, maybe even a kiss on the cheek. Maestro's just a great ambassador of the sport.
For sure. We love watching him.
I think everyone almost roots for him. If you're not playing against him.
We root for him. We're rooting for you. Okay, these are the results and full-time results from all those fixtures. Let's just bring you a few of those. So Nick Sneb having a great run of form at the moment. 7-2 over EKMEN there. Maestro, we just covered that one. He lost to Nicholas 3-1. Massive result for Peixoto over Rocky, 7-2. Really good job for him. Let's go, Mike. Which one are you picking out there?
The Stokes 7-0 loss to Visser is something that says, how did you not score any goals? Especially when you look at Stokes offensively. Now you've gone 0-2. That could be one of those matchups we see towards the next round.
Ethan as well, getting another loss there. We were kind of bigging him up. I know he was Graveson's one to watch after being the winner in the FGS Europe and then getting top 16, obviously losing then to Ducks Neat. And the Matthias Bonanno, he gets his first win, 4-1 over GOALPOACHER. GOALPOACHER gets another loss.
It's setting up nicely. I'm just gonna say, I don't make the charts, I don't do the rounds, none of the above, but I see a lot of games that are going unexpected ways. This means we're gonna have some unexpected matchups early that matter heavily.
We are indeed. Let's see then who's sitting top of the pile at the moment. 2-0 is what we're looking for. Those guys must be sitting in a pretty comfortable position. They just need one more win and they are through. They don't actually have to play any more matches.
I'm just looking at the 0-2s though. JRA. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's been around forever. Stokes, even longer. Maybe the biggest vet in the tournament. Ethan, all the hype. Bashur, all the hype. And there they are. There's likely we're going to see a couple of them match up here.
So there's narratives here, guys, at home. So 2-0, they get one more win and they're going through, you won't see them anymore. So that's the guys on the left-hand side. It's the ones we're watching, 0-2. They may be going out of this in the next round. There's likes of GOALPOACHER, JRA, some big names sitting there. Manny Bashir, we've already spoken about him as well. So yeah, next round, that's the pretty important round. Okay, let's try this one again. We have for you a MasterCard moment of the match.
Talking about these techers. So you've got the ball to Ronaldinho, you've got to get it to the inside. You have all these options, you're assessing those. You see that fake shot cancellation. Now some step overs for the people. A little bit of a block, you think it's done. You've defended well. No, you haven't. And selling the skill moves is so important at the pro level, and TEKKZ does this better than anyone. You're going to see a ball roll, scoop turn, fakes to the inside, takes it back towards that end line, and then he opens up space after the additional skill. Ronaldinho steps into space, buries it, first time finish. And it's just the composure, the essence, the feel, the fluid. It's a beautiful game.
And that, of course, was our MasterCard moment of the match, and it was given to TEKKZ in match number 2. I mean, do you expect him to do as many skills when his back's against the wall after losing the first one?
Yes.
I mean, I possibly
I back him. I'm entertained. As someone who does too many skill moves, I'm always looking at how am I going to innovate? And TEKKZ is one of the best at doing the unexpected, or adding a new element into a skill move package.
Well, I love to see the skill moves from TEKKZ there, so it was great to see. Right, we have another partner to bring you as well. This is from Turkish Airlines. It's great to have so many partners on board for the eChampions League. Well, Turkish Airlines widens your world, and we want to have a little bit of a game for this one. Mike LaBelle is the person who's going to play the game.
I didn't get a heads up on this. What's the game that we're playing?
So I'm going to maybe talk a little bit about Europe. It's a quiz on Europe. How good are Europe? You live in America, don't you?
Yes, I do. Okay. I live in New York.
Okay, so maybe not great. Okay, so let's get into this then. So I'm going to give you a bit of context. 64 players, of course, are here, travelled from all over Europe to be in London to compete in the group stages of the ECL. Obviously, we had the knockouts in April, and then we had the top 8. They get to fly to Istanbul just before the Champions League final as well. Okay, Mike, let's have a look at this map then.
What are you going to ask me? Yeah, what are you going to ask me?
How many countries, this map isn't helping, but how many countries are there in Europe?
So not players from the countries that are competing, total countries. And this is probably including like the little provinces and all the, oh my goodness.
Every single country. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking like Monaco, yes.
I'm going like, I'm going to, I feel like, all right, you guys play at home if you're in the chat. Yeah, I'm going 37.
Are you actually close?
How close?
Well, it's 44.
Not that close. I feel like I wanted to be better off. I would rather have been in the 40s then.
How many countries have you visited in Europe?
Maybe half of those, maybe like 15. No,
15 not
half of the guess that I took, not half of the reality.
You live in New York. You've definitely not been to 15 European countries. Okay, next question. Let's quickly rattle through these.
It's not about me. Great. Please give me something.
I'm sorry in advance. This one's quite tricky. how many kilometers is Istanbul from London? I mean...
We don't even use kilometers.
So
we use miles.
10 miles is
Like
6K, or 6.2 to be precise.
It's the other way. I thought, all right.
10K is 6.2 miles, if you're going in miles or K.
All right. Let's go with 1,600.
No, wrong. 2,498K between London and Istanbul. Finally, you might get this one.
Please help me.
Okay,
Give me something.
Which country here today at the ECL has the most competitors first, and how many second?
Okay. So most competitors, Germany.
Yeah,
so
and
they're
that was
in
the
action
same at
tomorrow.
the finals. Yeah.
And
How many
total
Germans?
Germans. It's double digits, more than 10.
Are you gonna name them?
16. 7, 6. I'm trying to look at your face. Are we going up or
Well, you're
down?
wrong. You're very close. So 15.
Okay.
Umit, Anders, Mo Alba. I get 3 there. That's
Anders
pretty,
not German.
That's pretty good.
Just saying.
Danish.
Yeah.
Danish wonder kid, obviously.
Just
Rachel's
plays for
wrong.
Leipzig. It's all good.
It plays with Leipzig, that's where. Anyway, let's move on from our Turkish Airlines
Please,
quiz.
no more quizzes.
Hope you enjoyed that, guys. Widen your world with Turkish Airlines. Okay, well, that was our really fun quiz on the stage here. Let's move on
Do we have any more of
swiftly.
these coming? Is
Let's
there
just
more?
go into round 3 because I need to go off stage and come up with better questions for quiz number 3 or 2, which is coming later. Okay, who's playing next? I know you want to know, so let's give you a little bit of a preview right now. Round 3. Well, obviously in round 3 we'll see who is going through, and then we'll see who is going home. So match 3 is pretty crucial. Here we go. So obviously we've got some feature matchups coming your way. Leroy and TEKKZ. That was a matchup we saw before this. That was neat, of course. And Manu Bashir. Who's going to go through and who's going home?
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Welcome back to London for the Champions League. Again, you join us for probably one of my favourite rounds. However, if you're sitting behind me right now, you're probably going to hate me for saying that because it's an elimination round of FIFA. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Jaime Alvarez. Many will know this legend as Gravison in the FIFA scene, joining me in the commentary booth for this one. Grav, you've been here many times as a competitor on the lifeline of you need to win to stay in the tournament. How do you think these guys are feeling right now?
They're feeling anxious, nervous, because you haven't played good FIFA yet. That's the toughest. I don't think you're as anxious because you're getting eliminated, but you're anxious because you haven't played well yet. So it's all about, I don't think it's about winning the game. Obviously it is, because if you don't, you're getting eliminated. But it's about finding your form, because if you don't, you're going home either way.
Yeah, well, Swiss does a weird thing in FIFA esports for bringing out these crazy storylines. We've got elimination games for you, but the storyline of these elimination games are even better because we've got an all-UK matchup, which sends a UK player home. We've got an all-Spanish matchup, which sends a Spaniard home. And on top of that, we've got an all-Dutch matchup as well. We've got so many storylines to unfold. This is all of the fixtures that are taking place in this round in the eChampions League. Of course, there will be people that will qualify for the knockout stages after this, and they'll be back again in April. But we have to talk about the storylines, Gravison. Some of those games that are knockout games, like that one right at the bottom of your screen right now, Manu Bashir against Leroy, both from the Netherlands, both travelled over here together. Unfortunately, one of them saying, "See you later, mate. You're on the plane back tomorrow, and I'm going to stay in the tournament."
It's crazy that Manuel Bashir is playing in this position. He's 0-2, but the thing is, I've just watched Manuel Bashir's games. He played against Stingray on first leg, on first game, and then against NIT in the second one. So he might have played well, but you're playing against the best players in Europe, and you don't get the chance to just miss a couple of times. If you do that, you're getting a loss. So maybe he has played a really good FIFA, but their opponent was just better. But yeah. Manuel Bashir is at least, I think, top 8 in Europe right now.
But look, Grav, you don't need to say this, or Alan as well. You don't come to the Champions League for an easy game, do you? I mean, look at some of the matches we've already seen today. I think Maestro just played against Nicholas. Nicholas is now 2-0. He beat Maestro, I think, by just a goal to nil. Let's talk about our featured matchup, though. It's going to be the two UK players going up against each other. Of course, a player that's come in and out the scene for quite some time. He sort of gave up with FIFA esports a few years ago, then came back into the scene. That's Tom Stokes we're speaking about now, currently of #United. He's not had the start he would have wanted today because he was in an absolute roller coaster of a game against Maestro, which finished 8-7 to the Frenchman, and then played Danny Visser. Do I dare to mention the score? I know he's just behind me. It was 7-0 to Danny Visser. You can't be doing that.
That's tough because, like, you can lose against Maestro 7-8. You can even lose against Danny Visser because he's one of the best players in Europe, but not scoring a goal. Even for Stokes, he's an attacking player. He's always going to score goals. Scoring 0 goals for him, that's got to be tough on his mindset. So I think, I don't know, I don't see him winning this match because he's playing against Ethan. Actually, the guy I was talking about, the guy I predicted who was going to be the breakthrough player of the day. And man, is he a curse or something? Because I think he's one of the best players right now.
Yeah, well, let's not, beat around the bush about Ethan Higgins of FootWiz. He was the European champion from the first FGS, which took place, of course, a couple of months ago. He's been a serious player, had a good run in the EA Sports Cup as well in the 2v2. He'll be in the EPL this year again, representing Crystal Palace. He's not had the start he would have wanted today. Played against the legend that is Rocky, losing 5 goals to 2 in his first game, and then came up against the only Luxembourg player in this tournament, in Ivan, losing 2 goals to 1. Again, a rocky start for a player that you said was the breakout player of the day. He's still in the tournament. We must say that. He is still in the tournament, but this is a must-win game.
I think he can go through still. Like, if he wins all these 3 rounds, he can still go through. And talking about his achievements, all you said, the FGS, the EA Sports Cup, but even the E-Club, I think he's already qualified for playoffs because he won the week 1. So at this moment, he probably is the player who is most in form in Europe at the moment. I think he can make it through still. Yeah. But yeah, he cannot miss now.
What's the attitude? And we spoke about it briefly. How are these players going to be feeling in this moment? Because sometimes it sounds crazy, Grav, and you'll probably know this better than me. When you're in an elimination game of FIFA and you have to be at your best, for some reason, some players have to be pushed down that very scary road to then come alive.
Yeah, probably. Like, I remember FIFA 21, we were commentating, TEKKZ was 0-2. And then when he was 0-2, he started playing at TEKKZ level and he made it through 3-2. Maybe Ethan could do the same.
Yeah, potentially so indeed. If you have just tuned in, this is the Champions League. This is day 1 of our tournament here in London. Again, if you're wondering where the likes of Anders and Mo Alborough and some of those German players, they're in action tomorrow, okay? Europe has been split into 2 sides. Today, we're looking at the west side of Europe. Tomorrow will be East and Central, hence why you are seeing different nationalities and players in action today. But this is a big round, Gravison, because we're going to congratulate a handful of players into the knockout stage as well. I know we're very much looking at the bottom half of the table here, but Nicholas, pressure may have been on him as a defending eChampions League winner. Well, he's 1 win away from being back in the knockouts in the last 32.
I mean, Nicholas is still, I think it's his best year at FIFA. I think it's his best start yet because Nicholas always peaks at May, June, winning playoffs, winning ECL, but at the start he's not as good as he's at the end. And I think this year, he's been playing at his best since the start. That's what I think Nicolas has a great chance of winning the World Cup this year because he's been smashing it since, I don't know, November, October.
Here we are underway for this game. A lot to unfold. Ethan kicking from right to left. It is Stokes from left to right. A match that these two would have not wanted to add at all. This could be an early start. Oh, it will be. It's clever FIFA. From footwiz, Ethan. And it's not taking him long to get off the mark. It must be said as well, his teammate right now, ETHXNH, is having one hell of a tournament. They were both in the bracket. He's 2-0. He's on his way to potential knockout play. But in the back of his mind, he'll be hoping his teammate can dust himself down from this 0-2 position. And with play like that, Gravison, you have to say, incredible stuff.
Incredible. This is the play that actually made him won the FGS1. That L1 through pass, it's amazing. Because the players at the wing always made the run through the left back and the center back. And obviously you are spamming offside traps, because if you don't, you want to be in your box, you can't defend a 50-50 situation. Exactly in that timing, he makes that L1 through pass, which is pretty much perfect, and the 1-0 situation.
I know there'll be a lot of fans as well on the opposite side here for Stokes. He's quite a consistent streamer and FIFA Pro player pretty much every day, weekday. He'll be live at the same time in the morning. So the same group of people just grinding away at the game, grinding away to be in opportunities like this. And there was a time that he needs the support of those fans. It is right now. He's currently 1-0 down. You've had a lot of time, Gravison, to look at round games. I know you've been hanging out with some of the Spaniards. What a ball that is, by the way. How's he picked that one out? Ronaldinho, Ethan, all the time in the world. Fair play. Delay was in the mind of Tom Stokes. He's achieved that. Van der Sar saves it. It goes for a corner. Still, this one is alive, though. Yaya Toure, edge of the box, times it green. Oh, stop it.
Really good stuff from Ethan. Because it's hard to have a 1v1 situation, miss it, and straight from the corner. Ball roll, green time, perfectly. Stokes didn't have time to move the keeper. It's a 2-0 situation in 10 minutes? Perfect stuff from Ethan.
And a perfect way to reply after that golden chance of Ronaldinho. It sounds crazy, but in those moments, you have too much time.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's the worst situation in FIFA when you have time to think, because you always miss in those situations. Because if you don't have time to think, you're gonna go for a shot on the back of the far post, on the near post, and it doesn't matter. But when you have time to think, a couple of thoughts pass to your mind, and then you always mess it up. It happens to me pretty much every FUT Champions situation.
Here's Stokes now. We speak about him so many times. What an attacking player he is. So good at creating chances, but this high line that he's rocking, Ethan has been able to pick it off just a few times. Watch that left-hand side, there's a body running forward. But the question I wanted to ask you, Gravison, before the attack happened was, you've had a lot of time to look around the games. In terms of the starting teams, we are following squad restrictions here. Anything that's been of interest for you? I think the only thing that me and Richard were talking about earlier is this right-back debate.
I mean, yeah, I would say like Valverde at the right-back.
Speaking of him now, he might be just pulled out of position. Corner, played short. Cycled well, back to Ronaldinho, who will strike the hands. But as you were saying, the Rivaldo situation, sorry, the Rivaldo? Don't know what he's on the pitch. Valverde, I've gone from Rivaldo to Valverde. Valverde, he's in a battle constantly with Al Iran, obviously the foot hero from Saudi Arabia. It's a conversation, it's a debate we're going to have. We even saw earlier Nicholas put the foot hero as a right back to try and stop the attack and try to stop the pressure. Here's Pele, Tom Stokes doing very well. Was there a fingertip save on that from Van der Sar? Yes, there was. But expect goals in this game.
Brilliant goalkeeper movement by Ethan, brilliant. I think it was a double tap in the triangle, and that was brilliant. Because that could have been an easy goal for Stokes, and this might be a 3-0 situation for Ethan now, because he pushes so many bodies forward.
We have got a goal in the old Dutch derby, we can call it. It's an elimination game of FIFA. Where has that goal gone? And it has gone the way.
Offside?
Or was it offside?
I would say it was an offside,
sure.
Yep.
We'll give you an update as soon as we can from it. Leroy against Manny Bashor. All Dutch matchup there. And there's another game that I'm sure will be on the tip of your tongue, Gravison, as Stokes should score this. Tom Stokes, great save. Van der Sar again. Was there a one more pass available?
I think there was, yeah, for Pele. But yeah, I find it surprising. There's a good chance.
I don't know what's going on now. Everyone just bundling in the box. Van der Sar comes and saves the day, just stealing the ball off the feet.
You can see Stokes is actually picking his confidence up. You could see his face, like he could have, I don't know, been angry, shout at the monitor or something, but he was actually nodding. So I think he's just finding his right play and momentum at the moment. He just needs to score, because if he doesn't, that doesn't matter.
Capdevia, this is Ethan, up by 2-0, looking for a third. Ginola will try and turn in the box. He goes for a corner. Remember, Ethan scored from a corner 15 in-game minutes ago. What a goal it was. Alawiran back to Ronaldinho, recycles well. Yaya Toure can hit these from here. That's superb. FIFA! Ethan Higgins, take a bow. Simplifying it and smashing it into the back of the net for a 3-goal lead.
It's the first goal as the first one. It's the same goal as the first one. A quick oil one through pass from Yaya Toure. That's perfect. That's perfect. And then the simple finesse to the back. But
it's
yeah,
just milliseconds there of Yaya Toure keeping Ronaldo onside. But the timing of it changes everything there.
it's an easy goal, but the hardest thing to do is the timing, pretty much, because everyone can do that at home. But have you got the timing to do it perfectly fine?
Well, we have got a goal, a confirmed goal this time. No VAR needed over in the Dutch matchup. Panama against Leroy, and it looks as if it's gone the way of the team Hullet player. There is another game underway as well, which I'd love to get Gravison's thoughts on as soon as we can go to it. It's an all-Spaniard matchup. There's a storyline there because they're both playing La Liga, and you were telling me, right, Gravison, that they're actually playing against each other
next week.
So
Yeah.
they're playing an elimination game of FIFA now in the eChampions League, and then they've got to go and play a league game against each other next week. Yaya Toure, Tom Stokes needs a bit of help right now. He doesn't need that.
I'll probably say he needs Yaya Toure to play a little bit better, because you see Ethan's Yaya Toure actually having 2 assists this match, and Stokes' Yaya Toure now missing one hell of a chance.
Capdevia again, Ethan looking for goal number 4. What a start to the 45 it would be. I mean, that just shows how confident he's feeling. Timing it green with the Spanish left back from that far out. We did say before the game started, Gravison, an elimination game of FIFA like this can bring out your best performance. What a 45 minutes that has been from Ethan.
Yeah, because not only has he scored 3 great goals, he could have scored a 4th, and then when Stokes got to that 1v1 situation, his goalkeeper movement was amazing and so quick. The reaction was so quick. So yeah, pretty much what you said. Perfect half of FIFA.
Half time, but if there's one man that can turn a lead around, it is Stokes.
Definitely.
He is a very, very attacking player. There is a second leg to come and still a second half to come in this game. Do keep that in mind. And there's one man in his corner, former EPL champion of Man City Esports, still of Man City Esports, his Shells. He's been called into action to coach Stokes through this time round. What do you think he's going to be saying to him at this point?
Pretty much to, I don't know, calm down, talk about specific situations. Maybe they're talking about tactics, because I think both the first and the third goal of Ethan was because of the Stokes tactics. Like his defense is going, they're sending so many bodies through, they're spamming the offside trap. So probably I would say some change in the tactics. But yeah.
Do you think he was using the offside trap too much then?
Yeah, probably the offside trap and the depth. The defensive depth was a bit too much. If you have the defensive depth up to 70, it just offside traps every single time. And if you make that play, the all be one through pass like that, it's easy.
The amount of times that Ethan has just unlocked the door to this back line. Ronaldinho, Ginola, Capdevia is there, Ginola's still there, just about. The possession changes hands again, but Ethan's press is good. Was R9 offside? No, yes he was. He goes back for a free kick. But you are right, there has been quite a risk at the back, hasn't there, from Stokes, and Ethan's done a great job of just finding those through balls, those extra runners over the top.
Which is not easy at all.
I mean, it's Stokes' time to start a comeback. Certainly has got it in him. Back to goal. Oh no, reverse elastico! That's what he can do!
Easy tap in from Stokes, easy reverse elastico, and an easy goal for R9. But can he keep it up? This pass was amazing. And yeah, he didn't move the keeper this time. Last time he moved it, this time not. So probably the third time he's gonna keep it as well. Is Stokes gonna go for the near post this time? Next time I think he will.
Just that little reverse elastico there, Gravis, and it just opens up the space, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all about the angles, I would say. And you can see it, players who are not like, I don't know, spamming that much skills, or who are not skillful enough. But if they understand the angles, that's all that it takes. Because Nicolas, you can see, he's not like a skillful 1v1 situation player, but he understands angles so well. So that's all that it takes.
It's a game of animations, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's about getting in the angles, the right shot type and the right player. Again, fullbacks have been everywhere. And a talking point that we've not stopped talking about. But this time it's on the side that should be the stronger of the two. Capdevila pickpocketed again.
German cross? No. This is a good chance.
Well played. It was a risk there to just come out and win the ball back, but had to be brave.
It's interesting, the right back situation and the center back situation, because pretty much everyone is using Lucio. But you can see Stokes using Ricardo Carvalho, and you can see Ethan using Konate, the UCL item. So I think that's a tricky one to figure out, because I don't know which one I would use.
There hasn't been a great deal of Champions League items that these guys have been able to use for this exact moment. Obviously, as we know, the road to the final continues. The upgrades will naturally happen, and by the time we get to April, there'll be a lot more players in conversation. But you're right, there's not been the biggest list of options, especially when you've got foot heroes and icons that you could use instead that just offer you a little bit more. Hence why a player like Messi, as much as we love him, I think his Champions League item's got about 84 pace, and if anything will be maybe a super sub towards the end of the game.
Which I don't think he will. Good play, good build-up.
Ginola. Ronaldinho, Ethan needs this one! Extra pass that no one saw! Ronaldinho doing different things. Ethan thinking just one step ahead of his opponent. And just like that, look at it again. Brilliantly done from Ethan on a plate for his forward. And it's a 3-goal cushion that's been reinstated. The perfect way to head towards heading into your second leg.
The build-up. I think it's the thing that I like the most about FIFA, having like the right build-up, the build-up play, which is the hardest thing to do in my opinion. The build-up with the runs, with the fake bicicletas, everything was crazy. And then having the composure to do that extra pass and an easy tap in, great play by Ethan. He's playing at his best right now, 4-1, crazy. And you can see Stokes isn't happy with his performance at the moment. But as you said before, if there's someone who can turn this around in like flick of a second, that's Stokes, for sure. I'm such a big fan of Stokes' Twitch channel. Like, I watch him every single morning.
Yeah, every day.
Yeah.
I can imagine it, Gravison. You're in a coffee shop in Spain with Stokes' streaming every day. You're part of the loyal gang. That's just his commitment, isn't it, to this e-sport that he has every single day. He is live. But he's 3 goals down aggregate score. There is still a second leg to play. There is still time. But it needs a massive performance. You are seeing a great example right now of why Ethan was that FGS1 European champion. Stokes. Big chance now. Cut back inside. Van der Sar with the heroics.
And the goalkeeper movement again. Save him 2 big chances now. It could have been like 3-4 right now, but the goalkeeper movement is so important right now at the FIFA 23.
Valverde. Ethan again looking for goal number 5, taking more minutes out of the game if he can. Dirk Counts comes onto the pitch, and on the back of this, Gravison, I'll let you enjoy this one. It's the Spanish game I think we could be going over to where there has been a goal in it. JRA against Rawuni. And the scenario is this as it stands. JRA Lion, 2 goals down.
I mean, if we talk about JRA like season at the La Liga, he's not been performing at his...
Oh, Ronaldinho. Cheeky chip, it's in! Ethan makes it 5, and to be honest, this is the moment where the game could maybe be out of reach if another goal goes in.
Ronaldinho has been playing amazing. I think like 3 of the 5 goals of Ethan are one through pass.
As you were saying about the Spanish game, sorry Gravison, continue.
Yeah, it's all right. JRA, as we call him in Spain, he's right now at the bottom of the table in the La Liga. He's, I think, the 14th. So, I don't know, maybe in November he peaked at his FIFA 23 season. It's too early to say, but...
Offside trap, that's a risk! Stokes! Ronaldo Nazario, how are you not getting that on target?
I think Ethan's goalkeeper movement is driving Stokes crazy, because it could have been like an easy near post finish, but it's driving. When a player moves the keeper so much, it drives you nuts. You don't know what to do anymore.
If he scores again now, it could be curtains before we've even kicked the ball in leg 2. 1-9, good save, Van der Sar. 5 minutes away from the end of part 1 of this elimination game. As we said at the end of this round, we will be saying goodbye to a handful of players here at the Champions League. Also, congratulations to a number of players that would have gone 3-0, which means qualification in the bags for the next stage of this tournament, which will be in April for the knockouts, where 32 will become 8 for the finals in Istanbul.
Could you imagine who would have said if Stokes and JRA end up 0-3? Who would have said at the start of the day? Not me. Not me for sure. But I think JRA can turn it around against Raoni, for sure.
Last chance of the game. Stokes came so close a second ago. Well defended again. That time Lucio R9. Just doing everything he can, and Ethan will be absolutely over the moon with that. He might not show it as of yet because he knows there's still a second leg to play, but that first leg, it couldn't have been any better really, could it?
Ethan's defense has been amazing, and these passes, every single time, they are working.
One more chance maybe. TEKKZ. Referee says, no, we're going to stop there. 6 goals in it, but it's a 4-goal mountain to climb for Stokes if he wishes to remain in this eChampions League tournament. A long way to go, but Stokes always does. Still got a smile on his face, where many would not at this moment in time. What's he got to do other than score goals in this next game, Gravison?
Stokes knows what he has to do. He's obviously going to have to change the tactics and formations. I mean, it's a 4 goals lead, so you just got to put bodies forward. I don't know, maybe a diamond narrow formation, maybe 3 defenders at the back, but you gotta change something because the way the game is played, Ethan is practically smashing you.
Absolutely. Well, as we said, we are going to go to a quick break down here at the Champions League. When we get back, will there be a reply for Stokes? Only time will tell. We'll see in a few minutes.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Well, welcome back to the Champions League again. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Jaime Alvarez. Many will know him as a Spanish FIFA legend, Gravison, joining us for what is going to be the ultimate round here. Round 3 always brings some good vibes and some absolute terrible vibes if you are being knocked out of the tournament. We are actually focusing on the nitty-gritty games, the elimination games. Our featured matchup, Gravison, has been it's been full of goals, but mainly on one side.
Yeah, on Ethan's side, but yeah. Picking up from what you said before, is there a worst situation than going to your hotel 0-3? I mean, it's the worst night of your life, I'm telling you. Hasn't happened to me before. It happened once in Bucharest, 1-3. Whoa, what a night, man. Just
it's a terrible night, was it?
Oh, laying on the bed, just, I don't know, thinking about how you bottle up so many chances. You just replay them in your mind every single time.
But also on the flip side of that, for those that have obviously potentially going to win a game right now, if Ethan was to go and win this elimination game, Grav, it gives you like 20-30% of confidence now, doesn't it? Like, right, I'm back in it. I'm back in the groove. I can get moving now. I can start looking forward, because we've seen, as we said, we saw TEKKZ do it. We've seen Nicholas do it. We've heard so many Swiss story runs in our time of players that have just come climbing back from adversity, and it makes such a fairy tale story.
And also, obviously, a fairy tale story, but you know, it builds your confidence up, as you just said. Like, you just start winning this momentum, and when you go 3-2, maybe you carry out to the next stage as well, because you just win 3 games back to back. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Well, this is our featured matchup. It's an all-English derby. I wouldn't say it's a derby, to be fair. They're probably quite good friends outside the scene. But regardless of it, we are losing an English player. There was a handful of them that did qualify on this side of Europe. And to be honest, we haven't really seen any of them have to match up compared to in this moment now. Ethan of Footwiz does lead by 5-1 against #Stokes. Something has to change at the break. Gravison, you said that Stokes has just got to go for the game. Maybe a change of formation. But then at the same point, what was one of the best things that we've seen from Ethan? Just capturing that high depth that Stokes has been using in those offside traps, and he was punishing him time and time again.
Yeah, and obviously when you press, you're gonna have to find more situations like that, and Ethan is probably gonna be creating a lot of chances. So I would say for Stokes, it's about getting that first goal at the start, because if you just play and play and play, and then you're in the, I don't know, 13th minute, something like that, and you haven't scored yet, I don't know, it's just, it feels like the game is slipping away slowly from you.
But like a sand timer, isn't it? The difference is he needs a handful of goals. You're right, the first is going to be everything here if he wishes to try and claw this game back. But look, he's an attacking player, Stokes. We know he is. He can create so many chances. How good is Ethan with the pressure? Because you can be in this position with a 4-goal cushion, but you cannot let it get the better of you, as crazy as it sounds, because we've seen so many FIFA games in our time. I'm sure you've played in many of them, Gravison, where maybe the opposition thinks it's job done. That's why FIFA's played over 2 legs, because it certainly isn't.
Yeah, and sometimes you get comfortable. Like you have like 4-goal lead.
Tell you what, you can get comfortable now, Gravison. Cheeky chip! Oh, he timed it green.
Bit too much. Bit too much, I would say. But yeah, good chance. But yeah, sometimes you get comfortable with a 4-goal lead. But Ethan's definitely not big.
Oh my, what's that into the box? Lofted in, Van der Sar, 2 hands on it.
This last qualifier, I've used Van der Sar. He's so good, so good. His speed, his agility, his reactions. Whoa.
The team of the year sort of upgrade that he's had. Ginola's got legs on him. This is Stokes. Is there a cutback available? Still, Ginola back to R9. Great block again from Lucio, who's been heroic for so many players. Time ticking away though, 20 minutes gone. 4 goals still needed. Loser of this will be eliminated from the Champions League. Ethan's done that so many times. He's made it look flawless. Is there an option into the box for him? Pretty predictable there with Yaya Toure winning that one back. It's going to be end-to-end attacking football, this. Is there a ball round the corner? Again, managed well by Lucio.
I gotta tell you, Ethan's defense has been on point for these first 2 legs. His player switching, his anticipations, everything has been on point. Even Valverde, who's out of chem, I think he's 0 chem, has not been punished once. I remember Richard, in the first game you casted, was talking about how Valverde was gonna be punished every single time, and Ethan hasn't.
Such a risk when you dive into a tackle because there will be space that will appear like this. Can Ethan make the most of it? Doesn't need to on that occasion. Does fall back to Hullet. Ball just bouncing around, trying to find a home. Capdevia. This is Ethan. Looking for a comeback or maybe even a finish on the edge of the box. Great feet. Really well done. One more pass was there, and as this attack breaks down, let's jump across to the Dutch game that we mentioned. Leroy against Manu Bashor. Currently, as you can see, Manu Bashor leading by 2-0. Make it 3-0.
I didn't see that cross. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting, like, I don't know, green time shot, something like that. That cross was perfect. And yeah, Manuel Bashor bouncing back with a 3-0 lead.
You've got to remember how impressive he was last year as well. I remember being in this very room in the playoffs last year where he was involved. Picked up by the Orange, the Dutch National Federation. He's been a massive player for them and another great example of these monsters that Team Hullet just keep on creating time and time again. Ethan, Capdevia. If he scores again, he'll conclude the game. Van der Sar gets a toe on it. Just to parry that one away. I think, for being honest here, Grav, he can't concede.
No, he can't. And that's hard to do against Ethan because he's going to keep creating chances. But yeah, he cannot concede at the moment.
Has to score first and cannot concede if there's any chance to build a narrative. Unfortunately, JRA looks like he's down again. He was 2-0 down originally. Check in to see the scenario there. Ronaldinho back to David Ginola. This is building up nicely still for Ethan. He's just waiting patiently for the time to go forward. Comes back again. Is the chance there still? I mean, the ball still keeps falling back to him. Eventually dispossessed. Not for so long. It really is end to end.
You cannot take a break out of FIFA play. Never. Because even if you defend well, your opponent can get the bounce back and have this chance.
Is there a flick on available? Headers and volleys in the box. Potentially from Ethan.
Team press.
Doing so well just to find every single ounce of room and space to manoeuvre in. Well read by Valverde, and we'll try and leave this game very quickly just to give you an update. Over in the Spanish game, as we said, JRA was 2-0 down. Raoni looking to add another one onto his tally. We'll give you an update as soon as we can there. Oh my days, Ethan moving. Too quick to commentate on.
Definitely.
I thought I'd say that before, but relentless half-time here. We'll try and give you an update over in that other matchup now. But look, 45 minutes has happened, Gravison. It might be 0-0, but for Stokes, the scenario is the same. 4 goals needed.
Even you had hope to put even more players forward, because right now Ethan got, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 clear chances. Stokes just got 1. So I don't know, you gotta change something up, at least one thing up. But yeah, Ethan has been comfortable, and his presses after possession loss has been on point. Really, really good.
There you go, half-time. 0-0, but on the aggregate, as we said, it is still a massive, massive scoreline for Stokes to try and chase. 45 minutes away from being knocked out of this tournament. As we look to jump back into the second half of action there. If you are after an update of that Spanish game, we'll give it to you as soon as we can. Manu Bashor leading by 3-0 against Leroy, looking to knock out fellow Dutch representative. I can confirm. But one of these two will be leaving the tournament.
Offside.
At the end of this game. Let's jump over to the Spanish game. I've teased you for it. Here it is. We've got it now with the update in it. As we said, Raoni was 2 goals up. He made it 3-0, and Grav, it doesn't get any better for JRA, unfortunately. Ronaldinho dancing his way into the box, putting on a plate. 4-0.
4-0. And I used to play for Zaragoza back in the days in the La Liga. So watching a new player coming out and performing this good against JRA, and a Spanish legend, I don't know, kind of makes me happy. They probably stepped it up from me to Raoni, right?
There's been quite a few players that played for Real Zaragoza. I mean, Matisse Bonanno played for him
last year, yeah.
Last season.
Nah.
I mean, that's a player that's feeling confident if he pulled that one off. Ethan dinked him well, finds Hullet. That's been a goal back for JRA line in that game we hear. Just looking at the time left in it. And it's not half time yet. JRA with Pele there. Not many people have backed the icon. Doesn't matter how it goes in Gravison when you're 4-0 down, as long as it goes in.
It counts, it still counts, but yeah, kind of a weird goal from Joterrea. But if any player can make a comeback, it's Joterrea, because he doesn't lose his concentration pretty much never. And Raun is his first big tournament, his first LAN event internationally, so he can be shaky if he, I don't know, concedes a couple of goals in a 10 minutes break.
Well, there will be a chance for revenge next week anyway, in the La Liga in Barcelona, when they match up on the 21st of Feb for another game week in that league. Celta Vigo against Zaragoza. Stokes trying to charge forward, can't find a way round. Is it too early to say that this is just out of reach? 29 minutes left, 4 goals needed. Ronaldinho is offside, looks to delay his run back in. Oh no.
There's 2 things to take into account. First, obviously, the 5-1 lead, but second, the stamina. The stamina of Stokes, like their players are so tired. You can look at Yaya Toure.
Nicely done. Stokes has got a goal. 25 minutes to find 3 more of them.
Can he do it? I mean, obviously he can, but even if he does...
But it's that seed of doubt on the opposite side. You've all been there. People at home, even in a game of Foot Champions, as much as say, Brandon, what are you talking about? When you've got a 4-goal lead and you concede 1, there is a tiny seed of doubt.
Every single time. And the thing is, when you're watching it from a third side person view, like you're just like 3-goal caution, like there's no way he's gonna come back. But when you're playing it, and even though you're leading from 3 goals, you are like, in just 10 minutes he can come back. Like,
on the flip side for Ethan, this is where he has to show that experience of being the FGS1 champion. Those runs in the playoff last year where he would have wanted to get even further. Just to try and carry him through. Stokes looking for another goal. Is he on his way back to claw this game back? Maybe he is. Oh no! Off the woodwork!
What a save!
Woo! That goes in, the game changes, but Van der Sar may have just saved Ethan.
Would you say save of the day? At least from what I've seen, that was crazy.
I mean, Van der Sar's made a few, isn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He's made quite a few. What a save that one was. Onto the woodwork, and there just was no one there on the rebound. The time you needed someone there. And it was like for a second, Stokes was on this level of trajectory. He was getting there and there, and then that goal goes in, the belief goes up again, and unfortunately, I think it's come a bit flat.
Yeah. What do you do now? Like, your defense's stamina has gone like pretty much to nil, and you don't have that many chances. So even if you come back, are you gonna still be able to play in the last minutes of the game? You cannot think that in Stokes' position, but that thought would have crossed my mind for sure.
I think it will go out for potential corner, but time continues to trickle down. A throw-in, sorry. 3 goals needed for Stokes.
That's good.
Fancies that one, who Van der Sar did too. That's been a goal in the Spanish game again. JRA against Ramouni. Where's that one gone? It's an equaliser we hear in the leg, so that's 2-2 in the leg. There's time in that one. 2 goals.
30 minutes.
33 minutes time in that one. Oh my days. Pele! It was saved, it was deflected apparently, don't worry. I was just surprised that we did not get that one on target. Messi dispossessed, just... He's fresh off the bench, but lacking it. Three goals still in the lead is Ethan. I'm looking just to take time out of this game as anyone would. He could even find one more goal towards the back post. There is an option there if he wants to find it. Doesn't need to though, this is smart FIFA.
There's no need.
Or maybe he will recycle back this time. Still doesn't want to pull it. One more pass. A perfect game of FIFA for a player to watch out for this year in Europe. He just about keeps his status alive in the eChampions League.
Oh, the extra pass was beautiful. Beautiful FIFA from Ethan. I mean, that was the perfect play, you would say. Being patient enough to go to a byline, come back twice, and then when you have the open space, just tap it in.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a narrative building in another game right now. As soon as this one concludes, we have to go and join it as best we can. JRA is only one goal away from equalising a 4-goal deficit. There is more time in that game than there is in this one. It'll be nothing more than a consolation if Stokes is to find a way through now. Still superb defending. Second chance, Van der Sar's there again. Surprise, surprise.
MVP. Easily. What a match from Van der Sar.
There's much we can say. Van der Sar's been brilliant. Ethan has been superb. With a really strong performance. He will be in the tournament still. It's his first win he's picked up here in the Champions League. His record will be, of course, 1 win, 2 defeats. He's back to another elimination game for him. As soon as we can, we'll jump over to JRA against Raoni. It's in a pause at the moment, which is good. It means we can catch that one.
Yeah. I would like to say it's not only about Van der Sar performing really good.
It's about Ethan performing really good, isn't it?
Definitely. His goalkeeper movement, his defense, his press after possession loss, his timing has been on point. And I mean, you gotta play really good FIFA to beat Stokes 6-2, 7-2.
And if you can get just a snapshot of Tom Stokes right now, look, there's not many FIFA players in this world that would be 0-3 going to have a tournament. He's still got a smile on his face, as much as it might not be a real smile, but he's still there. He's an animated figure. He's a great person to have in this FIFA scene. Unfortunately, not his eChampions League yet. He will be eliminated. This one, though, Gravison, this is a game that you've been excited to watch. JRA in the white strip needs a goal. Whereas Raoni got one more goal up his sleeve. Aubameyang, I didn't think I'd be seeing him on the pitch. His Champions League item, he could be from Aubameyang of all goal scorers to knock out JRA lying out the tournament. It's the new kid on the block in Spain of Real Zaragoza, who remains in the eChampions League, but there was question marks over him. Aubameyang, of all people, coming on to save the day.
Whoa, crazy, crazy goal. And we can hear screams pretty much from every part of the building. But yeah, congrats to Raoni, both Raoni and Ethan. And yeah, let's see what we can see now.
Where are we off to next? There's reactions from another game. There has been a goal, I believe.
No way, corner?
ETHXNH against Jotable, I believe it is. So front post flick on from a corner.
That's weird. You don't see that often after the last patch.
Van der Sar, we said how good he's been. No man's land there and no one on the line to save the day. I think we're joining ETHXNH's game here. His teammate has just survived in the tournament. This is extra time. Wow. This game is to qualify for the knockout stages, by the way. Both of these two have been unbeaten so far.
I gotta tell you, after all the pandemic and everything that happened, isn't this like a beautiful view? Like we dreamed about it. Like 2 years ago, we were dreaming about this.
Look who's in that booth right now. You've got Maestro there, you've got Stingray there. You've got Emre Yilmaz, FIFA E-World Cup finalist last year. You've got Tom on the left-hand side of your screen. Rafsu, back again, great to see him.
Oh, Rafsu, the passion. I love Rafsu so much. We can see Raoni scoring the last goal, 3-5. And it's an easy, but man, this view. So many people. Heather's over here on the left side of the screen.
Rocky, look at Rocky on the far left-hand side.
Oh, man.
This is literally, look, TEKKZ just sat down. It's a pit of FIFA legends that have been in and out of our scene across the last couple of years. And guess what? Tomorrow, there'll be 32 more in there as well. Anders Vergang, Mo Alba, Umit.
Rafsu, the passion, man. I just love him so much. The passion is there still. He was in a 2-0 situation, so maybe he has qualified.
I'll tell you what, I think he may have.
Yeah.
We'll give you an update as soon as we can. For now, it's extra time here. Are we about to see our first, one of the first people to qualify for the knockout stages?
Yeah, we're seeing Jotava against Nixnev, Footbees against Koi. Koi is a Spanish team, Spanish esports team, which has been created like 2 years ago from Ibai, the streamer, one of the biggest streamers in the world. And you can see Jotava and Chosita in that team with Carlos, legend, as their coach. Probably one of the... Ooh!
Nixneb could get easy pickings here. Little Messi! Great save from Van der Sar. Last chance of the half. Corner. Is there enough time to recycle this one round? Poor pass, but in short, as you were saying, is this a new Spanish player that we need to keep an eye out for?
Yeah, for sure. He's been playing in La Liga since FIFA 20, but here he has stepped up his level for a little bit. That was Tom, I think. Oh, the screams and everything. I love this, man. I love FIFA esports.
I'll tell you what, we will be down in that pit for round 4 and round 5, giving you updates as soon as we can. Rafsu cheering his fellow Frenchman on. That's Peixoto next to him right now. There's a picture for you. And fair play to whoever's organised the seats. You've got 3 French players there. Maestro, Peixoto, Rafsu, all next to each other, cheering each other on in that game. You can see a couple of scorelines there. Danny Visser Stingray, that one is currently in extra time. There's literally minutes left of that game. For now, back to this one. Nixneb needs a goal. There's 15 minutes left here, Grams. There's a lot of time still to be played.
Yeah, definitely. And I gotta tell you, Carlos is now working with Jotava. I was working with Carlos for 3 years. He's one of the best coaches in the scene, for sure. And I think that's one of the main reasons why both Chosita and Jotava are stepping it up.
In this moment now that he's got a goal, what is Carlos saying in this moment?
Just to keep his composure, I would say, and go for the sack. Carlos is not kind of like a talking person, so he knows he's better to leave like the player calm and composed and just say like specific things.
Done well just to keep the ball down this side of the pitch. Messi, great feet. Little La Croqueta. Nixneb. First real touch of the ball in this second half. Time's running out for him. His teammate just kept himself in the tournament. Is Nixneb going to be taking us to penalties? David Ginola has to be smart in this area now. TEKKZ back to defend. Or was that TEKKZ as a right back potentially? I'm not too sure. From what I've seen today, anyone could play right back.
Pretty much.
If you've got a right foot, you're more than welcome to get in. Another goal goes in for a Frenchman. I think that's Sami Lumi. His teammate Peixoto. Yaya Toure. Nixneb. David Ginola, is there a comeback available? What a save, Van der Sar just dived on the ball, needed a second chance at it.
And this might be it. If Jotava manages to keep the ball, that's it. That's game over and he's 3-0. But no.
Oh my, oh no, oh no! It's an absolute gift for Fulwitz Nixneb. And it looks as if we're on our way to penalties. You've literally got the knockout stages in your hands, and you've just thrown it away. Nixneb. Unless there's one more chance. Surely not. Surely not another one. TEKKZ, jots a ball towards the back post. The ball's bouncing up, goes for a corner. This will be the last chance of the game. Doesn't want to do it the easy way, does he, Jotabo, if he was to go and get something now? He did just score from a corner. Keep in mind, look where Van der Sar is on the pitch and where Hullet could be going. Towards that post. Front post, should say, head of the way. Ronaldinho, great save. Penalties.
Pens.
Penalties to qualify for the knockout stage of the eChampions League. Up steps Nixneb first with Ronaldinho. Which way will he go? Ronaldinho steps up, misses! And a chance for Jotable to put things right after a horrible ending to that game, with Ronaldinho does score.
And now we have 1-0 lead for Jotaba. Nixon cannot miss again. Nice. To the left, 1-1. Let's see if Jotaba scores and keeps his advantage. Ronaldo, which way is he gonna go? To the right, saved.
Even Stevens. Penalty number 3, it's Okocha, the goal scorer. For Nick Sneb, down the middle, misses. Dirk Kuyt, another foot hero to add to the collection. Dirk Kuyt misses as well. We're still all square.
Still we have Ginola. Last time to, yeah, easy. Left. 3-2, 2-1, sorry. Now we have Toure. Right side, maybe again? No, he changed it.
Here we go. Round 5, still all square between these two. Remember, knockout stage is on the horizon. Messi scores. Jota Ball must score. Hullet steps over it for the Spaniard. Has to score to book spots in the knockouts. Does. Rothov to sudden death. Will we continue? Lucio, the centre-back for Nick Sneb. Down the middle. Jota Ball scores. He's into the knockout stages of the eChampions League. He steps up.
No.
And we go again.
That's crazy.
Miss from Nick Sneb. Jota Ball, you won't get a better second chance. You score, and you're off to the knockout stages. Oh, wow. Panenka down the middle. How about that? I'll be seeing you again in April in the knockout stages.
Oh, the passion. You can see the Spanish scene over there. Neat. Carlos Leyen, Jotaba, 3-2. Oh, man. I feel happy for him, really, really. And I feel happy for Carlos, but man, what a penalty shootout. It was crazy. I mean, how did he had that chance?
Just in general as well, for people at home, penalties this year. Is there any, can you look into penalties at all this year? Or is it just a complete guess?
I mean, it's kind of a complete guess because you just gotta pick one side or the other or the middle, so it's...
But there's no head movement.
No.
But there's no marginal gain, is there? It's
No.
just a complete lottery. What a game that is. Congratulations to Jotable. He's in the final 32. 3-0 in Swiss. Did not make it easy. He would have been having nightmares about that pass out from the back tonight if he got knocked out.
I mean, if you lose this penalty shootout, I think you go 2-3 because your mental is just completely upside down. I mean, just giving the ball to a striker at the, I don't know, last minute of the game, there's no chance you come back from that mentally.
And great for you, Grav, another player from the Spanish scene going through. What does that mean to the Spaniards? You saw Neat, he finished his game, but was over the moon to see a fellow Spaniard qualify for the knockouts.
I mean, you were there last year. La Liga is doing an amazing stuff. You see these youngsters just stepping it up every single season. And I remember back in FIFA 19-20, you had like 3 or 4 Spaniards tops qualifying for these tournaments. Now you have like, what, 8, 9, 10, 7 qualifying for tournaments like this. So it's all about La Liga. But talking about La Liga and FIFA 19, you saw JRA. That's hard. Three losses in a row. That's hard.
Well, as much as we say it's a great day for Spanish FIFA players, unfortunately, JRA Lion also knocked out the tournament. Round 3 may be concluded here in the Champions League, but there are still 2 more rounds to come here in day 1. From myself, Brandon Gravison, it's back to Rachel and Mike for now.
Okay, that was drama everywhere. We got our first penalty shootout, which we got to see on screen there. We thought Nick Sneb was going to go through. Jota Ball, though, quite the occasion for, we were saying, new FIFA players to really put their mark on the scene and this massive event. They're all stepping up to the big occasion.
Also, it was a crazy game, top to bottom, extra time, penalty kicks. Even the penalty kicks, I was on the edge of my seat because I thought that this had been over on multiple occasions. You get the idea. I'm happy, I'm here for it. Good for both of them. They're not eliminated.
Round 3,
that could be worse.
Well, round 3, we expect the drama. We obviously get to see people going through qualification. Obviously, Jota Ball is one of those guys. We'll talk a little bit more about the people that followed him as well. Of course, on the other end of things, we had to say goodbye to a couple of players as well. We'll bring you up to speed on who has left the competition at this stage. 4 players have already been sent packing. Okay, well, let's have a quick look then at the highlights from that Stokes-Ethan game as well. This was an all-English affair here. We all had our eyes firmly on this one. And it was a match, Mike, for someone to go home.
Yeah, and there were mistakes on both sides. I would say that both these guys at moments didn't look like they were the most informed players. Ethan's going to score a variety of different goals, but he had defensive errors. Stokes had opportunities to score and to get on the board. He just wasn't able to, and you see some of the clinicality here from Ethan. A lot of these diagonal chip through balls. Stokes swinging it around. You thought that a rebuttal, an answer might be on the cards. It was not the case. And again, when I look at the player lock usage here with Dino finding that extra pass, the following goal, I believe, is this chip finish. And I mean, it is so special. Yeah, it's very direct, Route 1 football, but look at this finish. You can't get to it. Gorgeous. Talk about precise.
Stokes there, so disappointed in how that first leg unfolded. I was sitting watching with Ryan Pessoa and he said he's going to make a comeback, he's going to make a comeback. It's difficult though as well when you're playing against someone that you know really well.
And I think the biggest issue for Stokes and the takeaway won't even be necessarily the offensive end, but defensively, he was just so wide open throughout the entirety of this tournament. And we talk about it time and time again. Even when you see high-scoring affairs, defense still wins championships. Being able to pin down and to hold your opponent, it allows you for those comebacks to create these important sequences. And Stokes never found the flow today.
I mean, it's tough, isn't it, to lose any of those two, and it would have been one of them. Stokes obviously goes home at this stage of the competition. But remember back at the playoffs, he was a champion back in the day. He's had some massive achievements in his career. So for a player of that stature to go home early doors, it shows the quality we have here tonight.
And the longest term pro. I mean, Stokes has been a pro for more than a decade, and nobody else that's here today can say that. So in terms of experience, big stage, big room, small room, people around, people in a studio, but times were different. We used to be right next to each other. There was a lot of distractions.
Big room, small one, whatever. Let's get more highlights. Let's see the highlights between JRA then and his opponent in this one, Rani.
And another wild game. I don't know if I want to get too far ahead and spoil things for you, but there were a lot of goals. There were comebacks that were on the cards. You're seeing this whipped-in cross. We call that the German cross, actually. It's kind of been innovated or claimed, or the origin story is from Germany. And it went into the second leg there where Ronnie had that 2-0 lead. And again, that gives you a little more leeway, a little more confidence. You know you have some more room for mistakes.
I mean, that's another player we're unfortunately now, JRA, saying goodbye to. JRA, I remember last year at the World Cup, he was probably the most charismatic player, colourful player in terms of when he celebrated, and he was top 16 there. For him as well, a bit like Stokes, not to go through to a player like Rani. I mean, it's a shame, isn't it?
Well, at the end of the day, I like the stories of the new guys that are coming in and making a name for themselves. At one point, JRA was that guy, and he started getting this comeback. It started to look like it could be happen. It might have been likely, but a little insult to injury in the 90th minute, wasn't able to pull it all the way back. Again, we've seen this time and time again, where it's the story or the tale of two legs. First leg looks one way, second leg looks completely different, but can you overcome? Can you recover the mistakes or the deficit that you've already put yourself in a position with?
And FIFA really doesn't go the fact that you've achieved something in the past. It doesn't mean you're set to achieve it going forward in the future. Especially we have new iterations,
popularity
new metas,
contest.
it changes.
We don't pedestal the players. You have to show up. You're only as good as your last tournament. And I love that about competitive FIFA.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's go into our next set of highlights then. We have Leroy taking on Manu Bashir in this one. Again, it was a knockout match. Whoever lost this one would be out of the competition. Both these players sitting at 0 and 2.
And I actually feel for Leroy because if you recall the previous leg, he had the TEKKZ matchup. TEKKZ looked impeccable, and it's just hard from a mental standpoint to kind of rebuttal that in terms of when am I going to get on the board? When am I going to create these chances? Can I get a better run of matchups? Please give me somebody that's not a champion.
Not today. Sorry, this has been your slightly unlucky day. And it was pretty tough, but again, a player like Manu Bashir, we know what he's about. We've been talking about him, and Emre Yilmaz, who's actually now gone through as well, one of his teammates. He was taking on JRG, and we've actually seen him just book his slot into the knockouts. But yeah, great final matchup for Manu Bashir there. He really took control of this one, which he needed to do at this stage.
And we didn't expect him to be in this position. That's kind of been the story of the narrative of the day. There's been a lot of unpredictable results across the board, therefore leading to really unusual matchups where you didn't think you'd see these guys in an 0-2. Stokes and Ethan as a stage match. I never thought I'd see that today, where both players have been struggling, especially with the form that Ethan showed this year in particular.
Yeah, I don't think anyone did. Obviously, Gravison put Ethan as one of his players to watch going through easily as well. Well, these are the full-time results then from match number 3 of fixtures. So let's pick out a couple of them for you. Emre Yilmaz, JRG, we mentioned that. So Emre Yilmaz goes through now. Nicholas He unfortunately got that final defeat there to Rafsu, a 6-7, so Rafsu goes through. We're going to get to talk to him actually in a moment's time. TEKKZ beat Maestro 5-3. That was a good result for him. Stingray, penalty shootout, beat Danny Visser there. Some great matchups all round. Let's have a look then at the standings after round 3 of fixtures and see who has already gone through, who's booked their spot, and who's unfortunately gone home. So, qualified 4 players already. Mike, do you want to read those for us?
Sure, we've got the likes of Yilmaz. You just saw the penalty kicks there with Jotaba, and then you've got Rafsu, who I think we're going to talk to, and then Peixoto, who's kind of done it under the radar. We didn't really give him a lot of talk or a lot of exposure on the broadcast thus far, but he's a big name, and he keeps getting results the last few years.
Exactly, and then we've still got players in it. That's in the blue column, of course. They still fight another day in match number 4, and then eliminated Leroy there, TEKKZ, JRA, and Stokes. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to them. Okay, so much to cover, and now it is time for our MasterCard moment of the match as well. I love this bit. He loves it more. Mike LaBelle loves it. Take it away, Mike. Which match is this one coming from?
I'm just so impressed. I love this goal. I call it a player lock masterclass. You're going to see double player lock. It's a new introduction to FIFA, relatively new, and you can manually control multiple players on the pitch. You can switch off them, and it allows you to find pinpoint spaces, and that's where the second freeze frame is gorgeous. Look at this, 5 players surrounding Ronaldinho, but it does not matter because he's going to slot in there manually, and then he's able to put together a couple little skills and a layoff. And this just shows you some of the confidence from Ethan, and we haven't seen that throughout today. So it was nice to kind of see that rebuttal. Unfortunate for Stokes, perhaps, but he's back in the tournament, and he's got to have his mojo back.
Yeah, that's the Ethan, of course, we saw in FGS Europe 1 when he won that one, and that he's finding his feet now at the right time. Well, welcome then. As you may have seen, we have a qualified player. Rafsu joins us right now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Easy as you like, 3-0, and doing it in style, beating Nicholas 99 FC, the defending champion.
I don't know if it was in style, but I managed to do a comeback versus him, and it was insane. At the 80th minute, I was thinking I was losing. I lost the game at this point, but I managed to do a comeback, score 3 goals in 10 minutes versus Nicholas. I don't know how I managed to do that, but this is insane.
And how does it feel to kind of be back? Because when we talked to the community, a lot of people were saying, I don't know if Rafsu still has it. I don't know if he's on the same level. I'm just speaking with what I'm hearing. You probably heard the same things. And now you're saying, well, I've already moved on, undefeated. You beat the world champ. I think it definitely sends a little bit of a message. It has to feel good.
Yeah, it feels good a lot, being back in LAN, This is the first time I'm there, playing in LAN. My problem is to play in online, to manage to qualify to these moments, to these stages. So when I'm here, this is different, like the feeling, when I feel my opponent, the energy, everything, it gives me more strength to be good at FIFA,
I mean, what do you think is your greatest attribute then? You said you love playing at LAN, but for those people who haven't seen you, remember Bucharest days when we always used to go there and do the different tournaments? You were always playing, but like you just said, online hasn't been the greatest to you. Now you're back. What can the people who didn't used to watch you expect to see from you, Rafsu?
I'm a man who attack a lot, I score goals. You've seen it. I scored 7 to Nicolas. I think this is the reality of my attacking style. And the guys who watch me, they have to wait for me to attack a lot, to score more goals than my opponent to win games.
We're seeing a lot of results from the French guys. I'm assuming that you guys are working together a little bit. So what is your next stages here? You've qualified, or you're now going into maybe a coaching role? Because I saw you celebrating with them.
I don't know if we're going to play 2-4-0 or 5-0, I don't know. But if we stop to play right now, I'm going to go to coach my teammates, the French guys, and try to make them qualify for the event in the months.
And quickly, Rafsu, we've seen a load of new players as well making a big statement today. Who surprised you the most?
A new player, I think I've not managed to play a lot of new players, like for me, even if he's not a new player, I played Nate in the first match, and he's one of the guys who is too good. I managed to beat him, but every time I play him online, he scored me 7, 8, 9 goals, I managed to lose all the time. This is the first time I beat him, so yeah, this is different. LAN is different. For me, this is so different.
Well, experience on LAN has prevailed today. You are through, Rafsu, to the knockouts. We're very excited to see you back here in April. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there we have it. 4 players qualified, 4 have gone home. We still have rounds 4 and 5 to see all 16 players from West Europe who qualify for those knockouts in April. Stokes, unfortunately, the hand signals say, oh, he is out of here. Ethan survives to play in round 4. Who else will go through? We'll find out after this break.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 4 in the eChampions League group stages here in London, England. As always, my name is Leah Ravel, alongside me is Ryan Pessoa, and we are excited for this matchup. We saw a lot of upsets, I would say, some eliminations in the last round, some that we didn't expect. JRA and Stokes both going out, which did you expect?
It's tough. Of course, you can't really rule out anyone from advancing or being knocked out early on, but of course it's always tough to see players like JRA, as you said, and Stokes, who are huge names in the FIFA scene, have reached grand finals before, have won tournaments before. Falling short this early on is, of course, disappointing for them. But of course, there's still a lot of other players in and amongst the competition. We saw a narrow loss there for Nick's name on penalties as well. That was the last game to be completed in the round. Players surrounding the pit watching it as well. We saw Nicholas lose against Rafsu. That's a big game as well. Two players that have been in and around the scene for ages as well. You see TEKKZ 2-1. There's a lot of players who are 2-1. I think that's the point now where, of course, you want to win the game as early as possible to get into the next round.
Definitely. I think we're going into the point of the competition where, like you said, it's elimination or it's qualification. It's do or die for these players. And the matchups that we are going to watch shortly will both be elimination and qualification. So it's either their third loss or their third win, and a lot's on the line for these players.
Yep, of course. It's very important at this stage just to try and get across the line. Some players are coming from being 0-2. They're 1-2 right now. They're trying to get up to 2-2 to try and see if they can turn around their record from, again, a backs against the wall situation to potentially going through, which of course will be a huge boost of confidence. Whereas you have some players that might have been 2-0. They just lost a decisive game now. Will they bounce back to try and redeem themselves and get across the line? Or maybe they could lose another one. So it's going to be tough. But of course, one of the players to mention coming into this tournament, finalist last year in the eChampions League, Matthias Bonanno, in my opinion, one of the best players we've had in the last couple of years. He started off slow today.
Started off slow indeed. Obviously, this matchup is an elimination match for both him and his opponent, Ethan. But Matthias moving to Europe from Argentina after winning E Libertadores to further his FIFA career, he's going to be looking to get to the final again, if not win this competition.
Absolutely. I know Richard wouldn't mind me saying this. Matthias is genuinely probably his favorite player. He always speaks highly of him. Of course, a player that you mentioned moved across overseas from South America, competing, sort of dominated that region that year. I believe it was FIFA 21. He sort of clean sweeps everything, came over to Europe, won a few qualifiers as well, so he hit the ground running. We're going to take a look at his results today. Of course, you can see there, Liam mentioned 1 win and 2 losses. He scored 9 goals, conceded 8, so that means he has a goal difference of +1. But again, he needs to win this game, otherwise he is eliminated. I think that would be a massive upset. You could, of course, potentially rule out maybe some players going completely 3-0 or winning every game, but to be eliminated would be a massive upset. But his opponent in Ethan, FUTWIZ Ethan, of course, winning the first qualifier this year in Europe, started the season extremely well, of course, performing well in the Masters in 2v2 with his teammate, FUTWIZ ETHXNH. He'll be hoping that he could just bounce back from the, I'd say, poor start. He wouldn't mind me saying that. 0-2. He did just, of course, beat #Stokes, so that will give him some confidence.
Definitely, I think a surprising start after, starting the season so strong. But I think after coming off of a win against Stokes, he's going to go into this elimination match with a lot more confidence.
Absolutely. We take a look at his results across the days. Of course, we mentioned already 1 win, 2 losses, scoring 10 goals, conceding 9. Goal difference of +1 as well. Genuinely almost the exact same as Heretics' Matthias Bonanno. So of course, both of these players, we have to keep mentioning, this is an elimination game. The loser goes home. The winner advances, of course, doesn't necessarily secure their place in the next stage of the eChampions League, but it gives them the hope in the last round of the day to maybe push on and win the game. But it's going to be nervy. I think, of course, players around, there's no real favorite here. I think both of these players are good. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. Both of these players, not just with their play styles clashing against one another, but the mentality, they don't want to make any mistakes. Both of these players will have their coaches behind them. They've got Demon representing in FUTWIZ. We've got Edu as well for Team Heretics. So again, they've got the experience throughout the scene. But I think Matthias hasn't started this season great.
I think they're in a similar situation where they're both, top players, especially Matthias, having been so successful in previous competitions and previous tournaments. To start the way that he started today, I think maybe he'll feel a little,
I think, for me anyway, I think he had a point to prove coming in today. Because the last 2 qualifiers, he hasn't played well online, for his standard anyway. So he's hoping that he can just sort of negate the fact that some players might be like, oh, maybe it was a slice of luck, him doing well. He can sort of put that under the carpet, play his best, back himself to progress later on into this tournament. The latter stages are always important. You want to reach the stage where the trophy's in touching distance, because of course we mentioned how today after round 5 it's done for this side of Europe. We wait till tomorrow for the next side, and then in a couple months time for the next stage of the competition. You want to make sure that you're in at least the last day of it for someone like Matthias anyway, but he'll be hoping he can do that against FUTWIZ Ethan. It's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, and I think that being 1 and 2 in this competition in the group stages after having been a finalist last year, I think maybe might, weigh a little bit on his shoulders. He has something to prove, like you said, but Ethan also, on the contrary, has something to prove going up against an opponent like Matthias Bonanno. Yeah,
absolutely. I think for Ethan as well, winning the first qualifier would give him a huge amount of confidence. I play against Ethan a lot. He's incredible. Genuinely, defensively, offensively, creates a lot of chances from situations you wouldn't even think that there's a chance. So I think that's going to maybe play in his favor slightly. However, both of these opponents, are not afraid to keep possession. They'll be happy to keep possession, whether it's 0-0, whether it's 1-1. They're just happy to keep possession as well. And yeah, it's a tough game.
I think that at any level, like you said, at this point, when we're getting into elimination games and qualification games, games that, potentially matter more than the first game of the day, no one wants to make the first mistake. No one wants to be the one to concede first or to give up possession first. So I think that the last few will probably, like you said, lower scoring.
Yep, absolutely. Let's take a look at Maestro, a French player who I mentioned earlier on today. He's been around the scene for a number of years now, performing fantastically well. He's currently at 1 win and 2 losses as well, scoring 12 goals, conceding 15 goals with a goal difference of -3. He's somebody as well. It's very easy for me anyway, as a player, to say he should be, I wouldn't be shocked if he was 3-0. So for me, this right now, him in a situation where it's a do or die predicament. He has to win to progress into the next round and then potentially into the next stage. So it's a very, very big round for Maestro.
Definitely. I think 12 goals again, or 12 goals for and 15 again. That's a lot of goals conceded.
Yeah, and a large of those, of course, there's been 2 rounds since the first round where he played against #Stokes. So he's only scored, I believe it would be 4 goals in the last 2 rounds. Of course, he did have to play Nicholas, which is a very, very tough game in round 2. But again, he needs to bounce back. He needs to back himself and push on. He's a very animated person. You'll hear him from across the pit from ages ago. Whether it's him conceding, whether it's him scoring, he's happy to show those emotions. I think we need more of that in the FIFA scene. Players are sort of reserved a little bit, but he's someone that he'll have his celebrations, his Mbappe celebration. He's very flamboyant with it. He loves it. So hopefully we're able to see more of those celebrations from Maestro.
That's what makes LAN so awesome, is you see all of the emotion, all of the tension, all of everything going on throughout the studio. But before we dive into the excitement of round 4, let's take a quick look at what we can expect from Matías Bonanno.
Matías Bonanno.
Matías Bonanno. Matías Bonanno.
Matías Bonanno.
Matías Bonanno.
Matías Bonanno, I know how much you're a fan.
And what was the question mark over him, Richard, for so long? Could he do it in Europe? Could he do it on the big stage?
You are the team of the season, Cup champions.
The eChampions League. Finds R9, nicely done. Oxlade-Chamberlain towards the back post. Matías Bonanno! Well, look, Rich, you're going to be happy because you're going to be seeing a lot more of Matías Bonanno.
I am. Marcelo over to Cancelo. Whip straight into the box. Sadio Mane takes a touch. Sticks it in the bottom left corner. Matías Bonanno, the man who can seemingly do it all.
Okay, now joining us is the coach of Team Hood. We have Renzo, been a good friend throughout the years. We've known each other for a little while now. How would you say the mentality going into tournaments? How important would you say it is?
Because I think everybody here is capable of making it.
Yeah.
But the ones that stay calm, and especially, as you can see, Emre, he's always very calm. He's very confident with just somebody behind him shouting.
Yeah.
That keeps him in some mental state of mind that's just good. And Manuel, like, on the verge of losing his head, but bounced back, and now hopefully he can make it.
Yeah, because he's a fantastic player. Before I let Leah throw a question, I have one more question as well about just Team Hulit's recruitment. You seem to always pick out the best talents, the best young talents in Europe. They always perform well. Most of the players of that association are actually at this event. So, yeah, it must be a massive achievement.
I mean, it's just, yeah, I'd like to say a bit of luck as well, because you never know up front, but I believe just the entire team is working very hard together into making these, these players perform at the best they can. And yeah, we have a great environment with our own headquarters. We organize boot camps, so yeah, I think just the entire structure of our company pretty much is the way why it's working.
Yeah.
So as a coach, as someone that obviously has sat behind the chair for several years, what do you think is most important in your role to help players keep their heads and keep their composure throughout these matches?
Good question, first of all, but it's mainly that, yeah, before you get into these tournaments, you obviously work hard behind the scenes. You know what's coming, so you want to prepare for them. And I feel like, yeah, we are a very tight group of people that just see each other a lot. We're friends. Also, I'm sometimes functioning as a dad even. So, and then, yeah, it's just they trust you. And Jelle and Emre, for example, they trust each other. Manu and I, Levi and I, we trust each other. Ole, for example, the coach as well. Dani and Mark are here as well, and like they are friends. So I think that's the main reason why, yeah, the mentality can keep calm and sometimes a bit frustrated still, though.
The personal always plays a part. Well, Renzo, thank you so much for that insight. Before we get into the next excitement in our feature matches, we're going to take a look at TEKKZ and his best moments.
People know about ETHXNH. He came into the tournament with 200 followers. He's now got 18,000 followers.
Here comes ETHXNH, scoop turn, inside, Ronaldo, drag back,
what a goal!
What a goal!
What a goal! He's coming 16 years old and he's dominated the FIFA scene.
This is TEKKZ now, heel to heel, Ronaldo inside! He is just a different level.
Well, after I won the first one last time, people called me a one-tournament wonder. I can't really say that now because I've won another.
Standing up to my opponent, I had to let him know I had been chosen. This is my moment, this is my moment, this is my moment, I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment, I gotta go.
Been like 2.5 years since the LAN tournament.
Pele, look at the time, reverse elastic, oh, TEKKZ!
I've been saying the whole time, wait till LAN, wait till LAN, we're at LAN, and I'm cooking people. Wait till LAN, we're at LAN, and I'm cooking people.
It's about to start. I can feel the tension rising.
We are almost ready to start our feature matches, but behind us on that main stage, we have an update actually. It's Matthias Bonanno versus Maestro, which is equally as good of a match.
Yep, of course, we were mistaken that it was going to be FUT with Ethan, but as you mentioned, of course, it is going to be Maestro up against Matthias Bonanno. An incredible game. And who would have thought both of these players are at their 1 and 2 records. We already went through their record for the day, the goals that they've scored, the amount of goals they've conceded, and their goal difference. But yeah, it will be a huge spectacle.
Definitely. Before we get into those matches, if we can take a look at the pit behind us, all of the other players that are playing matches inside that pit are getting ready, are queuing up with lots, again, emotion, tension. Their coaches are behind them. Is there any matches in the pit that stand out to you that you're excited to see the result?
Oh, I wouldn't say any matches as per se, but players, I'm keeping an eye on the UK players. I know there's a slight bit of bias there, but I always want them to do well and progress into the latter stages of the tournament. Of course, there's other players from other nations as well that are performing really well. We mentioned that there have been some upsets, but there have also been some players that have done really, really well today. You've got JRG who came in up against TEKKZ. That was a massive game where sort of nobody would give him any sliver of a hope in that game, but he ended up coming out victorious. And yeah, there's a lot of great games and great players left in this competition.
Definitely. I think TEKKZ is 2-1, so he's looking for his qualification match in round 4.
You've got Tom as well. XL Tom is also 2-1. You've got Stingray as well, representing Atlanta Wave is 2-1 as well. So the UK boys are doing decent so far. Still need to get across the line. We already mentioned TEKKZ as well, being at that same record. So yeah, no bias, but hopefully they do well.
There's a lot of younger up-and-coming UK talent as well coming out of that nation.
Yeah, definitely. I feel as if the last couple of years we've had just the younger scene sort of progress a little bit more. We mentioned Stingray and Sneb, Nick Sneb being younger members in the community. Also GOALPOACHER as well, who's key to mention, E-Premier League champion. I believe his record today is also 1 and 2 up against Danny Visser, which is a huge, huge game. Danny Visser, of course, a member of Team Hullet. We just had Renzo, the coach, on stage with us. So that's going to be a massive game as well.
Definitely. So the feature match behind us, Matthias Bonanno and Maestro are both playing to avoid elimination.
Yep, of course, the countdown begins. The final 10 seconds before we get into the game. It's going to be a massive one. There's going to be a lot of emotion, a lot of celebrations, and hopefully a lot of goals between these two juggernauts in the FIFA scene. Of course, Matthias representing Team Heretics, and of course Maestro there as well, who's been fantastic throughout the season and throughout the years in and amongst the scene.
And we are off. This, as mentioned, elimination game, all is at stake for these two players. As we mentioned before, Matthias Bonanno is coming off of a lot of successes over the last several years, and I think being in a position where it's do or die for him, he wins or he's gone, I think might be surprising to him, would you say?
Absolutely. I think he might feed into that energy a little bit more as we see Maestro push forward here. It wasn't meant to be on that attack, but he does have a corner. We've seen throughout the tournaments how effective corners can be, and just playing it short, building up around the edge to try and fire that shot in at goal, or maybe even play for a reverse elastical or a step over into the space. But it's going to be recycled here from Maestro. I think in this game, he's maybe going to adapt his tempo. For me, throughout the years, when I associate Maestro and FIFA, I associate his games with goals. Whether he's scoring 5 goals or conceding 5 goals, I always think that there's going to be goals. And this could be the start.
But defended well. Oh my gosh, a mistake by Van der Sar, but saved well by Matthias Bonanno. That could have been the early lead that Maestro needed.
It could have been. It almost was a mistake there from Matthias, but it was calm and collected. Probably the coolest man in the room here. Just keeping his cool there with Van der Sar, playing the ball out from the back. But as I was saying, in terms of the tempo, I think Matthias plays a lot slower than Maestro, but I think that might feed into Matthias's hand if Maestro plays slightly slower. It allows the game to be closer. And I always say there's something with Matthias and Nicholas where they're able to win those close-knit games, those 50-50 games. They end up turning up and managing to become victorious. We've seen that even happen with the first round with Nicholas against 1J's GOALPOACHER. I believe that game could have ended up as a victory for the young Englishman, but it wasn't meant to be.
Definitely. I think we can see the tempo, as you mentioned already in this match. Very lethargic, for lack of a better word. No one wants to make the first mistake. A lot of close, concise passes, and really only building up to that attack when there's space, when necessary.
Yep, absolutely. We're of course going to be keeping you up to date as well with the other games across the tournament. We have our other featured match, or other 2 featured matches. We have Nicholas up against JRG 15, both at 2 and 1. We also have Rodrigo up against Manu Bashir. That is a 1 and 2 game, and it is Manu Bashir leading 1-0 in the first 15 minutes. Of course, there are other games as well going on in the pit, but we're going to focus right now on this attack from Matthias Bonanno.
Alderweireld in the box looking for that, but no luck. Saved by his goalkeeper, and back to Maestro.
Yep, we're going to go through the goal here that I mentioned in that game with Rodrigo and Manu Bashir. That was the goal there, shot in from Manu Bashir to give him the 1-goal lead to take control in that game. I'm going to keep up to date again with some other games as I'm able to just oversee a lot of the games that are going on right now. We do have Lex up against XL Tom. Of course, Lex representing Lyon is 3-0 up against XL Tom, so it's been a fantastic start from the young Frenchman in that game. We also do have Ketadilo up against ETHXNH. That game is currently 2-1 to the good for Ketadilo. There's so many big names in this competition, so many newcomers as well, as we see that through ball wasn't meant to be there for Maestro.
Both players here looking to get the first goal and break that deadlock, but a lot of play happening in the middle of the park. No major chances for each of them.
No, nothing so far. I think both of these players, you've even seen that Matthias is standing in possession. He doesn't need to progress forward. He's sort of happy to just sort of frustrate Maestro, because he's somebody, as I mentioned, being very animated and very emotional, whether that's positive or negative. You always notice it. So just keeping possession might sort of favor him slightly in terms of just upping the ante and upping the pressure on Maestro.
I also think with a match as important as this one, obviously being an elimination, do you think that we'll see less action in the first leg?
I'd say so, yeah. Of course, I think a lot of these players, where it depends on the scoreline, of course, but of course, if you're going into the second leg 1-0 down to the latter stages as well, that's where a lot of pressure is going to be held there. We see the triggered run there utilized to open up space.
Potential chance here. Can he find the space in behind? Saved by Rafa Marquez. Rafa Marquez is a hero item that we haven't seen very frequently today at all.
Yeah, a very unique option. I saw earlier on when I was watching some of the warm-up games, Footwiz Ethan was using Marquez over some other options. You've got the UEFA Champions League item in Kanate, who's also another option at centre-back. But I think obviously the main centre-back is going to be Lucio. It's just about who you partner with him. So Matthias is breaking forward here. Quick passes.
Oh, a quick mistake, but saved well by Maestro. And looking to regain that possession and build his attack. You mentioned Champions League items and hero items. Can you go a little more into the squad restrictions for this tournament?
Yes, of course. So for those who aren't aware, the squad restrictions for this tournament, you're able to use 3 foot icon items in the game. So of course, a lot of the players' choices will be Ruud Gullit. You've got R9 Ronaldo, and you do have Ronaldinho. I'd say are the 3 main choices. You see a potential breakaway here. Great challenge there from Matthias. You're able to use an unlimited amount of for hero items in the squad, as well as UEFA Champions League items. And the only option we've really seen is Valverde in at right back with the Champions League options, and Kanate in at centre back. Everyone else seems to be using the Champions League items off the bench. We've seen Foden in the last game as well. That we've seen so many different options, and we're going to keep up to date, as we mentioned, with the featured matches. This is one of them. It is Nicholas up against JRG, the man that started off fantastically well, and in fact he goes 1-0 up in this game, building up around the byline, Leah. An easy pass across goal, an easy finish.
I'm surprised that he is coming off of a loss actually in his last match, being the previous eChampions League winner of last year. How do you think he's feeling having lost the last game and conceding first?
As I say, it's a weird one, because with Nicholas, I think he's not phased. It doesn't matter whether he wins or loses. It's very rare to see him express emotion. Sorry, my eyes have just widened. I've just seen a score of Lex 5-0 up against XL Tom in 30 or so minutes. That is a resounding scoreline. Wow, that's a lot of, that's more goals than we've got here, definitely, for sure, anyway. But of course, this first featured game has been very slow. There hasn't been much to separate either of these players. There haven't been any clear-cut chances. So hopefully, as the game progresses, it will start to open up and ease up a little bit.
Definitely. I think that'll be the tempo, I feel, of this game. As you said before, no one really wants to make that first move. But talking a little bit about Nicholas99 again, obviously, as mentioned, being the previous champion, do you think he's shocked with the result of this match and the result of his last?
I wouldn't say shocked. I think Nicholas is someone that, of course, you would anticipate him to win a lot of his games, but he's sort of, before he ended up winning his trophies a few years, he was sort of like the nearly man. Like, he always made it to finals but would lose. And it's weird to say that because, for me, he's been amongst the best, as we see the quick driven pass there from Matthias trying to lay it off where it wasn't meant to be. But yeah, I think he'd be, again, he just does his job. He doesn't really get faced with anything. As I mentioned, the other game going on, we do have Rodrigo up against Manu Bashor. There's been a goal. It was 1-0 to the good for Manu Bashor, but there's been an equalizer, because we see here the green timed finish from Rodrigo across the face of goal. Keeper movement as well from the keeper, but it wasn't enough. Straight back into the action though, a cross whipped in, headed down.
And Matthias Bonanno with the goal to break the deadlock. That is exactly what he needed in this elimination game.
That is a trademark. Honestly, I'm gonna say it's a trademark goal from someone that represents from Argentina. Genuinely, the cross is in, just a head down. Nicholas does it, Matthias does it. They always do it for the knockdowns, the easy finishes, the guaranteed goals, and that was one of them. 1-0 now for Matthias up against Maestro.
On the volley from David Ginola, you love to see it. So Maestro obviously now is gonna have to, do you think he's gonna push a little more in this half, or do you think he's gonna wait for the second leg to really?
I think there's a long way to go. I don't think there's any time for him to be impatient or erratic. He just needs to bide his time. There'll be more chances that will open up for him throughout the games, but he doesn't need to change anything to get back into this. I think you just play your game. As I mentioned, it's a 50-50 matchup on paper, but it's also a 50-50 matchup in terms of game style as well. So I wouldn't be shocked if the game remains this close for some time into the second leg, or maybe Maestro can get a goal back.
Matthias has another attack here. He's got a little bit of space. R9 running into the box, hoping to get that cross. Thought that might have gone out, but it didn't. Maestro regaining that possession and hoping to counter, but Matthias gets possession back.
Reverse pass, it was on. Maybe if it was lofted, it could have been the pass to thread him in on goal.
Maestro being very close, concise, doesn't want to misplace any passes. Sometimes, a chance here from Ronaldinho, but defended well by Rafa Marquez again. I feel like he's an underrated.
Yeah, that was a huge challenge there from Matthias. Massive challenge to commit, to make the tackle, to time it perfectly. You get it wrong, give away a penalty and potentially a goal, maybe even a red card if it's last man, but he does the job there. As we look around, of course, I mentioned the Lex game, 5-0 up against Tom. There has been a goal there for Tom to get back into it. There's still a lot of time left in that game for there to be some sort of comeback. We've also got Giovanni up against Fnatic TEKKZ. Giovanni is winning at 2-1. You've got GOALPOACHER winning at 3-0 against Danny Vissa. There's been tons of goals around the pit.
Looking at Matthias and Maestro, both zoned into their stations. Matthias could be on a break here, but defended well by Rafa Marquez again, this time on the opposing team.
I think that's onside. That's a great first time ball there for Maestro.
He's going to want to score this, but saved well by Van der Sar. A little too late, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. The pass back could have been on, but it was great goalkeeper movement there just to bring the goalkeeper out, to close down the angle, to force Maestro into a decision there. And it was the incorrect decision, unfortunately, for him, but could have been an instantaneous counter-attack there. You see the tempo starting to pick up, though, the last 20 minutes in this first leg. It is still, of course, 1 to the good for Matthias Bonanno, but Maestro could get the equalizer.
Chance here, and he does. Green time. Maestro equalizes against Matthias Bonanno. 1-1.
That's a great goal there. As we said, the tempo was picking up. The chances started to come through there. It was a green-timed finish from Maestro across the face of goal there. He didn't overthink it. He was in that position maybe 10 seconds just before that, but this time he made that moment count.
We talked about what Maestro would have to do to adapt his play style, his formation, the way that he's passing around the pitch in order to regain some momentum after Matthias's lead. And we saw that. We saw the tempo increase, and out came a goal.
Out came a goal indeed. There's also been other goals. ETHXNH is winning 3-2 up against TEKKZ, but there's also been a huge goal in a game. This could be a massive upset. We've got Giovanni winning 3-1 up against Fnatic TEKKZ. That is a massive, massive goal there. And of course, the same game with Lex and Tom. Lex winning 6-1. The 60th minute, of course, 30 minutes left to go in that first leg.
Woo! Matthias Bonanno takes the lead again, 2-1. Another great goal by him. You can see the frustration in Maestro's face, but he knows what he needs to do to equalize this scoreline again.
Yeah, that was a great goal there. The trigger in the run there, the quick driven pass in. He's done this a couple of times. He's driven the pass in to one of the strikers and just on a first time, little layoff pass. And it's an easy finish there from Matthias. The smiles on his faces as he goes 2-1 up against Maestro. But as you say, there's still a long way to go in this matchup, of course. The remainder of the first leg, the last 10 minutes plus the second leg. So there's tons to play for.
Definitely looking over at the game between Nicholas99 and JRG. JRG still leading 1-0. Still surprising. I'm surprised. But as you mentioned, JRG had a really great start to day one.
Fantastic start.
Fantastic.
You have to I'll give credit to Gravison. Gravison called it from early on. Because I didn't have a lot of information about him. I've never played him before. But Gravison, of course, knowing the Spanish community on the back of his hand,
He's backing his Ducks
gave an
boys.
insight. As you see there, I think this is the moments in the game where Matthias will look to play for the last attack. He's got Edu around his shoulder. He'll know that he just wants to play possession. There's no need to push forward. He's winning. He'll try and wait for the last attack, wait to see if any spaces can open up that he can exploit. If not, I think he'll be happy just to go into the second leg leading by 2-1 and sort of forcing Maestro to make, I wouldn't say make changes necessarily, but just forcing his hand a little bit as we see Matthias pushing forward in the last moments of this first leg.
Can he take advantage of this last chance of the game? He tries, but is unsuccessful with Ronaldinho, unfortunately. But as you mentioned, I think he'll be happy going into halftime leading. And as we say in the football world, the next leg is 0-0.
Absolutely, but in this case, you need to start early on there. There could have been a goal, but it was a great step there from Maestro to manually bring out the defender and get that important tackle. But that spells the end of the first leg between Team Heretics' Matthias Bonanno and, of course, Maestro. 2-1 for Matthias in the first leg. As you said, though, the second leg still all to play for, irrespective of how close the scoreline is. We've seen massive turnarounds throughout the games today.
Awesome. Well, a very exciting first leg indeed. But we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second leg and much more action to go.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Everyone, and welcome back to the eChampions League group stages, leg 2 in round 4. If you're just joining us, my name is Leah Ravel, and my co-host beside me, Ryan Pessoa, are bringing you this broadcast from London, England. Very, very exciting tournament. Knockouts are April. Players have everything to play for to try and qualify for those knockouts to eventually compete in the eChampions League final in Istanbul in June. All to play for, Swiss format. These are the exciting games. These are the elimination games, the ones where people will either leave or qualify.
Yep, exactly. It's big games, big players, and big moments. We saw the featured matchup was Matthias Bonanno up against Maestro. It ended 2-1 to the good for Matthias. We also do have our featured matchups as well. We had Rodrigo up against Manu Bashor. That, the last time we checked, was 2-1 to Rodrigo up against Manu. However, I'll be honest, Manu might actually take that, having conceded a red card early on in the game. So he's only losing by 1, having 10 men throughout a large portion of that match. We've also spoken about some potential upsets going on around in the pit. Tex was 3-1 down to Giovanni. Excel Tom was 7-1 down to Leon Lex. So that is a massive, massive scoreline. So yeah, a lot of goals around.
Definitely. On the other side of the featured matches, we have Nicholas99, who's been down to JRG, which JRG started very strong, but I would say that that's probably a disappointing result for Nicholas, obviously coming off of a loss. Having won the competition last year,
it will be, of course, but you have to give credit to JRG. He's been phenomenal today. He started off incredibly well. He's continued it. Of course, a little blip losing the last round, but to bounce back up against someone like Nicholas is massive. But as you see the countdown commencing for the featured matchup, we go into the second leg now. 2-1 down for Maestro. Can he stage a comeback? Can the Frenchman do what he does best and score some goals? And can Matthias see out the game, or potentially force Maestro into bringing more bodies forward later on in the second leg and capitalize with the open space here? I wouldn't be shocked, though, to see a lot of possession from Matthias Bonanno in this second leg. He's got his coach, Edu, behind him. They've won a lot throughout the scene. They've been together now for a number of tournaments, a number of huge tournaments.
definitely. This is a chance here from Maestro, and he scores it with Ronaldo, R9. That's exactly what he needed to start this second leg.
Yes, that is the chance. That is the start that Maestro needed. Quick attack straight away from kickoff in this game. Aburo into a driven pass, a touch with R9 Ronaldo, and he arrows it into the top corner. We are now 2 goals apiece, and it was an instant goal here in the second leg.
This is the kind of game that we want to see as an elimination match. Back and forth, lots of goals. Exciting, exciting. Both, like I said, have everything to play for. The loser of this is going home.
Yep, it's an important stage in the competition. We always mention how, of course, want to get your 3 wins as quick as possible. I think for the players, though, the aim, obviously, you want to win every single round. You would love to go 5-0. But I think for the players, honestly, is just to get the 3 wins, get the job done, and just progress into the next stage. And then, potentially, after a few months, after rigorous hours of practicing and progressing in your gameplay, just to be more prepared for the next tournaments. But there's been some huge names already eliminated. We spoke about already in JRA being eliminated, in #Stokes as well. Community favorite, someone that I thought as well would come into this on a huge vein of, I wouldn't say form necessarily, but a lot of reputation to progress and to perform well. It wasn't meant to be, and in this game there's guaranteed to be an elimination, so that's going to be tough.
Definitely. We talk about how exciting and sometimes different tournament football is in a club level. A chance here from Janola, and Matthias scores it, goes up again, 3-2.
That build-up play from Matthias was fantastic. There were a lot of options there he could have chosen. He could have played the pass in earlier on there to Janola, but you've done a bull roll, played it back, and then takes the touch downwards to shoot across goal. Even the extra pass to R9 Ronaldo was open. I think that's the key with the top players. That all stems from just triggering a lot of runs, getting players in the box. And it's an easy finish there to bring back his goalie, to restore the lead throughout the legs. Of course, this leg is 1-1. 15 minutes or so have been played, but it is 3-2 in aggregate for the man representing Team Heretics.
How fast do you think we see a response from Maestro?
It's tough to say, because I didn't even anticipate him scoring that early on in the second leg. I thought if there was going to be a goal from him, it would be in the latter stages of that. Of course, another featured match that we do have is JRG up against Nicholas. JRG just scored there to bring it to 1-1 in the second leg. Approaching half-time there. He is winning 2-1 in that game.
As I was saying before, we talk about club football and how tournament football at the club level can be give or take. You can have a great season, but then, you know, club football, tournament football rather, ends up being hit or miss. It's 1 game, 2 games. And I think that's the same applies for esports, for FIFA esports, especially at this level. You can be solid all season, and then on the main stage, you have 1, 2 games to prove yourself.
Absolutely, and I think for this tournament specifically, the eChampions League qualifiers was of course online, split into several regions across Europe. We do have day 2 tomorrow featuring a lot of household names. The world champion in Rebel Leipzig as well, competing tomorrow. But as you said, there's a lot of players. This might be their first LAN tournament. It's definitely their first one of the year for a lot of these players in the 1v1 format. Seeing a corner here whipped in from Matthias here. He's going to head that down, I believe.
Does he have a chance with Ginola? He almost did, but defended well by Rafa Marquez again. I feel like a broken record. I'm saying that name several times.
Yeah, as I was saying about the first time coming to LAN events, for some players it might be a shock because you're used to playing in the comfort of your own home, whether that's in your bedroom alone, in the living room. You're not used to having cameras around you, tens of dozens of people around you as well, surrounding you, celebrating whether you concede or whether you score. So that's something that a lot of players, they thrive off it or they succumb to the pressure. And I think that's what separates some of the top players. They hit the ground running. We saw TEKKZ's first event, he was 16, dealing with all of the pressure as well.
I think that's really important to note that the pressure, the intimidation factor of being in person at LAN with the lights, the cameras, and like you said, all the celebrations around you, I think that's where experience comes into play because some of the newer players that haven't been to as many LANs might, like you said, crumble under that pressure.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at one of the other featured matchups in JRG up against the reigning champion, Nicholas. I spoke about there being a goal. This was it right here. It was green timed across the goal from JRG. The Spaniard now takes the lead in aggregate 2-1 in his favor, 1-1 in that leg of FIFA. There's still, of course, the second leg left to be played in that featured match. We do also have another game in Manu Bashor up against Rodrigo. That is still 2-1 to the good for Rodrigo. That will be a huge game. The loser gets eliminated as Matthias breaks forward here.
Chance here, Ronaldinho, R9 green timed! 4-2 on aggregate. That's what Matthias needed.
That is a huge goal there. The through ball down towards the byline. Running it in, a simple ball roll, played back, slice of fortune. Maybe the defender doesn't sort of react in time to get there and anticipate the interception, but it's an easy finish there from Matthias, arrowing it into the corner. Sort of similar, we're going to see a lot of similar goals throughout this tournament and throughout the FIFA 23 season. It's sort of playing towards the byline, a ball roll, a driven pass across. Even Maestro's first goal, even though it was slightly earlier, it wasn't as close to the byline, but just playing it across, a touchdown or maybe a first-time shot across. TEKKZ does it, Matthias just done it right there. It's a very, very common theme in this FIFA.
We're seeing a little bit of change in Matthias Bonanno's play style. He seems a little more confident on the ball, making those one-time passes.
We also have a goal in one of the other featured matchups. I spoke about the first leg ending 2-1 to Rodrigo up against Manuel Bashor. And there was an equalizer, a chip across and an easy finish there from Manuel Bashor to equalize now. I think he'll be delighted with that, especially as I said, he had the red card in the first leg. He managed to see out the first leg, only conceding 1 after the red card. So that is a huge, huge goal for him to equalize. It'll give him a huge boost of confidence.
Definitely, Matthias with a very important tackle again to break that counter from Maestro. A lot of possession from Matthias's end at this moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be hard now for Maestro. Maybe he could sort of set up a few tactics there to maybe change something as space starts to open up. Will there be a last attack? It was cleared out by Maestro as we go into half-time. 4-2 down now. The Frenchman needs to respond, and he needs to respond quickly as we update you around the pit. There's been another goal in the second leg. Giovanni is 4-1 up against Fnatic TEKKZ. Leon Lexis 7-1 up against XL Tom. And of course, half-time, of course, in this featured match. So the all-important main stage game, we see the result. 2-1 up for Matthias Bonanno in this game, up against Maestro. He is up 4-2, of course, on aggregate. And it's going to be a nervy second half for Matthias, but of course, nervy as well for Maestro, but the other end of the spectrum, he needs to get a goal, and he needs to get a goal early.
He needs to. It's do or die for Maestro, and as we've mentioned, I feel several times, at this point, it's an elimination match. So if Maestro does not equalize to even bring it to extra time, depends. Whatever he can do, he needs to do it. Otherwise, unfortunately, his day ends here.
Yeah, but I think it will be a tournament he'll be disappointed in, extremely disappointed. It goes without saying, of course, being eliminated in any tournament, but I feel like Maestro would feel a lot of confidence coming into it. Performing well in the recent qualifiers as well, getting that little boost of confidence is very important, especially coming into a LAN event. But LAN event sometimes it's just different. It's different. Of course, the game it's just different. You have to deal with so many different factors that maybe the players or the viewers at home, wouldn't really be aware of. The casual players in the scene. There's a lot of variables. But this could be an important variable in terms of a goal here from Matthias, but it was a great tackle again from Maestro, stepping out at the right time.
I think that's a good point that you bring up, that a lot of casuals, including myself to some degree, don't really understand the pressure, the practice, the hours that go into preparing for a tournament like this, or just pro FIFA esports in general. I feel like it's a full-time job. It's a lot.
Yep, absolutely. And as we say, for some of these players, they would have experienced maybe upsets.
A chance here. Can Janola find the space and get the shot away? Tackled well, or deflected well, rather, by Maestro.
You can see the amount of chances that Matthias is generating from that same build-up. It looks very, very simple to the normal eye. It might just seem like what he's doing is just running down the line and just playing it across. But what he's doing is forcing Maestro into making decisions. Now, he doesn't know whether to come short, whether to watch the pass over the top, whether to watch the cutback or anything. Because the moment you know that he decides to watch the cutback, you know there's going to be a green time shot across goal, which will find the back of the net. So there's always little elements that play on your mind when you're competing against the top players.
Definitely. Matthias Bonanno's looking to build up another chance here to try and make it 3-1 in this match and 5-2 against Aggregate. With a scoreline like that, do you think there's any coming back for Maestro?
If it hits 5-2, it will be very, very difficult to come back. I can never rule out Maestro. I could genuinely never rule him out. That was it. That was it. I thought it was in. It was offside there as a through ball was played.
Matthias looking confident on the ball again. We haven't seen him make too many mistakes, honestly.
I think that's the thing with the way he plays. He dictates the tempo. He's a very calm and composed player, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. And it's sort of easy to sort of lose concentration against him because you think he's doing the simple things, but they always work. That reverse pass, well intercepted there by Maestro.
Maestro looking to try and find that goal, but I don't know. You can see the determination in his face. He's going to want to get that back as soon as he can, but it's tough.
Absolutely. You can see head in his hands. He's sort of lost for ideas, but he's somebody, again, I just can't rule him out. I don't think it's done. I think if he just gets that one goal just to give him that boost in and confidence to try and progress on, but it's so hard playing against someone like Matthias. He's so good at just sort of killing the clock down, making it feel as if anytime you have possession, you have to rush and go forward, otherwise you're not going to score, and then you rush, you give away possession.
Really, Matthias is very good at reading the game and reading his opponent, intercepting a lot of passes, which again, like you mentioned, will frustrate Maestro.
Absolutely, and you can see the disciplined play. I know Eddie will be in his ear, over his shoulder, just telling him, we're only playing the passes that we think will go off, and that was one of them. The touch there wasn't perfect for Matthias.
Maestro looking for that last little bit of hope. Still needs 2 goals to at least equalize to bring this match to extra time. 3 to win it. Crazier things have happened.
That cancelled La Croqueta pass into the area wasn't meant to be. Hearing a roar around the pit, and it is going to be going in favor of Gio Bundy. He is now 5-1 up against Fnatic TEKKZ. The last 20 minutes left to be played, and that was a chance. I think it's a penalty. This could be a red card.
That might be exactly
this
what Maestro
could
needed.
honestly be a red card. It looked as if it was late.
It's a red? It is! The stars have aligned for Maestro. That is crazy. Can he take advantage of the pen. He can, straight down the middle. 2-2, 1 goal to go.
Wow. It's not even just the fact that it's 4-3 now. It's the fact that he's got a red card. 15 minutes left to play. Yeah, this is nerve-wracking moments for Matthias and Edu as well. I don't know what they're going to do in terms of personnel changes. Of course, having their centre-back sent off is going to be difficult to deal with. But for Maestro, that'll give him a huge boost of confidence that he needed. I mentioned how if he gets a goal, I think that might actually edge him on to score another. If he does score another, potentially going into extra time up against 10 men. But then for Matthias, it's going to be tough to see out a game like this with 10 men. But there are only 15 minutes left to play, a couple of attacks. He just has to kill the clock down. But yes, easier said than done. Of course, going to take a look at the other games, the featured matchups across the studio. We do have Nicholas up against JRG. The scoreline is 2 goals apiece. So they're going to be going into extra time. And we also have Manuel Bechor up against Rodrigo. That is currently 3-2. So there was a goal there for Rodrigo. And we've got 25 minutes or so left to play. Seeing a lot of goals going in and a lot of celebrations around. I believe that's Danny Visser up against GOALPOACHER. That is another elimination game, and I believe Danny Visser will be progressing into the next round. But on this game now, Matthias.
Oh, that's a good chance. And a great save by the goalkeeper. It's funny, we saw Maestro with his head in his hands a few minutes ago, and then the excitement in his face after he was able to earn that pen and score it.
Honestly, I think it's the red card more than anything. The red card genuinely, of course, getting a penalty is great, but getting the penalty and the red card is huge. See Matthias just burning the clock down, bringing players closer to the corner flag.
He's going to need to manage this game very well in order to maintain this lead because Maestro's coming for him.
Playing around the touchline here, knowing that if he does get tackled, it could, or most likely will lead to a throw-in or a goal kick, but he's giving away possession. This is time now for Maestro to push forward. Risky plays out of the back.
10 or so minutes is a lot of time to at least equalize this. Here we go, here's a chance. Daviginola with a great time, he does it. It is all square.
Wow.
Did you ever see that coming?
I think there was an offside trap there from Matthias, but the driven pass there does enough just to get through the gap of the defenders. And a green time finish just to give him more assurances that it will find the back of the net. It's now 4-4 on aggregate. That red card could honestly come back to bite Matthias there, but for Maestro, he'll be delighted with that. He knows it's not done though. They're drawing. He's done well to come back into it. Barely any celebration from him, from what I'm used to seeing anyway, because he knows that there's still a little way to go. Some celebrations around as well. We've seen TEKKZ score 2 goals in quick succession. There's still 10 minutes to go. It's now 5-3. 2 goals in 8 minutes or so. You never know, it could be possible. There's also a huge matchup in Team Hullet's Emre Yilmaz up against Rafsu. Emre Yilmaz has been fantastic this season as well. He's sort of made his name last year, I'd say, being consistent. And he's been fantastic coming up, runners-up as well in the last qualifier in Europe.
We got another, our other feature game to the right of us, Rodrigo and Manny Bechor. A penalty.
Another red card.
Another red card. And that puts Rodrigo up by 2 on aggregate.
Yep, 4-2. That is a tough result to come back from, especially with 10 men. It's going to be a tough ask.
I'm having deja vu.
Yep, genuinely.
Some exciting matchups to the left of us as well. Nicholas 99 and JRG still square at 2-2 on aggregate.
I wonder what both of these players would have changed in that pause. I think that's a trick one. As a player myself, of course, it's hard to sort of, you don't know what decision to make, because you think if you change something, you end up conceding or anything from it. You sort of rue that decision, but it could work out for either of these players. And we see a corner here. We saw the last time it was a player locked one. It seems to be the same here. Can this lead to a goal? Pay attention to Ruud Hillet here. It was actually whipped in, gone over everyone.
Matthias trying to see out the clock there and bring this to extra time, but Maestro's going to want to get that last goal. He still has some time. He's going to want to maintain that possession to have the last attack of the game and try and make it count.
He's giving it away. Commentator's curse here as we see the run. Look at Ruud Hillet building up at the back post here from Matthias.
Matias has some space with Ronaldinho. Can he get that to R9? He can't. Defended well by Capdevila and Matias Bonanno. But again, Maestro with the advantage at the moment.
Just going to play for last attack here. Just being sensible for Maestro. He knows that this is an important moment in the game. He's playing against an opponent who is fantastic. Performed really well in the last couple of years. Can it be a moment to try and get that goal? And it's not meant to be, but there's going to be 2 minutes added on now for Matias. That's enough time to go and build an attack here.
Do you think we see him build an attack, or do you think we see him see it out to extra time?
If there's space opens up, I definitely believe Matias will be pushing forward. The run here in behind. Is he going to get there? He does. There's not really members, though, in support. And he gets a corner from it. Wow, this could be...
This could be the changing moment.
Yeah.
Into the box. Do we see a chance on goal? We do not. And we are going to extra time between Maestro and Matias Bonanno.
Big bit of defending there from Maestro. Nerve-wracking moments in the last stage of the matchup between these two as we go into extra time. Hearing a lot of celebrations as well around the pit. Some eliminations as well. A lot of emotion pouring out.
As you can see to the right of us, we're nearing the end of the game with Rodrigo and Manny Bashore. Rodrigo leading. That will see him through. And Nicholas 99 and JRG still looking to find that equalizer with only a little bit. Oh, they're in extra time, actually. We are back in extra time with Matias Bonanno and Maestro. They've got lots of time here. Do we have a chance here from Maestro? Oh! What a goal off the post. Incredible.
That is an incredible finish from Maestro. He takes the lead. He's turned it around. You have to remember he was 4-2 down. And he's turns it around. He's now 5-4 up. That red card changed the dynamics of the game completely. It's a massively important goal.
So now a flip of the switch, the complete opposite of how this game started. Maestro leading. Matias Bonanno still with that red card for an entire 2 halves of extra time, which obviously is a huge disadvantage to him. Do we have a chance here with Abdi Pele? Saved well by Maestro.
Sort of played into his own mind there. He could have, I think in a normal situation, Matias greens that across goal, but sort of playing in his head with the goalkeeper movement, anticipating it. It didn't come, and it's going to be another corner here, whipped. We haven't seen that often. The power shot added in, of course, to this iteration of FIFA wasn't aimed directly into the corner. Of course, that shot is a manual. It was slightly too far to the left there for Matias. For Maestro now, he'd be happy, honestly. Roles have reversed. He'd be happy just to keep possession, die the clock down, not make any mistakes. And he knows that if he can just wait and force errors from from Matias, there'll be chances for him to get a goal. But of course, another featured match. We did have Nicholas up against JRG, who was winning at the end of the first leg. But it was, in fact, a last-second goal. Green time finish from Nicholas. His main man, Rudule, has done it again and sealed his position into the next stage of the eChampions League. The reigning champion progresses. And wow, that must be heartbreaking for JRG. You can just see him sat in his chair in despair. But he still, of course, is remaining in this competition. He has one more round of the day to try and get that place. You see a triggered run here from Matias.
I feel like we've said this before, but the tempo has changed entirely again, but complete opposite.
Yeah, look at the pace here. The step over, trying to get into space. It was a tackle that needed to be made there just to stop a run at goal from Maestro.
Yeah, Maestro on top. Maestro with the domination.
It's a difficult one, as you say, because having 10 men, you don't really know whether to stick or twist. You don't know whether to try and change formation, maybe bring another person back. So there's substitutes that have to be made. There's a lot of decisions that need to be done, and you don't want to sort of second guess them. And I think they're going to need to be more changes as well to go a bit more offensive for Matthias. The last 15 minutes of extra time, he is down by a goal. The comeback was complete by Maestro. Of course, we saw the great finish there to give him the lead in extra time. He's up by 5-4.
I think Matthias will be disappointed in himself to have conceded that red card, but like we've said before, we've seen crazier things happen. So to win on a red card would be amazing for Matthias Bonanno.
It's going to be hard, though, to go forward because, you know, you have to go constant pressure. You have to bring bodies forward, more players overlapping, running forward, supporting the attack. And, of course, with 11 men, it's hard enough to defend the open space. So with 10 men, it's even more difficult. There's going to be more options for Maestro to play out from the back or to lump balls in behind. But it's 15 minutes to go to seal his fate. Will he advance into the next round to make his record at 2-2 and eliminate Matthias as it stands? Or will there potentially be a penalty shootout between these two?
What are you hoping for? I think penalties would be exciting. This has been an exciting match, and what a way to end it with penalties. Chance here, building up for Matthias Bonanno. He doesn't want to make a mistake or the wrong pass. He's looking for that space to pass it into the box, but unfortunately, or fortunately for Maestro, he's defended that very well.
Oh my gosh, it's a
big
huge
mistake. There's a chance here. Can he get that? He does! Whoa!
Wow, that is a huge mistake from Maestro playing out the back. Whew.
Wow.
Player lock there didn't work for him in that case. You sort of saw it coming because the run from the back post there with Ronaldinho, and it was a chipped ball in and a header into the corner for Matthias. That takes a lot of resolve, being down or being up by 2, giving it away, going down in extra time with 10 men to come back as well. He just shows what he's made of mentally. It takes a lot, and there wasn't really any outpour of emotion in terms of celebration. No loud shouts. They're sort of set on their goal. I'll be honest, I think they would take penalties. I, for one, I would take penalties in this situation, but there could honestly be another goal for either of these players.
I think for Matthias specifically, penalties would be where that red card affects him the least.
Absolutely.
He has the best chance of coming out ahead. We are all square between the two. In the last 10 minutes of extra time, both of these players are looking for a goal. Matthias with possession again, looking to build up, get that last chance, maintain that possession. He doesn't want to give Maestro the chance to concede or to counter now.
So ball in as well. It was almost found the edge of the attacker's foot there.
So if you were Maestro in this position, would you play for last attack or would you?
Absolutely. I'll be honest, I'll play for the last attack. Of course, you sort of feel as if you're in an advantageous position because you've got the numerical advantage, but I would still play for the last attack. Just wait and see if any gap opens up. And this could be a chance here. The gap did open up. It was good defending there from Matthias Bonanno, and the pressure there dealt with really well. Just playing it out of the back here. The last minute of added time here. A ball over the top.
Ooh, what a ball in that was.
Not really members here supporting it.
He holds it up a little bit, so he has his teammates to run into the box, but can he take advantage of this attack? Ooh, that was close. Ooh.
Wow, we go to a penalty shootout.
All right, first one, Maestro is up first. To the right, he scores that. Van der Sar goes the wrong way. Ronaldinho up again, but this time for Matthias Bonanno. Can he score? He does. Instead, left side, top corner.
2 great penalties so far. Maestro steps up for his second penalty. Goes to top right corner. Pinpoint perfection. Both of these players have scored their penalties. Is straight down the middle from Matthias. It's a great save there from Maestro.
Can Maestro take advantage of that? Matthias saves it, and then off the post. Can he take advantage of that save? He does, straight down the middle.
It's Maestro again. Can he score now? Of course, missing his last penalty. Straight down the middle again, and it's a great save from Matthias.
Matthias is going to want to take advantage of that. He does, goes into the right. Matthias has the lead. Hullet to look to save it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Matthias Bonanno does it. An unfortunate miss, save, whatever you want to call that. Off the goalkeeper, off the post, and out.
Wow, that is heartbreaking for Maestro. That is devastating. I think Matthias is sort of relief. I think that part of emotion was relief rather than excitement or ecstasy. It was just relief that he was up by 2, 4-2 up, had a red card, ended up going 5-4 down in extra time, turning it around to equalize, and then to win on penalties is huge.
Especially a penalty like that.
Yeah, it is huge. And of course, commiserations to Maestro, who bows out of the tournament. Someone coming into this as one of the favorites, in my opinion, to progress into the next stage of just because of how good he is, how well he's done this season so far in the 1v1 scene. But for Matthias, he still lives to fight another day. He goes into the next round, 2 wins, 2 losses. Again, a backs against the wall situation, but he's proven he can do it when it matters most.
He can indeed, and as you said, I think Maestro should be proud of that performance. He brought it back when, at one point, you know, we thought maybe he wouldn't, and Matthias really got lucky with that red card, but like you said, he's going to look forward to play for his qualification for the knockout stages. Well, you guys, that is it for round 4. A lot of exciting matches. We will be back shortly for round 5, but first we are going to throw to Rachel and Mike to tell us about the highlights from this last round.
Thanks, Leah. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, 4 rounds already completed. I mean, we've had a long evening, still one more round to go. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to a few more players, and one massive name just fell, didn't he, behind us there, Maestro, in that dramatic penalty shootout to Matthias Bonanno there. It's always really difficult, isn't it, at this stage? I mean, Gravison, you'll know better than Mike and myself, obviously still a pro, how hard it is to face up against a massive player on this stage when everything is at stake and possibly a defining moment in your season.
Yeah, probably. It's hard to bounce back from this because eChampions League is one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Next tournament that big, I think, is going to be playoffs probably, so it's tough. Now February and March are going to be really, really tough months for Maestro, but if there's a player who can bounce back, probably it's him because he's been playing at the highest level since FIFA 18, I would say. Yeah, it's kind of weird because Maestro announced his move to Team Heretics. That didn't happen at the end. Now he's getting eliminated by Matthias. It's kind of a funny storyline.
It always kind of does a full circle, doesn't it? Well, let's get straight into the highlights of that. Mike will obviously explain exactly how it all happened there. It was super close. We kind of thought it was done when it was 4-all. They went 5-all penalties, but this is how it started, Mike.
And there were a lot of goals. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. There's plenty of drama, reactions, emotion. You name it, it was there. As you see, beautiful work here. Keeps it pretty simple. Ronaldinho steps through, green time finish. Always going to be very important with the extra emphasis. What are the passes? Beautiful there. Tiki-taka one-on-one allows Matthias to go up 2-1. And Matthias actually looked really, really good throughout the majority of the 2 legs. There's this massive moment that happens that we're going to see upcoming, but you're dealing with a red card, you're dealing with a penalty kick. Just a big change of momentum that made us feel as if Maestro had hope. And you'll see that in a second here with Matthias adding a couple goals. Great layoff, can't miss from there. Right place, right time. David Ginola, who we're seeing used a lot often as a super sub as well now.
Yeah, and I think that goal was really good. That's a simple goal, but you know, having the composure to go to the byline and then making that first touch to get the angle right, I think that's really hard.
Well, this is the moment I'm talking about.
This is the one, defining moment. We watched this together and we said this is going to be kind of the key moment here. If he can score, which he did, game is on.
Yeah, it was like 2 goals in 5 minutes. It's crazy. Yeah.
So took it to 4 apiece, then we go extra time, of course, and then we didn't expect 2 more goals, but that's exactly what we got. It did go 5-all. That was the 5th there as well from Matthias Bonanno. Yeah, Maestro
I feel like we're living it with them.
What have I just thrown away? Pushed it to a penalty shootout, and unfortunately it was Maestro who we do say goodbye to now. But he is a player, like we said, who's been around for a long while. He has to find something, doesn't he, to get back for playoffs, to obviously qualify for the World Cup later on in the year, which is the next big event on the calendar. Okay, well, another pretty exciting match was happening just the other side of the camera there, and it was Nicholas and JRG, actually. Nicholas, we didn't really know what was going to happen there. I thought it might go penalty shootout as well. It ended in quite a dramatic fashion. Let's have a quick look at the highlights from that one. Then we probably didn't expect Nicholas to be in this position. Obviously, Rafzu was his opponent in the round before. That led him to be in this position, having to go 3-1 to get through, Gravison.
Yeah, this is kind of a tough position for Nicolas because Jorge is a player who, I don't know, he has probably grown up watching Nicolas winning tournaments since 2017, and Nicolas doesn't know much about Jorge. So I think at the start of the game he was not feeling confident enough. I saw Nicolas changing his formation a lot, and there's not much he did in the first, I would say, 3 halves of the game. But then, I don't know, it's just Nicolas. Like every single time he's against the ropes, he bounces back. So I think this is crazy, Mike.
How was JRE?
Green time?
It has to be though, and it wouldn't be fitting if it wasn't the 120th minute. It wasn't the end of the game. We're skipping out on penalty kicks. The Iceman does exactly what you would expect him to do. And I will say this, I think he's the best player we've ever seen in the FIFA scene in terms of winning these matches that seem like 50-50s. They're just not, but they always seem like it. Those close affairs where he's like, how many games can he win by 1 goal? How many games can he win in extra time? But it happens every year. Every year.
Yeah, they are 50-50s, but not for Nicolas.
Not for Nicolas. They're like an 85-15 or something. I don't know why we gave it that percentage, but a 90-10, I don't know. He gets the job done all the time in these types of matches.
But Grav, JRG has shown some moments of class, hasn't he, which we possibly didn't expect coming into this.
Yeah, definitely. He played against TEKKZ first round. Now he's played against Nicolas. He's been playing against the best players out there, and now he finds himself in this 2v2 situation, and he just gotta win that last match.
He'd be my surprise player. If he's able to get through, somebody that was off the radar for me. I knew a little bit about him, but I didn't have the whole backstory. And the players that he's gone up against and the results that he's gotten, if he's able to push through, I'll say well done to you, sign it up. You know, you are a pro's pro for sure.
The thing is, there's a lot of big names because TEKKZ is 2-2 at the moment. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to his 5th round.
Yeah, I believe this man's casting as well. That's going to be very exciting, especially when he gets on the commentary as well. Right, we have one more set of highlights to bring you as well, and that is between Manu Bashir and Rodgal here. So let's have a quick look at what happened in this matchup.
The thing is, I played against Rodri this last weekend in FGS2. He's a really, really good defensive player. And he's kind of the player who invented the 4-3-2-1 formation that we've been seeing for the whole weekend and for the last pretty much the whole year. So he knows how to use it. And he just, I don't know, he just scored like these simple passes, short passes goals, who I don't know, who can pretty much make it like easy every single time. But yeah, Manu Bashir, what a tough bracket, right?
We can say that about a lot of the competitors, though. As you see a comeback being forged here from Bashir. He's one of those guys that you would expect. He's in the prime of his career. He's young. Last year was on the up and up and up. You're saying you're going to carry that same momentum, but that's kind of been a reminder today. I just look at the margins between competitors, and I always talk about margins. This is important, whether it's a penalty kick, a red card, maybe a call you don't agree with, a bounce that doesn't go your way. It impacts so much at this level.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see this 4-2 goal in the 80th minute, and it was probably GG. So yeah.
Also the first time we've seen 2 red cards, of course, over the course of 2 legs.
Yeah.
So a red card in each leg.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often, but you know, when you're against the ropes, probably you press the wrong button sometime.
It happens when pressure's on, that's
yeah,
for sure.
Definitely.
Well, there we have it. That is the completion of round number 4. Let's have a quick look at the full-time results then. So Neat obviously got the win there, 6-5. Rocky and Stingray went to penalties. Stingray coming out on top there. That was a pretty dramatic matchup. Lex and Tom, 10-2. What an absolute thrashing there. We'll talk about that slightly more a bit later. Danny Visser, 7-4 over GOALPOACHER. That's quite a big matchup there. Ethan and EKMEN. EKMEN winning 6-4. I believe that sends Ethan home.
Yep.
That was one that you were keeping your eye on, Gravison. What happened there? You're not that good at predicting results this time.
The curse again. It happened last year as well and 2 years ago. So.
You don't want him backing you is what I'm saying. Unless you're Neat.
I'm sorry.
That's disappointing as well for obviously us being English here, but he didn't have a great FGS2. We can talk about that. Someone maybe sitting next to me beat him, Neat. But anyway, let's go to standings. We'll talk about who our guest is a little bit later. All right, so standings after 4 rounds then. Okay, qualified. We have a few more players now. Emery Yilmaz, Peixoto, Jottaball, Rafsy there with the 4 beforehand. Now we're adding to that. We've got Stingray, Juabundi, Lex, Marwan, Nicholas and Neat. Eliminated players there in pink. GOALPOACHER, Ranu, we've got Maestro, Ethan, big names there. Manu Bashir, we obviously just saw him go out. JRA and Stokes, massive names. Everyone in blue, we still have one more round, guys. They're all on 2-2. Do do not worry, we're going to have one more round of pictures after this. Talking of a qualified player, ETHXNH is joining us right now. Of course he does, because obviously Gravison is a teammate of his now. A massive congratulations to this youngster for getting through. We've always been bigging him up online. We're so thrilled to see him actually now kind of get a result in LAN in person. Did he expect it to come? Is this like feeling like his time now, Gravison?
Rachel te pregunta que estos últimos 2 años te han visto mucho jugar online en los grandes torneos, pero que esta es la primera vez que te ven aquí jugar en un LAN, aquí internacional. La verdad es que has hecho un buen papel. ¿Te lo esperabas?
Pues la verdad que me lo esperaba por el nivel que llevo haciendo en los clasificatorios, en la FGS, y en la liga también tengo muy buen nivel, así que sí que me lo esperaba y nada, el primer presencial 1 versus 1 que tengo. Quería ver esa sensación de cómo me sentía presencialmente y la verdad que bastante bien.
Yeah, he kind of expected it because in the FGS this season and in the La Liga he's been performing at this level, so he was expecting that happening here as well. But it was kind of his first 1v1 big tournament, so it's kind of, yeah, I expect to do good things, but I don't really know. So he's happy, obviously.
I was going to say, does he feel a little more relief now? Because you've been building him up since 3 years now, basically saying this is the next step. He's going to control everything that's happening in Spain, and he's kind of like made you proud now. So I just want to feel like, all right, we're now past that, because that was starting to become a question. Is he only like a fantastic online player? Because we hadn't seen that breakthrough yet on LAN. I know it's a long enjoy that question.
Mike comenta que en los últimos 3 años como que te está hypeando mucho, que he dicho que ahí vas a ser la gran estrella española, que ibas a dominar la escena, pero que o sea, por cómo han sido todo, como que ha costado que has llegado aquí y que hayas jugado aquí. Entonces es un poco o sea, eres consciente que eres como la próxima estrella internacional, o te ves en ese papel, o cómo te ves un poco.
Sí, creo que tengo bastante futuro por delante y si sigo en esta línea puedo hacer o llegar a hacer grandes cosas en el FIFA y por ahora vamos por buen camino. Estos 2 años que he competido internacionalmente me han ido bien, el año pasado no tanto, pero bueno, había que demostrar presencialmente también que ese nivel que tengo y creo que ese torneo se está demostrando y espero seguir así.
He feels confident enough because the last 2 years he's been smashing it online, but you know he feels like he's a big superstar coming up, so he just wanted to prove it at the LAN event. He proved it today, but it doesn't stop here. He just wants to go all the way to the next stage and maybe in April smash it again.
I love that you're saying he's a big superstar. I mean, I'm sure you have a question as well. I want a question to you though, Gravison. You know him so well. What makes him such a superstar?
The thing is, like, I think he's the player who has more skill in FIFA that I've seen in my life. Like, I see him play against TEKKZ online in those, and he makes TEKKZ look like not a really 1v1 skillful player. And that's crazy because TEKKZ has been like for the last, 4 or 5 years, the best player on the 1v1 situations, and he makes it look like an amateur pretty much. So I don't know. It's just I've been waiting so much for him to reach this stage, and I was pretty sure that he was gonna be playing as good as he's playing online because he's so calm in a day-to-day situation.
Have you got something to tell him then after qualifying for knockouts, a massive achievement?
Yeah, my question to you, Nid, would be last 2 years online, you did a really good job. We've been watching you for the last 2 years. But do you think you have what it takes to win like a big tournament, like ECL playoffs, probably the World Cup?
En Spanish.
Estos últimos 2 años como que has arrasado online y has jugado muy bien, pero yo tenía la duda de si llegando aquí ibas a rendir a ese mismo nivel. ¿Te ves capaz de ganar la Champions, ganar playoffs, ganar el Mundial, ganar esos torneos?
Sí, ¿por qué no? Como has dicho, creo que habías nombrado a TEKKZ. Siempre me fijo mucho en él porque me parece muy difícil ser el mejor o de los mejores durante muchos años, igual que Nico o Dosari. Así que espero poder ganar los títulos que ellos han hecho y hacer esa misma historia, marcar esa historia que esos propios jugadores han hecho.
Yeah, pretty much he feels he can do it because he looks up to players like TEKKZ, Dosari, Nico. He looks up to players who have been playing for 4 or 5 years at the highest level and winning titles every single year. So he looks up to them, he feels he's skillful enough, he just wants to make it happen.
Well, we're very much looking forward to you making it happen. ETHXNH, congratulations, you're through to the knockouts of the eChampions League. Well done. Right then, well, still one round of fixtures to go, and this is really where it gets pretty tough for these guys left here. Of course, some of them have already gone through, but some of them still have to try and qualify. So, here we go. We've got Emery Ilmaz, Peixoto there, obviously. Peixoto's already gone through there. LEKZNH, Rafsu, Giobandi. The ones we're looking at must be the likes of TEKKZ and EKMEN. We have to see who's going to go through there. Matthias Bonanno and Nick Sneb, another massive game. Rodri and Danny Vissa, these are big names that we're, again, having in this conversation of going out. Tom and Likapoo here. Rocky, we've got so many big names. Guys, not everyone can go through. This is tough. Obviously, we've seen the young guns come through here. Mike, you've got something to say about this. How can you lose names like Matthias, Tom,
I was going to say, the majority of these matchups are actually the new versus the old, or the new versus the established. I don't know if I should call them old, but guys that have been on the scene doing well for 3 years, maybe even 4 years in some cases, versus players where this is their big rookie season. So it's gonna either be you're making a statement saying you're not there yet, or it's gonna be almost a passing of the torch moment.
Yeah, and then we have Rocky and Keturio. I mean, I would like to see that match because I just love Rocky as a player. He's been playing at the highest level since FIFA 17, world champ that year. And now, I don't know, he's a big streamer in France actually, so I don't know, that match seems like a really good one.
And we know you love sitting in coffee shops watching Stokes and all these players like Rocky, so this guy, you know where to find him. He just sits there drinking his coffee,
he's not
watching
working
the
or reading.
That's why he's so great. Anyway, round 5 coming your way. Only a few more spots left for the knockouts of the eChampions League. We're looking for our final 16. Who's going to join the already qualified players? We'll come back and join us because we're finding out after this short break.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Well, here we are, round 5 of the eChampions League.
I feel good about it. I feel good about it, Rich.
Who did the draw in? Richard Buckley, Mike LaBelle in the hot seat for this one. If you'd have told me at the start of the day, we'd have had TEKKZ, Matthias, Tom Lees, all in these massive games. Nick Sneb, after his great results in 2-2 elimination matchups, I'd have slapped you in the face and called you a liar. But we are here, and it is elimination or go through to the knockout stages. Just before we get underway, I mean, I'm looking behind me. Players aren't even getting ready yet. We're going to have a little bit of a chit-chat before we get into the games. What have you made of it so far? It's been very surprising to me.
I know we say this sometimes, but it's been unpredictable. You're talking about not only who's in and who's out, but when they lost and when they won. There were matches that I was sure was going to go the other way. They didn't. There's games that went to extra time that I thought would be clear cut. You name it, it's kind of happened today. I didn't expect the likes of Maestro to be eliminated. I definitely didn't expect the likes of Ethan, who has been brilliant this season, online and offline. We've seen him in 2v2s, and he went out pretty early. He could have gone out even earlier. We saw Stokes eliminated, and not even competitive in the last couple of games. Big spreads.
I've got some names for you.
Okay, you wrote it down. I don't like that I'm in distance of the slap, because like I feel like I'm in a dangerous place right now to whatever you got going on over there.
I'm just going to list some names off.
Okay.
Maestro, Stokes, Ethan, Goalpoacher, JRA, Manu Bashir.
Yeah, Manu Bashir I thought would be a sure thing. Young, hungry. He's in that like Hullet crew where they're all training together and they all have success. He got the Renzo backing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
recruited by Renzo. You're like that.
Recruited by Renzo. Hashtag it. We're in a big moment right now. We've talked to a couple of those names. Let's have a look at the official fixtures coming into this last round of action. Mike, I want to get your opinion on it because there's some big ones in there. We're probably looking towards the lower half there.
Yeah, I want to skip through the guys that have already gone through a little bit. They're good matches, and they're playing for seeding, just if you're wondering what's happening with some of the guys that have already had the 3 wins or even the 4 wins. But when you're getting into the TEKKZ versus EKMEN, which is the game that we're going to be featuring on.
Absolutely.
That's going to be a bit of a nervy game, I think, for both parties. I mean, TEKKZ has been here before, but still. Matthias, who's now battled back. A guy that we talk about did not have a great day, and he barely got through the Maestro game. Fair play. He had a red card.
For the majority of it.
They have reverse stories here as well. ETHXNH was fantastic and then struggling. Matthias is struggling and now he's looking more like himself. He's getting through results.
And let's have a look at the other half of those fixtures as well, because these are all elimination matches as well. Eliminate or go through. All French affair. Tadilo versus Rocky. XL Tom just came off the back of a big defeat. I don't want to talk too loudly because he's meters away.
Nah, it's okay. We can still discuss it. He gave up 10 goals, double digits.
If you're coming into this game now, how are you feeling? You've just suffered a big defeat. How do you turn that around in such a short space of time?
In Pro FIFA, you always have to have short-term memory. As someone who's battled through a lot of these Swiss stages and double eliminations, that is one of the greatest character traits you can have in competitive FIFA. And whether that means you need a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, talk to the coach, you have to forget about that game. Otherwise, you will struggle going forward. You can't carry on that past loss as you're moving into the future.
It all sort of comes full circle, because that final fixture, JRG, he was the person who beat TEKKZ in the opening match of the day. He beat him 4-3, and now he finds himself in this unfortunate situation of lose and go home, win and continue. What's going to be some of the redeeming factors in victory for the players? Is it going to come down to experience? Will it come down to, potentially for a couple of the youngsters, just mechanical brilliance? What's the biggest swing?
I don't know that we're going to see mechanical brilliance now that we're into this final game and there's pressure on the line, additional pressure than what would normally be here, because you know you're one step away. Kind of adds to it a little bit of a new element. And I was talking about this when we were up there with Rachel and Grav, and a lot of these matchups are actually newer players versus older players. And I'm not talking about age here, but just with experience. So it's going to either be, again, one of those moments where these new faces are going to solidify themselves and say, well, look, you guys might be, in with the new, out with the old, or vice versa, where they say, not quite yet, not just yet, hold your horses.
And there's no better example than that, and what we've seen on our featured stage right behind us, the player who is probably the most noticeable in the entire scene, arguably the most successful to have ever done it in TEKKZ. He is taking on EKMEN. You see the Club Brugge badge right there representing them, and this is such a big moment for him because EKMEN has just come off the back of a big victory against Ethan, knocking him out. We went into extra time. I was just sort of stood around the pit watching those games take place. He's also faced another Brit today, and that was ETHXNH. ETHXNH beat him 7-2. So he's scored big. He's also lost real big.
And you talk about some of that mechanical play as well. That's where ETHXNH really shines. You want to get into that final third, you need someone who's going to find some space out of nowhere. That guy can make it happen. I guess one of the dangers there, and there's more structure to TEKKZ game, but he's also one of those players where it's very unpredictable. There's a certain level of deception, the way that he sells and produces skill moves out of nowhere, especially when he's feeling himself.
I mean, we're talking about ETHXNH as well. He's underway right now against Banano. That's
wow.
the ultimate clash
what
of
a matchup.
styles. Let's focus in on the main man, Donovan Hunt, aka TEKKZ. Scored 19, conceded 13, 2 wins, 2 losses. He lost, won, lost. Last 2 results in particular, 5-3 against Maestro Victory, losing 5-4 against Gio Bundy. They've all been relatively close results, other than his blow-away victory in round 2. Do you think that we're seeing potentially a new evolution of TEKKZ as a competitive FIFA player?
I don't want to say that he's going through a rebrand, but it's natural that he's maturing as a person. Because you think about it, TEKKZ came out of the scene, won everything pretty much initially.
He did, yeah.
First time that he was eligible, won everything, and then from there the expectation was so high for him in all regards. He's had some good moments, and some moments he struggled through the online era. Now, post-online era, I feel like he looked like himself a lot in the 2v2s. Great leadership qualities. And we talked about it. Maybe that game goes a little bit different. You're talking about a champion with Diogo, and that was a real challenge as well. Like, that 2v2 partnership, it wasn't that it didn't work, but it wasn't getting to the semis. It wasn't getting to the finals. They were battling for the quarterfinals previously.
I would argue it didn't work as well as we anticipated it to work as well, when you heard the talk from them, but also mechanically, we say that word a lot. That basically just means how good you are on the sticks. If you take away everything else, if you just put pure FIFA skill against FIFA skill, who would come out on top? When you start to add in these extra layers, like a qualification spot to the next round, like some extra prize money, like potentially a contract extension and continuing to do your dream as a FIFA pro, that's where nerves start to play a factor. That's where the bottle comes into play. Will we see that on the main stage behind us? 15 seconds to go. I don't want to ask for a prediction,
you
Mike.
won't see that from TEKKZ. So it's a matter of EKMEN's going to rise to the occasion. We've never seen TEKKZ fall apart. Whether he gets the result or doesn't get the result, that's not been one of the narratives or something that we've talked about. There's been times in 2v2 that I feel like they lost or didn't have some of that creativity. But in the 1v1 setting, he shines in these big moments.
Well, here we go.
I wouldn't bet against him.
The Champions League anthem reigns out. Round 5. TEKKZ against EKMEN. Winner goes through to the knockouts in April. Loser packs their bags and the ECL is gone for another year. TEKKZ will be getting us underway from left to right in the red strip and all in blue. From right to left will be EKMEN GJ10.
And so far today, there have definitely been some question marks with Valverde.
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started on Valverde, because I won't stop. But we'll see if he plays a potential factor negatively in this game. He'll be used for TEKKZ right here as he's building up. Yaya Toure just looking to offload it around the corner. The rebound comes nicely to him. McGeady cancel inside the box. Reverse Elastico! And just can't quite find the bottom left corner.
And you see some of that early teaser of the composure as well. Gets the ball into those dangerous areas. Even when you have a bit of a moment there with a recovery, you got the outside of the boot, Elastico. You talk about the mechanical capabilities in big moments. Again, if you're EKMEN here, you're just trying to calm it down a little bit, get yourself into the game, maybe change the pace a little bit, change the rhythm.
Well, you've seen 6 minutes, you've already seen a McGeady cancel, then a reverse Elastico first time around the corner.
It shows you confidence.
Yeah. I mean, it makes you worried as well, if you're on defending act. What's coming next? As EKMEN comes forward, Ruud Gullit is the perpetrator in this next attack, but Alawaran stands very well at the back for TEKKZ. Lionel Messi getting the start as he whips it into the box. Ruud Gullit is a presence. Great creativity from EKMEN, spotting that run at the back post.
Clever cross to the back post, good connection. A little bit of goalkeeper movement actually as well. I think that hits the back of the net if you don't scoop Van der Sar.
See a Travello opportunity potentially from Lionel Messi. Beautiful use of the step-overs right there from EKMEN. Capdevila will drive to the byline and Ricardo Carvalho positioned perfectly. Right place, right time. EKMEN still alive. Valverde in a defensive spot to clean up the danger.
And if there's one critique today, and a big reason that TEKKZ has had trouble in some of these matchups, typically his defense is underrated, and it often goes under the radar. We don't talk about it enough, but it's why he wins so much. It's not just his offensive capabilities and those moments of brilliance, but he's been conceding goals today.
Yeah, average 3 goals across the 2 legs, which it doesn't sound like a lot, but a lot of these matches are 4-3, are 3-1, are sort of these scores where that extra goal can really cause you a bit of damage.
And the magical goal against TEKKZ has been, if he concedes 4 or more, he's lost.
Yep. Ronaldo linking into Ronaldinho. A little dink over the top. Lucio will have to settle for a corner. Good work short, Capdevia. Plays into Janola. You know what TEKKZ like inside the box. He's a bag of tricks, you don't know which way he's turning. And Janola is just teasing Lucio. Come get the ball, I dare you, come and get it. Give me a foul, give me a penalty.
That had the setup of potentially one of the goals of the day if it would have been able to create something. Again, you don't have that stick work. You might think you do, but between the left analog stick, the R1 dribbling, then going into the skills and the cancellations, there's so many intricate details and particulars that just don't translate unless you're literally at the best of the best, or the elite of the elite at the pro level.
Got praise the defending though.
Yeah,
He
fair
stood
play.
up to it.
Fair play.
Didn't dive in, let Tex move, and then just simply took the ball off of him when he went to execute the heel-to-heel. EKMEN now comes forward. Both players look dangerous when they're attacking, and it's definitely got a better flow than I potentially anticipated. Quite back and forth, this matchup with so much on the line. Through ball finding Ronaldo Nazario. The step over is becoming a pivotal key in attacking as Janola offloads to Ronaldo again. Yaya Toure now. Ruud Gullit, Ronaldinho, Gullit again. So smooth in and around the box. The La Croqueta pass just caught out. The step overs again, and the green time finish. Brilliance from Tex.
What's better than one step over? You get a bit of a double take, a little bit of the body feint, the shift, the hesitation, goalkeeper movement, you bait it, you hit it on the near post, green time finish.
It's the green time that's got me.
Everything was there. And I was just gonna say, I've been really impressed with EKMEN as well, in terms of sitting deep, not falling for some of the skill moves, and then offensively as well, he's definitely coming with a plan. Some of the crossing, some of the overlapping runs. You see the player lock being introduced. Again, this shows that you are feeling comfortable, that you're not nervous on the big stage, or at least it's not showing.
Yeah, the nerves are, you're hiding them well, if you are a little bit nervous. We've got so many elimination matches taking place right now. We will try our very, very best to keep you up to date with how those games are starting to take shape. I look over to my right and I see that Nick Sneb is leading 2-1 against Matthias Bonanno.
And that would be heartbreak for you. You might be the biggest Bonanno fan on the planet.
I'm just here for good FIFA. Gullit. We've seen it again. You pointed out perfectly, that lofted pass, that cross, that sort of more direct approach. He's happy to play it.
If we're going into the details a little bit, EKMEN might have missed that final third, that extra mechanical moment, that secondary skill, but his build-up has been there, the wing play has been there, the crosses have been there, and I really like his usage of the player lock as well. If you're unfamiliar with it, it allows you to manually move players simultaneously while having the AI basically control the player with the ball. So it gives you a little more space to find key areas.
To talk about being in key areas, this is where Tex wants to be, dancing once again with R9. But you have to say, for as much we've talked about Tex in the final third, he's looking silky, he's looking smooth. EKMEN's only sort of been penetrated once, and it wasn't even through a particular skill move combination, it was just a double step over.
There's been a couple instances where I think Tex could have been a little more simple, actually. Ankles were already lost in that play. He added in the modified heel-to-heel skill.
Yep.
Not very commonly used, but in that circumstance, I think it was unnecessary. He already had the lane.
Chance here for EKMEN, looking to build up right on half-time. Lionel Messi. Played out wide to Capdevia. His touch is poor, and Valverde, for all the stick that I gave him today, for all the criticism I've gave you, Valverde, you've done well there.
Fantastic clearance, Valverde.
Good press of the circle button. Well, here we go. 1-0 Tex leads.
And I think both competitors will be okay with that first half. EKMEN might say, maybe I should have scored that volley. But he didn't make a lot of chances. He was in the right areas, but he didn't make a lot of chances. And then for Tex as well, he's had the ball in the right zones of the pitch, especially the offensive zones. Maybe didn't have that final skill in a couple of those instances, but either way, if you're looking at Tex, you're in his camp, you're saying more's coming for you.
No real changes or conversations being had. We've only played 1 quarter, you would say, of the matchup so far. I don't really expect to see much done until the second leg at least, really. That's when we tend to see those changes being implemented, depending on your position in the match. EKMEN gets us underway for the second half of action. Driving to the byline with David Janola. A little bit of a tangle of legs, and I think it will go EKMEN's way.
Sometimes moments like this also can lead to something that's a little more on the training grounds.
It's a short one. I don't think there's been much worked on the training ground. We forgot it in the heat of battle. It's just whipped into the box, Valverde. Mike, you're shaking your head.
I don't love that approach. It was a little more passive than I was hoping for.
Well, this could be a little bit more aggressive. Ruud Gullit, lovely little triangle bit of play from EKMEN. Can't quite break down that TEKKZ defense.
And it's been very clear to me, for EKMEN to have success, it's going to come through Messi. I don't know if you feel that way, but every time Messi gets the ball, you can see he's looking for more of the turns. He's looking to be a little more detailed. He's looking to find those lanes.
That's his safety blanket player. That's the one that he looks most comfortable with. And a lot of these items that we're seeing used as well, players won't be comfortable with because there's such a difference in squads used. We'll get ourselves a corner there for TEKKZ.
Yeah, and for example, for TEKKZ, I would say the two players that you're seeing a lot of those challenges where you're going for more of the 50-50s, the likes of Ronaldinho, who has, in my opinion, unique animations in FIFA.
Well, he's comfortable with them as well. He's used him a lot, even on these unlocked accounts.
And if you wonder why he has such unique animations, because he was a cover star years ago, so he had specific motion captured animations. And I feel like it gives you a little extra essence to some of the skills.
But you received that treatment as well, with a little celebration in the game, I think. Might be doing it in real life here with TEKKZ if he goes on to score. Not quite on this occasion. EKMEN, potential counter-attack. TEKKZ comes forward. David Ginola. Ruud Gullit now. 2/3 of this game about to be completed. Direct approach. Alawairan getting to the byline. Can he deliver a cross? Ruud Gullit a swing and a miss.
And again, you see not only the kind of whipped-in ball, but also that cancellation to try to open up any sort of spacing, or more importantly, and again, I give a lot of credit to EKMEN, he's done a great job sitting in. He's not moving players out of position, because that's all that TEKKZ is trying to create, or some mistakes for the midfield, or for the defenders, a fullback. Somebody needs to get pulled out of position.
Yeah, it looks really, really, not necessarily happy sitting in, but
structured. He has rules.
Yeah.
He's got discipline.
As Valverde attacks the box here, Ruud Gullit can't go anything from Lucio, and maybe a 2 against 2 at the back if he goes quick. Alawairan does play direct, and Ginola could have the better of Valverde. Offside call is what we're going to go back for.
I see your worries with Valverde and Trust. Something about him playing as a fullback doesn't seem that natural.
We saw it in game 1. Alawairan against Valverde. It's a lose-lose. You're never going to get the better of Alawairan out wide, as that cross just quite couldn't get onto the head of Yaya Touré, and now he's got a long way back to go from central midfield. The wing play from TEKKZ seems to be where he's going to have success. I spoke about Alawairan in that favourable battle against Valverde, and on that occasion, the pass into the box, not quite having the accuracy from TEKKZ.
It's a good idea. Doesn't quite connect, but I definitely think it's a clever way to speed up the passing in the final third. Gets a good entry ball, and I think what it is, I've been trying to pinpoint it all day with Valverde. I think it's his awareness. Just doesn't look like an organic fullback. There's something missing with the steps, or his head's not on the swivel the same way, the track back, something's off.
Yaya Touré into R9, step overs once again. Been a key part of every attack. Reverse elastico. Looking for that little drag back in the corner to pull something out of Capdevila. He gives him nothing. You were talking about Valverde and him not being a right back or a right wing back. We were watching Nicolas, first game of the day. He played probably a half, a full leg maybe, against GOALPOACHER. He switched to a 5-back. Alawairan went into right wing back. Valverde centre mid. He saw it straight away.
I've watched a lot of FIFA. Something's just not quite right. Not for this level. If you're playing at home, you're playing through the weekend league, not an issue. But here we're looking for every competitive advantage. I'm talking the smallest of percentages.
Absolutely. 75 on the clock. EKMEN looking to level up this tie. The importance of this matchup cannot be understated. If you win this game, you will go on to the eChampions League knockouts that will be taking place in April. If you lose, your eChampions League 2023 season has come to a close. Chance still alive here for TEKKZ. We're playing keep-up as Alawairan hits it across goal, and it's only the post separating TEKKZ and a 2-goal advantage.
TEKKZ will feel hard done as well. Again, by hitting those passes first time, he gets himself a half second to take that opportunity. Maybe if he had a left-footed player, or a natural left-footed player, that across the body gives a little extra swerve.
Ginola looking to just tease it in behind. And once again, I'm going to compliment. I know he's had a little bit of a fortune. Got to compliment EKMEN's defensive ability. He's not allowed TEKKZ those real sort of one-on-one clear-cut chances. He's not being sold by the tricks in and around the box. Could get sold short out wide here though, as Ronaldinho eyes up Lucio, but again, doubling up, making sure that you've got bodies back, and the counter-attack potential is always going to be on with this man who can get away from anybody on the game. Carvalho tried bringing him down all the way to the byline. He's won himself a good corner.
That was actually a veteran play. He didn't take him down, but it slowed up the counter-attack. You might not love to see it, but it worked.
Short one played into LEROY. Travella! Out of nowhere! EKMEN levels up this tie.
And what a finish. We've seen this being implemented by more and more pros. You go short, you whip it to the top of the box. If you can hit the ball roll, which is a major key to this success, ball roll before the Travella has to be timed green. Goalkeepers don't react in the same manner. It's all about this ball roll. If you watch this replay, I'm telling you, if that ball roll doesn't exist, that re-angle doesn't happen, that speed of the re-angle as well, goalkeepers don't have the same animation. You're almost triggering a bit of a hesitation, and the goalkeeper's just slow to react.
It just straight over his head, sailed over him.
I mean, it is in the top corner, to be fair. It has to be perfect to score versus Van der Sar.
A deserved equalizer?
I was going to say his defense has been bend but don't break, but at the same time, TEKKZ hasn't had a lot of opportunities. TEKKZ might feel a little hard done because he had just hit the post.
Absolutely. 3 minutes left to play. Leg one hangs in the balance. Ball down the line is good for TEKKZ. Could be a final roll of the dice here in leg number one. Yaya Toure. EKMEN standing strong. Lucio does well, and with only a couple of seconds left to play, he's looking to go along with the player lock. TEKKZ reads it almost perfectly. Hullet's making a move into the box. It's a decoy. Hullet is just offside, and that will do us for leg number one.
And that was nearly. I thought he might have tracked back or checked back before the offside's call. It takes us to 1-1. If you're reviewing this game, you're really getting into critiquing, maybe TEKKZ should be up 2-1. That seems like a fair result. Like I said, if you're regrouping with the coaching staff, you might say, at least I'm still in it, but feel a little bit hard done not to have an additional goal or some sort of lead, something to carry into leg two, some sort of momentum. But if you're EKMEN, you're probably feeling better than ever.
It feels like a game of the smallest of margins. That post hit, the green time Travella, the foul, the bring down. Carvalho brought him down. If he takes him for a free kick, the corner doesn't go. Maybe the Travella never comes in.
I didn't even think about that because TEKKZ had gone for the veteran play, the professional foul. He's trying to take him down to even accept the red card, because in that area usually you'd have a red card. Just gives him a little bit of a knee to knee. He carries on, draws the corner kick.
And he concedes from it.
And he concedes with the corner kick.
Leg number one is in the books. TEKKZ from Fnatic, EKMEN from Bruges tied level pegging after 90 minutes of non-stop FIFA action. This is one that you simply cannot miss. The eChampions League rolls on after this break. Eliminations, progressions, don't go anywhere.
eChampions League with our presenting partner, PlayStation.
Well, welcome back to the eChampions League. Richard Buckley, Mike Lobel guiding you through this hugely anticipated round 5 fixture. A number of the games currently underway. We'll give you those half-time, one-leg results as and when we get them. But right now, Mike, it's big moments time.
We couldn't write a better script.
Absolutely not.
I don't make these rules. I don't have anything to do with the results, but everything to play for in leg 2.
Yep.
And it is an elimination game. This is a make or break for your eChampions League run.
And it's that trophy right there that every single player is trying to lift aloft their head. Lift aloft? It's getting lifted, that trophy. EKMEN deep in conversation.
We need to get a microphone in there. I want to see what's going back and forth. You got the hand warmers.
Look at those socks. I remember I went on air once in socks only, as well as the rest of my outfit, as well as the socks, no shoes, and became a bit of a meme. It's all about, I'm going to put a serious spin on this. It's all about being comfortable. You gotta be cozy.
He's replicating what's happened at home. I unfortunately was on that couch when you went shoeless.
Yeah. Great socks though.
Great socks. You know, there were other scents that I could have skipped out on.
What do you think? What would you be doing? Do you have any sort of, when you used to be playing, any tendencies or home comforts that you would try and get in?
Not home comforts, but I tried out different bracelets for superstition and good luck.
And how did that go on?
It depended on the bracelet, clearly.
Well, I'm sure there's some superstitions going on right now for a number of our players here in round 5. They're the full-time results from the first leg of action. TEKKZ 1, EKMEN 1, Nixneb 5, Banano 2. Rodrigo leading 3-2 against Danny Visser. XL Tom leading against Lee Capu and Curtadilo in an all-French affair. 3-2 up against Rocky. JRG started the day with a victory against TEKKZ, looking to end with a victory to send him through into the knockouts.
And you look at those results, another one that stands out for me, 2 players that I don't know if everyone expected to be here, but Rodri and Danny Visser.
Absolutely.
I am definitely interested in that result. I've been impressed by Rodri today. Danny Visser's been around the community. He's had success in the last few years. I don't know that he's hit his peak yet, and he hasn't had that major breakout moment. We haven't seen him win an event or really get to the finals, but I do think that he's right there on the horizon. And again, I talk about this academy, and I keep talking about it, but there are so many players that are Dutch or come out of that Ruud Gullit combination with Ninjas in Pajamas, that collaboration, there's so much talent.
If you're a FIFA player, especially from the Netherlands, that's where you want to be. That's the team that you want to, especially if you're a young player, you want to progress through. You can see the countdown is emerging. 7 seconds to go. We hear a scream from the pit. One of these 2 players on the screen will be eliminated. One goes through to the knockouts. We are perfectly poised. 1-1. Going into 90 minutes of FIFA. If you can't get up for this, I don't know what you can get excited for. EKMEN going to get us underway. Left to right in the Bruges strip. From right to left, it's going to be TEKKZ. That cross whipped into the box. Header doesn't quite fall to him, and Ricardo Carvalho just takes it away for TEKKZ. Again, the crosses looking to be a pivotal part of this for EKMEN.
I'm calling this early. I think we're going to have a Valverde problem. He's going to be a headache. I was going to say, we didn't have any major mistakes in the first leg from either opponent. Maybe a couple of semis and getting into the right positions, but we didn't have that huge error, a giveaway in the back. None of that existed. And I think you have to credit both players to be in a moment like this and to be able to eliminate any of those frustration.
Chance here, David Ginola puts TEKKZ right back in front, 2-1. You talked about the mistakes, potential, a little bit of frailty defensively there for EKMEN.
I just think it's good offense. You see him pull it back there with R9. Wasn't able to predict the step over, changes direction. Ginola, of course, with the 5-star weak foot. Got to have a 50-50. He moves the keeper, maybe not enough. It hits the back corner. I mean, it is in a position that any of these strikers should be converting.
This was exactly the position where EKMEN found himself in the first leg, though. 1-0 down. You shake your head. Do you think that this potentially is going to go a different way as TEKKZ comes forward once again? Is the momentum, is the confidence starting to surge through TEKKZ's body right now. Casillas a little bit risky at the back.
You and I have shared commentary booths, couches.
Yep.
We've stood next to each other on many occasions.
We have.
TEKKZ is a second leg player.
Yeah.
It's always been part of his career. He adjusts really well to his opposition. That's why you see the shake of the head. It's a nod of concern.
And it would even be a bigger nod of approval if EKMEN was to deal with that. But TEKKZ looking to get up and going. That is insane from TEKKZ. He forces the corner.
The double cancellation, you have the Berber into the cancel, the change of direction, stop it!
He's cooking! Ronaldinho, inside the box, he's set 3 defenders packing. Couple of step overs. EKMEN just about deals with it. This is a period right now that EKMEN has to just get through.
Regardless of what happens in this match, review the first 15 minutes. If you like skill moves, watch those back. You don't have these types of combinations.
Driven from TEKKZ into the path of R9. He looks to offload to LEROY, just offside at the top of the pitch. It must have been the runner coming in from the back post. EKMEN just giving the ball away a couple too many times here, and TEKKZ, he will punish you. Casillas does well. EKMEN just needs to settle.
And I'm surprised to see Casillas being used. He's never been a top-tier goalkeeper in my experience, just from a size perspective. We always talk about being 6'4", 6'5", even 6'6" with some of these goalkeepers. They get their hands on a lot.
Just a few periods of possession, keeping the ball, keeping it ticking over, almost just settling yourself into the game. What we're seeing here from EKMEN. Sends the run down the line, decides to ignore it on this occasion. Ronaldo can't quite skip away from Capdevila.
And we're seeing TEKKZ a little more decisive with his build-up. In the first leg, it was a little slower, a little more concise. I don't want to say more predictable, but there's more practicality.
You just see the way that he's passing it, he's punching it, he's rattling it into the feet of the strikers. Right there, the direct pass, straight into the feet. Ronaldo Nazario offloads it to Ronaldinho, and TEKKZ starting to run it up here at the eChampions League 3-1.
It's the look off, it's the extra pass, it's the vision, take your time, alignment, you take a glance, goalkeeper, are you shifting, are you shimmying? Ronaldinho, which makes me so happy to see him used in so many squads. I think almost every squad today.
Absolutely, yep.
Ronaldinho has been a must, and it wasn't always like that in the esports scene.
So I've got a question for you. You talk about Ronaldinho being outstanding. We talk about Valverde potentially being a weak spot. Would there ever be a Ronaldinho out, Cafu in? You use one of your icon slots, you get a right back in as an icon.
Well, then you're measuring Cafu's value to Ronaldinho's value versus Valverde being a deterrent. It's quite an equation that you're bringing up here.
So I know yesterday I was here, there were a few players saying, maybe get Cafu in, maybe he can do a job.
Players prioritize attackers. It's always been like that.
And these attacking players are the ones that can get you right back in the game. EKMEN forcing a corner after going 3-1 down. Good build-up play into Ruud Gullit. He got his shot away. Shot corner is played. Will it come to anything? We've seen success from him already in this sort of area. He's more than happy to hit a Travella.
TEKKZ with a great job there closing down the angles. You see his players starting to push. You also see a lot of offside traps coming out of those scenarios as well, just to make sure your back line's on the same page, you don't leave gaps.
Lionel Messi, could he be the catalyst for an EKMEN comeback? Holly getting charged down really, really quickly there. TEKKZ's off-the-ball pressure, something that's sort of rarely talked about. We're so sort of infatuated by his attacking play, but his off-the-ball player switching, man management, it's so good.
I don't think anyone would argue of TEKKZ actually being one of the best defensive players.
Oh, that's going to break for him. David Ginola, 1-on-1 to settle the game. Oh, smashes it across the keeper. No reaction from TEKKZ, 4-1.
And you might have questions. Well, that's great, because I have answers.
Tell me.
What happened there? Not the deflection, but the cancellation. He pulls a cancellation out, and that's why the keeper, or that's why the defender's not able to get a foot in that scenario. He recovers, and David Ginola does the rest. But it wasn't just a swing and a miss. It wasn't just a whiff. And these are those fine details. The artistry with your FIFA build-up and taking these moments, whether it started with maybe a bit of good fortune, it's what you do with it.
And we talked about small margins. All the small margins are going in that man's favour right now, and that's not fortunate. That's because...
But he's taken advantage of them.
Absolutely.
He's been a little more decisive. We talked about it, a little more direct, a little quicker moving. He's getting into the final third faster, and even if it's a half second, it gives you that half second in the box to make a decision. A little more time. Do I want to line up a finesse shot? Do I need that Trivela? Do I need an additional skill? Am I looking for an extra pass? Do I want to bait this player? Do I want to shimmy? Do I want to shake? Do I want to give you that razzle and that dazzle?
We'll have to wait and see.
That brand new smell.
It's 37 minutes in, and he's leading 3-0 in the second leg. So I would say, Mike, that he is razzle and dazzling right now.
I don't like going up against. I would never want to go up against, actually. The second leg TEKKZ is a problem.
We've got plenty of games currently underway. While we're in a pause here, EKMEN is changing things up. We've got a match. Tom Lees is in action. I think that was quite a relatively tight game the last time that we saw it. ETHXNH and Matheus Banano currently underway as well. It looks like, I think ETHXNH was leading 2-1. Tom Lees leading 3-1 currently. We'll get you the full-time result of that as and when it is ready. But we're back underway here with TEKKZ, and he's putting on a masterclass.
And this could be a trifecta then of English players getting it done. We have 3 featured matches. All the English guys are ahead at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. How impressed have you been? I know we talk about the second leg TEKKZ factor, but it just turns a switch.
It's just been part of the narrative. You could set the calendar invite. If you wanted to, you don't have to tune in for the first leg a lot of the time. You know it's going to be interesting. I'll never forget a few years back. You were there as well. I was commentating, and it was the second leg where TEKKZ went up against Stokes. And it was maybe the best second leg or the best leg of FIFA I've ever seen. And I even afterward, I talked to Stokes a little bit. He's like, I felt like I was just watching a moment. I was just part of it.
We're in that moment right now here at the eChampions League. TEKKZ comes forward with Alawairan. One more goal, you would certainly say this game is wrapped up. But while there's a 3-goal deficit and a 3-goal advantage, it is doable for EKMEN. Brings him down, that'll be a free kick, surely. What's that, maybe 20 yards out, 21 yards out?
It's possible to go to direct. Definitely can challenge the goalkeeper from this distance.
What we're gonna see here then. You got Ronaldo, Hully, Alawairan all over it.
Maybe a Trivela.
Alawairan's gonna hit it! Oof. Great save, Casillas. And that'll do us. Half time. TEKKZ 4-1 up right now. And he just had a look over his left shoulder.
I don't know who he's looking at.
I think he had a look to see how Tom's getting on. Does that show how composed he is right now?
I mean, he locked in, he's up 3 goals. You see the facial reaction from EKMEN. Gonna go into making some changes. And at this point too, it's too early for a constant press, but you have to rev up your depth. You have to start taking major changes. You've got to start looking into the team press as well, executing that manually. You need those double teams. And he's gonna need mistakes. He has to force some mistakes.
Well, that's half time here in round 5. 45 minutes left to play of your eChampions League Western Europe group stages. We come back tomorrow, we do it all again with the best players from Central and Eastern Europe. Do not miss that. It's gonna be an absolute cracker of a day of FIFA esports action. 16 players will be coming out of Western Europe, and TEKKZ looks to add his name onto the 10 already confirmed. EKMEN, as it stands, his eChampions League journey comes to an end.
Still time left. I know it's 3 goals, but we've seen a lot of comebacks in FIFA, especially in FIFA 23. There's been a lot of moments. You can do it.
Especially when you can get to the byline with such ease right there. No real pressure on him. Capdevere had the length of the pitch to run.
This is a more difficult possession FIFA in general, and that's why you also see higher score lines. You see way fewer clean sheets, because when somebody goes for it,
the press is...
You either have to go forward if you're on the other end, or he's going to score goals. He's going to be able to press you. That guy's going to be on the edge of the box. He's going to be in your face. The double teams are relentless.
Yeah, you took the word right out of my mouth. I would say the press is absolutely relentless. When you get put under that, it's almost impossible to not concede a couple of goals. You just have to keep on scoring at the other end where the space is there.
I'm not mad at having an offensive game. Not mad at that
Absolutely.
whatsoever. It actually reminds me in some ways, the game's very different, but of FIFA 19, where we had a lot of high scoring affairs.
Goals win games. Tom Lees with a huge outpour of emotion. He will go through to your eChampions League knockouts. His fellow Englishman TEKKZ looking to do the same. That'll be a penalty. This will be a 5-1 scoreline if he converts. Ronaldinho over it. 97 penalties. TEKKZ's composure, you combine it together. 5-1, all but game over.
Shake my hand. I think we've wrapped this up, or TEKKZ has wrapped this up. Top corner, best corner, a lot of adjustments made here. And a lot of it actually starts with his defense. His pressure play has been better. He's been forcing more mistakes. His micromanaging, you talk about the player switching, the anticipation, the traps, the vision. Just upped everything, just a little bit of a level.
EKMEN would need truly a miracle with 30 minutes left to play to turn this game around. The first leg, he was right there with him. He was level pegging, but TEKKZ just pulling into 5th, 6th gear to get out of reach. And as soon as he goes out of reach, he's like a sprinter. You're not getting near him.
He's also a very difficult player to press because he's so good at finding that space. I also feel when you're looking at TEKKZ gameplay, he's always been a natural with kind of releasing the wings.
He can keep it in the corner all day long. He's more than happy to have the ball as far away from his goal as possible. He's not done it the easy way. He's not done it yet, but he's edging ever closer as this time ticks down. Alawairan for EKMEN, looking to get away from Lucio, doubling up with the second man press. A little bit of space opens up. Ronaldinho, great save from Van der Sar.
And again, beautiful build-up, and it was the goalkeeper movement. Waits for it, forces the commitment, scoots over the goalkeeper. It is a bit of a guessing game, and if you're not familiar with goalkeeper moving, so much is around timing. If your timing is a little too early or a little too late, it does not work. Plus, you have to guess right. So there's quite a few different interactions or calculations that are going into proper goalkeeper movement.
You see that man on your screen?
Mm-hmm. He's still focused.
Everything got to go?
Yeah, he's at that point. You're down 4. You're running out of time. The clock is
Back
probably
3.
your biggest enemy at this point. You start throwing bodies forward, and it also can get ugly, but at this point, who cares? You're pushing to try to force a comeback. Doesn't matter if you lose by 3 or you lose by 4 or you lose by 5. You're trying to make something happen last minute. There's 23 minutes left.
But you're fighting for greatness. You're challenging for greatness. If you can bring this comeback out, you'll be in the history books. You'll be in FIFA folklore.
Well, we saw that earlier today as well. Maybe not quite the deficit, but...
And this could be it. TEKKZ goes forward. David Ginola keeping his calm, smashes it past the goalkeeper, hits the post.
I was going to say the Nicholas versus Rafsu game. Nicholas...
Yeah.
Was up 2 goals.
6 minutes.
2 goals and 10 minutes left.
Yeah. It was an outstanding performance. I was stood behind Rafsu and the emotion. It was going to bring the house down. It was incredible. Full time starting to come through here from around a number of our matches. The pivotal games. The moments where you have to win. A little bit of frustration from TEKKZ. I think he probably wanted to make the scoreline wider.
Maybe slightly disappointed. Picked out the right passes, the key drop-offs, the finish. There might have been a slight hesitation. Keeper makes a good save, but it's got to be said, you add another goal here. GG's, and you're moving forward. Nick Sneb looking dominant again versus Matias Bedano. That's a big update. We'll see Matias going home.
5-1 in the second leg, so he's...
Remember, he was a finalist last year, of course.
Yeah, a grand finalist. TEKKZ finished 3rd last year at the eChampions League. He'll be looking to go 2 steps further this year. I can tell you that one of the players who knocked him out will not be there. Matias Bedano, as it stands, eliminated from the tournament. We'll give you all those players, fixtures, results, whatever you require after this game is finished. Beautiful play. He's going to go into the near post. 3 goals in 12 minutes.
And we talk about timing again. Goalkeeper movement was done right. It's just slightly early, and it makes it where the goalkeeper kind of bobbles it.
It's great feet inside the box, the roulette.
He wasn't set yet. I'm not saying this will always happen, but that's because of the manual movement that you got a strange or an unusual animation.
Can we see something mind-blowing here at the eChampions League group stages? EKMEN, show us what you've got. 3 goals, 12 minutes.
And we've seen TEKKZ switch into a 5 at the back as well. He's got additional width now for the outlets. A lot of that's just to try to stall some of the time.
Risks. Yeah. The press will come. It will come in numbers. Those blue shirts. Like bees around honey. Trying to hunt the ball down. Let's take a corner. And just eating away at that clock. Eating second, minute by minute by minute. Until it's almost impossible. It's getting slim right now. But he has won the ball back. And with 6 minutes to go, you're sort of thinking he has to score from this attack. Ronaldinho will get away from Marquisio. We tried bringing him down, nowhere to be seen. Drives to the byline, ball all scooped in. Potentially a game-winning tackle from Yaya Toure.
Dangerous play on the defensive end.
Yep.
Going for the slide tackles. Wouldn't always recommend it, but considering that he has those goals in hand, it makes it where that takedown, that slow up of the play, even this pause,
it's worthwhile.
Just takes a little bit of the edge out of the game.
If you got away from him, do you almost think, I'd like the foul there? Send him off, ref, give me a chance.
I don't think he's mad at it. That's why he commits to that.
He's done it in both legs now.
But it's mainly because, especially in this case, that he has those goals in hand. If you shut down the play, it's harder to score from the set piece.
And you just saw a substitution there as well. I think it was Kanate coming on for TEKKZ, the centre-back, the Liverpudlian, making his way onto the pitch. Still not over yet. Smolarek, Ruud Gullit. 3 minutes left to go. Could be a late consolation. Could be a late fight back. Who knows? EKMEN shut out by Ruud Gullit. And TEKKZ brings the ball clear. The eChampions League, it's one of those tournaments that you want to be at. You want to be in the latter stages. You want to be at the grand finals. TEKKZ was so close last year. He is marching on to the knockouts.
It's got to be said, it's a deserved result. Again, that second leg, very dominant in all ways. When you're looking at the composure, the controlling factor, the possession, the gameplay, it was all there.
And this fourth seeding, obviously both players gone through. Nicholas will suffer defeat there against Marwan, the Frenchman. 5 goals to 4, so potentially you're looking at Nicholas 3-2, Nick Snep 3-2, TEKKZ 3-2.
Tom 3-2.
Tom Lees 3-2. There's going to be some unbelievable matchups when we start to put those two regions together.
And France is back. They're on the come up. There was a couple
Big
years
time.
where I don't want to say France fell off because that wouldn't be fair, but they were the leaders. And we've seen the Germans really rise to the occasion, have more quantity of players, and then that same quantity having success. We see Umid as the world champion. I feel like that used to be France in many regards. And this year, the guys have really showed up to this event. eChampions League, they're making noise in a big way.
Absolutely. The resurgence, you would say, of this France scene. Some incredible stuff. It was probably Maestro Dax maybe carrying it for a little while. Now, old names coming back in.
The irony is both of them are out.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not here. Well, I mean, Maestro was eliminated. Dax did not qualify.
And now we're seeing new names. We're seeing new blood. And we're also seeing players from yesteryear. Rafsu making an impact. He was 3-0. He was the first player to go through. And I mean,
Rocky back in the game. Dilo, I haven't seen the results yet. I think we're going to check in on some of these games. But there's a lot of French players that are fighting to go through to the next round.
Absolutely. I mean, we just saw right here on the stage, TEKKZ behind us, Tom to the left, Nick Snep to the right. That's 3 English players all progressing through alongside Stingray. It's been a real good performance. They had 7 come, 4 have gone through.
It's an international exchange.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm just saying, we got a new FIFA conversion rate.
It's been an absolute pleasure joining you here, Mike, I have to say. What you expected today, you think? What you expected from the eChampions League, or over-delivered?
I was going to say, a lot of these results I didn't expect.
Yeah.
So I didn't expect how a lot of the games went, but I always look for the drama. I'm happy to have it. I don't mind the penalty kicks as long as I'm not partaking. Late game, extra time, red cards, bring it all on.
And you can just see a few shots there of TEKKZ on the stage. For him, he had to go through. For him personally, for sort of, not necessarily his brand, but for TEKKZ, it was a moment that he had to go through. I've just heard an eruption from the pit. I'm looking over, I'm trying to see where it is.
I think it's Danny Visser standing up. I see some
That's an elimination game. That's a qualifying game. Danny Visser looks to have booked his place. You're seeing it as we're seeing it right here, live shots, handshakes all around, Team Hullet. Another player.
I thought it was an earthquake going down with Danny Visser. Feet are stomping.
Another player to book their place in the ECL knockouts. We have to talk about this team. I know you mentioned them right off the top. What a unit Team Hullet have built.
That's kind of what I'm saying. And they're developing this talent. And again, you touched on this during the broadcast. But if you're 16, 17, 18, 19 years old and you think you have FIFA potential and you know any Dutch, I'm talking about just speaking a little bit of Dutch, please reach out. Reach out to Renzo. Everyone. Yeah, Zizinho, his career path up and up.
Absolutely. Yeah, no,
they're working on their Portuguese. I think he was learning Dutch.
Are you going to go there? Late resurgence?
Yeah, maybe I'm coming back. I don't know. I think I'm out of the age gap now.
Mike LaBelle with
It's
Renzo
unbelievable,
behind him.
though.
No,
Think about it. Like, the variety of players, the different types of play styles. It's not as if these guys are replicating the same style and doing it well. No, they don't play similar FIFA.
And they're still getting so...
They're mentally there. We got to talk to Renzo some more.
So many performances, so many qualifiers, especially in the latter stages of tournaments as well. And Emre Yilmaz, we haven't spoken about
already
today.
have a World Championship this year. We're looking at Olito and the likes of Levy. And the 2v2 came together. I'm just saying. These are observations. These are facts, not opinions.
Yeah, and look, I think when you talk about Team Hullet, it's not just this year. It's last year. It's previous years. It's been a continued run of development for 3 or 4 years, and that's exactly what the esport needs. That's what we need. Sort of the talent building. And then you see moments like that, emotion like that. You see what it means to players when they get over the line. An incredible first day here of the eChampions League. Mike LaBelle's going to pop up to the stage to have a chat with Rachel and Graverson first.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, Mike's going to rush over and join us, Graf. But what a way to round out this evening. I mean, I'm going to say the biggest shock for me is Matthias Bonanno going out there. We possibly didn't expect that. It's great, obviously, to see Nick Sneb going through. I think he's shown such potential this year, especially with the likes of Ethan, who really disappointing, especially for you, who kind of really bigged up his chances, didn't go through. So for Footwiz to get one of them was great. But what do you think went wrong with Matthias today?
I wouldn't say it's today's fault. It might be the whole season, because he's been actually struggling with FGS 1 and 2. He went 4-3 and 1-3, I think it was. So he's not been able to reach the same level which he had last year. And I think what happened today is just a consequence of what happened in the last few months.
But you did say you thought he might peak today when it mattered.
I thought so. I thought so because even though he's not playing good regularly, when it comes to this big stage, I thought he would always perform, but because he has done it in the past. But we saw that didn't happen today. And it's kind of a shame, but actually hats off to Nick Sneb, because I think the first leg was 1-5, 2-5, something like that. And I mean, it's a tough match to play against someone like Matthias. You know, being 2-2, knowing you can go out at any moment and stepping it up. I think hats off to him because he did an amazing job.
I'd say maybe he's lacking the experience, but I don't think so. But you say that he's had an entire year of LAN where he's done amazingly. He's had the online season as well. So how many years of experience do you need? I'm not sure, but a man that has got great experience who did go through was Tom. He took on Likapoo in that round 5 there. And again, it was go home or kind of play the best FIFA of your career. And Tom, you know, knows how to perform on these big stages.
Definitely. I was speaking with Javi, who's Tom's coach, who was the coach for Dogs and for myself for a couple of years. And he told me they were playing against a 3-4-2-1 formation. They started with 4-4-2, but they weren't happy with the game, the way they were playing. So they switched up to 5-2-1-2, 5 at the back. And you were going to see pretty much every single goal being scored the same. Going to the byline, then coming back to the midfielders, spamming the R1 X pass to the striker, and then doing some kind of skill, doing some kind of a manual cancellation shot, something, and pretty much the same goal. The goals are the same because that was the game plan, Javi told me.
Do you feel the formation should have been implemented earlier on in the day?
No, I don't think so, because this is the way they had to play against Likapu, against this specific formation. But yeah, this shows, and we see it over there. We're talking about Renzo. This shows the importance of having a great coach, because it can change up the momentum in just a flick of a second.
Experience as well has to play for something. We spoke about Rafsu, kind of, he knows exactly what it takes to go through. So does someone like Tom. He's a Premier League champion. He's been here for years. And he's also watching the other players around. That's what a player of such experience does. They just soak up everything that's happening here. Is that something that, again, you used to do, which maybe the young players don't do because they're new, they haven't got the confidence to do that yet?
Yeah, probably. You can see like a lot of youngsters, they just want to play.
Yeah.
And let's say they're 1 goal behind, 10 minutes, they have 10 minutes to play, and they just skip the pause and everything. Sometimes you just gotta take a deep breath, talk to your coach on whoever is behind you, just breathe for, let's say, 50 seconds, and then you can play. When you have your composure and when you're mentally prepared, then you play. But that's something that only experience shows you. When you've been playing like for 2, 3, 4 years at this event, you know that's what you gotta do. But when you're 18, 19, you just gotta, you wanna play, you wanna score goals. So that's what happens, and that's the difference, as you said, between an experienced player and kind of a youngster who's bursting in the scene.
Well, we can see that none other than TEKKZ, who actually asked to have a break, doesn't he, in the middle as well of his games. We'll talk about that when we might get a chat with him a little bit later. But let's go to another highlights package as well. This is between TEKKZ and Matthias Bonanno. We've already kind of teed this up, Gravison. And Matthias Bonanno, a massive character in the game, unfortunately crashes out. He was a semi-finalist last year in Stockholm. We expected him, I guess, to get to the knockouts.
Definitely.
And or the final 8.
Yeah, last year, I mean, he was the runner-up, but do you remember he eliminated TEKKZ 6-0, I think it was. He beat Nicolas once, I think it was like 4-0, something like that. So you expect Matthias to qualify for all these big tournaments, not only because of what he did last year, but because of what he did in FIFA 21 in South America. He won, I think it was 4 out of the 5 tournaments they had there. He won the E-Libertadores as well. So he burst into the scene in FIFA 21, dominated South America, dominated Europe in FIFA 22. So you expect him to perform at this stage. But today he wasn't at his best. And obviously we're just not gonna talk about Matthias. We gotta talk about TEKKZ as well.
And more importantly for TEKKZ, this could be a turning point, because it's someone who lacks a bit of confidence, but the likes of you pros say he's so difficult to play online, so maybe we can see that transition happening to LAN now.
Yeah, definitely. We saw it at the eSports Cup that was played a few months before. You could see Ethan playing pretty much at his best, and you could see TEKKZ was a bit nervous. And where do you get that confidence? Where do you get that composure that you need to perform at this stage? When you're playing these two situations that when you lose, you're out. If you have been at this point for 4, 5, 6 times, that's where you get the experience to do what he did today. So yeah, this might be like a defining moment in his career. I think he has what it takes to be a champion.
And he's also been kind of in Ethan's shadow a little bit. We've been talking Ethan up as maybe the coach of the team, especially at the eSports Cup. We were saying, you know, who's leading the line, and it would have been him. Now that TEKKZ is the player that's gone through for FUTWIZ, maybe we'll see a different kind of TEKKZ coming through, which would be great to see.
Yeah, definitely. And FUTBIT has a lot of potential. Like, they're pretty much two of the, I would say, 16 black players in Europe right now. So, I mean, they're promising. And they're playing at the E-Club. I think they are already qualified for playoffs. So we gotta expect good things from them.
Well, finally, we have one more set of highlights, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier. It's a player who has so much confidence, he really makes his opponent play his game. It, of course, is TEKKZ. Let's have a look at his final game against EKMEN. He controlled this, not particularly from the first leg. He's very much a second leg player, and we saw that again, didn't we? We kind of thought he was in a little bit of trouble in this first leg.
I mean, yeah, you had, but when you know TEKKZ is playing, you know, when you see TEKKZ play, you know, like, he's not gonna lose his composure. He's gonna not lose the rhythm of the game. He's gonna play pretty much at his best through the whole leg, or even if it's not like the total of the games in the second leg. And that's what he did. The first leg it was 1-1, but then in a half he scored 3 massive goals. And yeah, it was pretty much the same as it was in FIFA 21, I would say. He didn't perform as well in the Swiss stage, but when it went to that elimination game, he stepped it up and he did the job.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a lot from TEKKZ. We'll get his thoughts in a short while of how he did it and how he got through to those knockouts. But yeah, he doesn't always do it the easiest way, Gravison. Maybe that's something that he likes doing, maybe that's something that he doesn't. We'll have to find out. For me, that would be a little bit more difficult when you kind of don't play the best first leg and it's all to do in the second leg. But we'll speak to him about that in a short while. Let's have a quick look at the results then from round 5 of fixtures. That is it for West Europe, guys. So TEKKZ 5-2 over EKMEN there. Matthias Bonanno, I've already mentioned that. What a game that was for Nick Sneb. 10-3. Rodri, Danny Vissa, that was the final game. We saw Danny Vissa book his spot in for knockouts. Tom and Likapu, we've already mentioned that. 4-2 to Tom. Keta Dilo, he goes through 5-3 over Rocky, and JRG 5-1 there to book his spot as well. So that confirms all those results. And quickly, let's have a look at the standings then. Everyone in blue is qualified, of course, and unfortunately, everyone in pink has been eliminated. A couple of names, obviously, you know. Emery Yilmaz, 5-0. What a day for that chap. Stingray going through. Tom, we've just gone through. Nicholas, of course. Rafsu, a couple of names in there you already know. Danny Vissa was the final name to be added. A couple of names that we didn't expect. Matthias Bonanno, JRA, of course, Ethan, Maestro, massive names. Rocky, GOALPOACHER, a few of those as well. Woo, what a day. 16 go through. This man is one of them. TEKKZ, congratulations. You always leave it a little bit late. And I've got to ask you firstly, because everyone wants to know, what happened at half-time there? You went away, what did you say? What changed? Something happened.
I don't know, man, I hate myself. Every time it's so hard. Like, I don't know why. I'm always 3-2 at the moment. I want to win the game at 3-1 so I can play the last game with like no stress, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I go to the toilet as I do, and there's some reason I come back and play much better. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I need to be better, and I'm not being better right now.
So he did answer my question. He doesn't enjoy it. It's not part of the plan. He wants to be better.
He's not doing it for marketing.
No.
We talked about it a little bit just now, but I was wondering, do you think that some of the games where maybe you're playing someone who's not the biggest name, but you may be dropping points in those games, deals with they've seen you play a lot, but you maybe haven't seen them play nearly as much, because you often show up to these guys that you have long history going up against?
You know what it is? Against like the worst players in the competition, I play really bad. But against the good players, I play better. And it's weird, and I want to change that. I want to play good all the time. So how long is there until the next stage? I don't know, but I'll be working on that, and I'll come back better. I hope so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my question would be like, do you think it takes for you to be at the edge of the elimination to perform at your best? Or because you're always like 2-2 and you have happened to find a situation where you have to be on the edge to play at your best, because the second leg was amazing. Do you think it takes that?
As much as I don't want it to be, that is the case. Like in all the qualifiers and stuff, I'm always 3-2, 4-2, and I get into knockouts and then I play well. I don't know why that is. I don't want it to be that way, but I think my adrenaline goes up a little bit, and I enjoy the moment. Like, I turned around to my coach Wes and I was like, do you know what? I'm not losing this game, and I'm just going to try these skills and look cool, and it makes me like play better and get in the moment a little bit more. But yeah.
And what was it about all the English guys as well, leaving it to the last moment? You had Tom over there at the same time as you had Nick Sneb over there, but going through, which was great for this new upcoming scene as well, I think we've got in the UK.
Yeah, now the UK's been awful for a few years on FIFA, but you know, this year, we're looking good. Ethan won the first qualifier, you got me. Tom's made the next stage. Nick Sneb as well is a good player. He's not doing too well in FGS at the moment, but he's better than what he's been doing. He's into the next stage, but yeah, now we've got a good bunch now.
I mean, knocking out Matthias Bonanno, that was a pretty big feat as well. Anything that particularly surprised you out there today?
Nah, but I'm buzzing bananas. I don't want to play him. I looked over and looked, there was like 8-3 up, and I'm thinking to Wes.
Taking pauses to check results, I thought. A couple times you paused and looked over, and I was like, I don't know what else he could be looking at.
I like surveying the situation, but I haven't really looked at the results, but I don't think there's too many surprises other than Banana going out.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a player who can control the game. This man can. He pauses it just to check the scores. Anyway, congrats, TEKKZ, for making it through to knockouts. We'll see you in April. Well done.
Thank you. Is that my time to go then?
That's your time to go. He's walking off because we're about to bring you our post-show.
The eChampions League Pepsi Max post-show featuring #ECL Showtime.
Here we go then. This is our Pepsi Max post-show, and we're going to bring you first our player of the day, and that is brought to you by Sony. Okay, well, let's get into this one then. I'm pretty excited to announce Emre Yilmaz is our player of the day. I mean, he's the only player that went undefeated, 5-0, which is such an awesome record, especially at an event like this. He defeated JRA, Likapu, JRG, Rafsu, and then Pashotto as well. Such great names. I'm not going to say the Rafsu one because you told Rafsu he had no more games to play, so that could be a question mark there. But what a day for this player. Team Hullet, obviously, we talk about the factory of players they churn out here. A massive congratulations to him. You can see goals for 26 against 14, the difference there being 12. Well, we can welcome him to the stage right now. I mean, what an accolade. You are a player of the tournament, undefeated. Did you expect that coming into this? That's a good achievement.
No, I didn't expect this. I was informed, last qualified, top 2, I lost the final. Today I progressed, I played very good, so yeah, I hope consistency rewards.
Definitely. And what is it about the Hullet camp? We talk about it, but there's just so many players.
Factory.
And we look at it, and a lot of you guys we don't know a lot about. And in the first event, ready to go, prepared, going to make a run, and there's just so many players. The quantity and also the play style so different. Yeah. What's happening?
Yeah, it's like we're working every day on the game. What can we do better? Like every little thing in the game is, yeah, with me and my coach Renzo, Jelle, Jelte, everyone. So yeah, every day working with the team. It's very nice.
Are we giving Renzo too much credit? We don't know all the intricacies or the background, but we just keep shouting out Renzo, but maybe there's some other people we need to talk about.
No, it's just Renzo, Jelle, Jelte, everyone on the team does his job, so it's a good team.
Definitely is. Would you say, like, right now you're probably the best player in the world, in my words, because you just made top 2 in the first qualifier, you did it well again, and then you made the 5-0 in this tournament. Do you think you can keep this level of FIFA till, you know, June, July, the big months? Because last year in the World Cup you did a pretty decent job as well.
Yeah.
Do you think you can keep it up?
Yeah, I think if you work every day hard and you be consistent, you cannot fail. That's how I think. But sometimes you need that kind of luck with you. So.
You've got to be totally your mentality, and you've got to be inspired as well by the achievements of the guys, the Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Hullet guys at the EA Sports Cup. When these achievements keep coming, it just inspires the likes of you to go and try and match what they've achieved.
Yeah, exactly. Like Levi and Olle won the EA Sports Cup here. So yeah, it gives me motivation.
Everyone want to be in your camp. You've got to keep that jersey, haven't you? You've got to keep performing to keep that jersey. Well, Emre Yilmaz, congratulations. Awesome tournament. We'll see you in April because you're going through to knockouts. Emre Yilmaz is your Sony PlayStation of the day.
Thank you.
Congrats, man.
Well, now it is time for hashtag ECL Showtime. So there's a chance when we get to show you loads of skills that players have done and anything just a little bit spicy. Mike Lavelle loves this, I'm sure. I mean, we saw so many skills from the likes of the Team Hullet guys as well, didn't we?
You're going to set me up for a sizzle reel. I'm ready to go.
I think that is exactly what I'm setting you up for.
I'll chef it up, I'll cook it and compliment it. Please, roll the clips. I'm ready to go.
But in terms of the skills that we get to see, who is one of the most skillful players? I know you mentioned Neat, we mentioned the likes of TEKKZ.
I really think Nixneb is another guy to watch. He's had success today, but some of the stuff he pulls out, I don't see it. I can't invent it. It's some of the cancellations and the combinations. Look at the stick work here as well. Whoa. You've got the La Croqueta, but it's the left analog work that sets this up, the takedown, and we talk about, or I at least talk about it all the time, the intricate details. Maybe that's where I get excited. Maybe I was meant to be a skiller in real life. It didn't happen for me, so it came together in FIFA. You see a double step over, another layoff. You earn those tap-ins. These don't happen because of a bunch of mistakes. It's because of a little bit of that extra sauce. You see the heel-to-heel with the roll, which is new this year. Great way to take it around the goalkeeper. You've got corner kicks. I've seen a lot of short corners where you're challenging that front man. Messi, back heel. What? Ronaldinho. Yep. 120 minute. Yes, sir. Nicholas does what he always does. Yaya with the hesitation, quick footwork there, a couple little tiki-taka passes. I also can get excited if it's a good little passing sequence.
Well, that was ECL Showtime. Some of the best skills in the game we just got to see there. Mike went on a bit of a run with all of those. But yeah, it's great to see because I guess, you know, you have put all the practice in and then when you get to that level, They just come.
That's why I get excited. It's for the moments.
I know.
You practice all the time and then bam, comes out when you need it to come out.
Okay, let's move on to top goal scorer, brought to you by FedEx. Okay, well, let's have a look then at who scored the most goals in the eChampions League group stages. Nick's never got to be. He scored 10 goals past Matthias Bonanno, didn't he, in his round 5 match. They're 35. And then Marwan with 31. Lex rounds up the 3rd position with 30. Giubundi 28. I'm Rasu with 27 as well. There's loads. Pishoda also on 27. Emre Yilmaz 26. TEKKZ 24, Neat 24, Gravison will like that one, and Stingray 23. 35 though, wow. There's a lot of goals.
He doesn't always play defense, but I'm okay with that. It's great viewing pleasure.
Well, that was the FedEx top goal scorer. And of course, that was Nick Sneb. He does go through. It was a bit touch and go, but it was great to see him kind of have the confidence that we haven't quite seen from Mike. Gravison and I were talking about that. How impressed were you by what he achieved today, especially because his teammate couldn't quite do it?
Well, I think that's all that's missing. Ability-wise, especially we use the word mechanical a lot with what you can actually achieve, where your potential can go. What he can do with some of the skills and the details and the unpredictable nature, it's really impressive. So if he has the confidence and he got the defensive balance, I think he could be somebody that you're seeing on a pedestal.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that was top goal scorer of the day, brought to you by FedEx. Well, now it's time for Oppo goal of the day. Mike, have you picked the best goal of the day?
I mean, there's a lot of goals I like today. I went with a fantastic finish. It caught me off guard. It made me smile. I was sitting down. I was eating. I put the food to the side. I was like, I'm no longer eating this food. That is disgusting. I need to take this out of here. I tossed it. It had to happen. That's how I felt, at least, so that's what happened.
Well,
no more salmon for me. It was done.
This is the Oppo goal of the day.
It's not necessarily delivery, but the finish. You didn't see that coming. It's such a love touch. The center back's chasing back, can't do anything with it. The chip, the instant replays, the extra angles, the precision. Even though Ethan did not go forward in the competition, this goal on the big stage up against Stokes, it is memorable for me. And it's all about the finish and that split second of what you're going to do with it.
Yeah, even Lucio trying to reach the ball, but she isn't able to.
Yeah, it makes it better. It's just
even.
like everything was not there. It was just so well weighted.
Would that have been a moment for you as well? Put the food down, put the coffee down to watch the goal.
Pretty much, because
he sips the coffee on that. What do you mean?
I was commentating that game and I was speaking, and then it caught me completely off guard because you don't expect a goal in that situation.
You don't see people try to go for that chip that often in this game, so it also, again,
yeah, maybe
it made me feel a certain type of way.
Maybe you flick it or something, but shoot there. Yeah, it was
Maybe
crazy.
you guys can go and carry on chatting
That's
about
fine.
this.
We'll have a coffee about it. We'll review the gameplay. It's fine.
Well, that was Oppo goal of the day. Well, I mean, that's it for day one here, for all the players from Western Europe. I want your final thoughts as well before we transition to tomorrow. I mean, we've already spoken to Gravison about who is kind of surprised about going home. I'm going to say it was Matthias Bonanno. In your opinion, who most surprised you that didn't make it through to the knockout?
Probably your shout out at the beginning of the show. Ethan has done everything well this year in the 2v2s, the 1v1s, the online play. I thought this would be his kind of reintroduction building on that year. And the fact that he went out and the only person he beat was a struggling Stokes, a little bit disappointed, transparently, a little bit disappointed. So that's kind of my takeaway.
Trap?
You just mentioned him. I'm gonna go with Stokes because I think he's always on the edge of elimination, but he manages to come back. I remember last year in the Champions League, he made it to Stockholm to stage 3, I think it was, and I don't know. I just didn't see Stokes this year. This year in DCL. So I'm a bit sad because I'm a big fan of him. Actually, I watched all of his streams, and it broke my heart a bit. But yeah, I mean, I just love Stokes.
Stokes streams in the morning, so I know that's the coffee stream.
Well,
definitely.
Exactly. We've got a lot of insight from Gravison, and not so much about the players. No, I'm joking. We'll get some more insight on the players tomorrow. But of course, that was the Pepsi Max post-show for day one. Well, guys, it's pretty exciting. We get to do it all again tomorrow. We obviously have East and Central Europe tomorrow. We have obviously 16 more spots available, 32 more players in action. Tomorrow is massive. We've got the likes of the world champion Umit, the former world champion Moal. We've got Anders, the Wonder Kid. I mean, there's so many players. Ollie Bolly there, Dull and Mike. I mean, the list is endless, guys. How on earth can we half that load of players?
And you got to circle that Ali Bali matchup. Oh my goodness. Talk about an opener. Sign me up. It's on the calendar. ASAP, ASAP.
I mean, he's talking about the Oli Bolly matchup. Gravison, where's your eyes turning to on here?
Montaxer against Feldman. It might be a match which the general public doesn't know as much, but Montaxer is being one of the most consistent players online this season. And then we watched Feldman last year in the ECL. He did a pretty decent job. I think it was top 6. So yeah, I look forward to that match.
Well, some great matches tomorrow. 5 more rounds of eChampions League group stages for a spot in the knockouts. I mean, it's going to be a great day of action, so come back and join us to see who can join all of these 16 qualifiers in the next stage in April. I think it's safe to say we've had quite the day today, guys, when we get to it again tomorrow. Mike, we're going to raid your mate, though, who's watching at home. We've got Pabs from the EMLS.
Yeah. What's
we're
up,
going to
Pabs?
raid his
Shout
channel.
out to Pabs.
He's a pal of Mike's here. But guys, I think a big congratulations for all 16 qualifiers to the group stages of the eChampions League. It's the pinnacle of the FIFA calendar. And these guys are one step closer to the spot in the final 8 in Istanbul in June. We can't wait. Guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. We get to do it all again. Good night.